Upon a river of blood, Asoyev /Gotsai. Hajusks 222. Summary. A man from another world dies and wakes as a boy in the north. A bastard named Jon Snow. But Jon Snow is no longer the quiet child of Winterfell. He remembers another life, one filled with machines, memory, and the knowledge of what's to come. With winter on the horizon and the south already scheming, he chooses action over silence. From the black walls of the Night's Watch to the burning rivers of the Riverlands, Jon, forged anew as demon, will reshape Westeros with steel, fire, and foresight. He builds, he plans, he kills, and he remembers. And the Game of Thrones is no longer played by the rules the lords remember. A character-driven, realistic self-insert fic exploring war, prophecy, power, and the long night ahead. Chapter 1, The Cold That Knows. Chapter text. The cold in Winterfell always finds a way in, even with the hearths and the hot water pumping through the walls. Doesn't matter how many furs you wear or how close you stand to the hearth. It always seeps under the skin, creeps into the bones, it whispers, but maybe that's just Bloodraven fucking with me. It's not the kind of cold I grew up with. Not before I woke up in this body. Back then, snow was weather. A nuisance. An excuse for city shutdowns and missed deadlines. Now, it's part of the architecture. The North breathes it. Eats it. Wears it like a second skin. I tighten my grip on the training sword and step into the courtyard. Sir Rodrik calls my name, his voice rough like a worn whetstone. Across from me, Halder waits. Bigger than me. Older. Stronger. But dumb and predictable. Your turn, Snow, Rodrik says. I nod and step into the circle. I've been here before, hundreds of times. Halder's strong, but he overcommits. Too much shoulder, not enough hip. Wide swings. Poor recovery. No balance. He's a builder's son, not a fighter, at least not yet. When Rodrik is done with him, he will be a man-at-arms of House Stark. I lower my stance slightly. Left foot angled. Right knee is loose. Keep the center of gravity mobile. I tighten my grip just enough to keep control without wasting energy. Most of the others here don't even think about their grip. I have come a long way for an engineer. Halder charges first, like I knew he would. He brings the blade down in an overhead arc, telegraphed from the moment he moved. I don't meet it, it would be pointless. He is just too strong for me to try. I slide sideways, just outside the line of attack. Let his momentum burn itself out. His sword crashes down where I was a second ago, the tip bouncing off stone with a dull crack. He tries to recover and swing back. I'm already moving. My practice sword snaps forward, first a jab to his sternum, not hard, but enough to disrupt his breath. It hits a bit lower than intended. Then a pivot on my back foot and a clean horizontal strike across his ribs. Thwack. He grunts, staggers. I could end it there. But I don't. 2 points for Snow. Sir Rodrik shouts, loud enough to bounce off the courtyard walls. The boys around the circle groan or cheer, depending on who they are backing. Strange how things can change in a couple of years. They always wanted the bastard to lose before. I step back, my sword lowered, and I give it a couple of twirls. Showmanship is important after all. Halder recovers his stance, face red from the blow, more from frustration than pain. Rodrik raises a gloved hand, signaling a pause. Hold. He paces slowly across the yard, his white whiskers fluttering slightly in the wind. That's 2 clean strikes, ribs and stomach. You let him inside your guard, Halder. Again. He's frustrated now. I can see it in his eyes, too wide, breathing too fast. He tightens his grip. That's his second mistake. Come on, Halder, someone yells. Don't let the bastard dance around you. I ignore them. Always ignore the crowd. Halder swings again, a fast diagonal meant to catch my shoulder. I drop my weight and duck beneath it, sliding to the side and swatting his blade offline with mine. A classic bind and deflect. The kind they'd teach in any fencing club back on Earth, though they'd call it something in French, and everyone would wear masks and foam. Safety equipment in Westeros is lacking. Halder spins, trying to keep me in sight. Too slow. I'm behind him now. I don't strike. I tap his back lightly with the tip of my sword. A quiet message, "You're Donnie, big boy." Halder turns, red-faced and panting. I meet his eyes, not to mock him, but to make sure he knows it wasn't luck. That I chose not to humiliate him. He nods once. Respect. Frustrated, but not angry. That's something. The boy is quick to anger most of the time, at least when he is not fighting Rob. You can't show disrespect to your future lord after all. Sir Roderick clears his throat. Match to snow. Rob claps, laughing. Well struck, John. That was quick. Arya's eyes are wide from the balcony. Bran's practically hanging off the railing. Even Lewin, up on the battlements, leans forward a little. But Lord Stark isn't here, he rarely is. When he is, when duty or courtesy compels him to stand at the edge of the yard, arms folded beneath his dark cloak, he watches in silence. No cheers. No scoldings. No nod of approval. His eyes follow every movement, but they never rest on me for long. Maybe it's better that he isn't here today. At least then I don't have to pretend this distance doesn't bother me. The truth is, we barely speak now. Not unless it's something official, something cold and clean and practical like the North as a whole. Most weeks it's updates on the shipments from the Blackworks, the metalworks on the Snowmelt, the White Knife's fork that runs west of Winterfell. Lord Stark, let me construct it. Trusted me with it. That's the closest we come to conversation these days, iron quotas and tool weights, construction and designs. But before, it was different. Before I asked the question. Who was my mother? His jaw clenched. His eyes shifted to the flames. And then came the lie. I will tell you when you are older, John, it does not matter. But it did. It does. And I told him so. I said I deserved to know the truth. It spiraled out of control after that. We haven't spoken truly since. Not about family. Not about blood. Not about who I am. Just steel shipments, progress reports and the occasional nod in passing. For fuck's sake, you are not a boy craving approval, stop it. I roll my shoulder and step back, letting the wooden sword rest against my leg. My breathing's steady. I'm not even winded. It's not just skill. It's a calculation. Every move in that fight came from a database of experience this world doesn't have, martial arts, physical conditioning, and stretching. In a real fight, with steel, Halder would be bleeding out before he knew he'd lost. And I'd still be walking away. John the Builder, the others cheer. Will you ever tell me where you learned to move like that? Rob asks, slapping my shoulder. I give him a small smile. Practice makes perfect, Rob. You and our sayings. He laughs, looking at me with mirth. It's easier than explaining the truth. That saying I used to teach martial arts on weekends. That confessing I remember YouTube videos and physics lectures more vividly than I remember my mother's voice. Both my mother's voices. We fall into casual talk, the boys of Winterfell laughing, sweating, jostling one another like pups. I let them have it. Let myself smile, just a little. But my eyes are already scanning the walls. There is work to be done even if martial training can't be skipped. Maester Lewin stands above, watching, hood drawn. Tonight, we'll meet again. Another experiment. Another lesson. He thinks me a genius. He tried to convince me to go to the Citadel a few times, even tried to convince Eddard, to no avail, of course. Gifted. I let him think that. I feed him half-truths wrapped in plausible wonder. Blueprints for reinforced storehouses. Adjustments to the granary insulation. He calls them brilliant. I call them basic survival. Because winter is coming. And next time, the wall won't be ready. Unless I make it ready. I watch Arya sneak a snowball into her sleeve. She's clever and sneaky, probably going to throw that to Sansa's face, knowing her. Bran climbs the fence post to get a better view. He's fearless. And I know what's coming for him. I'm going to stop it, fucking Lannisters. I turn away from the training yard as Roderick calls the next pair forward. The air bites my face. My boots crunch against the stone and snow. A thin frost clings to the walls of Winterfell, whispering of the cold to come. Summer snows, they call it. As if naming it makes it less absurd. Snow in summer. Sunlight and sleet on the same day. The Maesters say it's just the way of things, that the seasons don't obey reason even if they try to rationalize it and make a cosmology around it. They follow no pattern, no calendar. A summer can last a decade. A winter, a generation. Crops die. Rivers freeze. Families starve. And people forget. They talk of seasons like weather. But seasons are war. Seasons kill. The North knows that more than anyone. Old men going out one day and not coming back, so they are not a burden, even if a lot of my projects and plans are to change the way of things. This isn't just the North. This is the world. And the world is wrong. No one understands that but me. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. Order. Balance. But here the gods, or the others, spin a crooked wheel and no one knows where it stops, even if the last winter was when I was much younger. 14 years, almost 5 and 10. 14 years of waking up in this body, playing the long game, adjusting small levers of fate. I don't know why I was brought here. Or how. But I do know one thing. I won't waste this life the way Jon Snow did. I'm not here to fight for honor or names or the love of ghosts. Even if the memories of my first life feel distant and cold, I will make use of the knowledge they bring. I'm here to prepare. And when I go to the wall when the fall of man approaches, it won't be as a bastard running from shadows. Not as some shamed boy desperate to belong. But weapons ready and plans in motion. A crown on my head and 7 kingdoms at my back. Not as a bastard running from shadows. Not as some shamed boy desperate to belong. Because I won't just be Jon Snow, the bastard of Winterfell. I will be Daemon Targaryen, first of my name, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Protector of the realms of men. And hopefully a Dragon Lord, if I don't manage to get myself eaten by them. I meet her in outside the old stables. A sharp young man of 20, once a blacksmith's apprentice in Torrens Square. Quick hands, quicker mind. He bows his head when he sees me. He still hasn't gotten used to not calling me M-Lord, and it's been 3 years since he started working for me. Everything's ready, he says. We've got the new batch of pig iron cooling and the bellows working better than ever. Good, I nod. Let's see it. We ride west, past the market road and the frozen fork that connects to the White Knife further south, where the river splits like a trident. On the far fork, nestled between 2 ridges, the Blackworks hums with heat and noise. Smoke rises in steady plumes, but it's no chaotic forge, it's a system now. A rhythm. Steel is the future of the North. Even if food is what is needed, we will need steel to survive the inevitable war that is coming. Arin talks as we ride. He's excited, and I let him ramble. I like hearing it through his eyes, what we're building here. What he thinks we're building. We've got 3 new molds ready, he says. Ingots, spade heads, and those bars you drew for the pressure supports. Struts, I correct softly. The blast holds longer now. Nearly double what we had last month. Still warping the clear ends too fast, though. We'll fix that. Clay's too fine. We need coarse sand and ash mix, like in the hearth bricks. Tell Garrick. He nods eagerly. Right away. As he scribbles on his notebook. From a distance, the Blackworks don't look like a forge at all. Not in the way a traveler would expect, anyway, not with the clatter of horseshoes and open fires, not with smoke rising in choking black coils from a soot-caked roof. No, from the hill above, it looks more like a little fortress grew out of the bones of the riverside. Angular. Stone-bound. Heavy with purpose. The outer yard is rimmed with stacked cordwood and iron carts groaning under the weight of raw ore, pig iron bars, and broken castings waiting to be smelted again. Heavy pulley arms swing from reinforced beams overhead, lifting buckets of coal and limestone to catwalks built into the walls. Water wheels line the stream like giant teeth sunk into the river's edge, turning steadily, endlessly, each one feeding motion through hidden shafts beneath the stone. They rise and fall with perfect timing, pounding ingots with a deafening tempo. A second set of wheels drives the bellows, massive leather lungs, feeding a constant breath into the furnaces. No more waiting for winds or men to stoke the flames. This place breathes on its own. And at the center of it all, behind a row of iron grates and pulleys, stands the egg. A furnace unlike any in West Eos. Round-bellied, smooth-lined, fireproofed with layers of lime and hard clay. A dozen clay chilliers, narrow nozzles, jut from the lower rim, channeling bursts of air directly into the heart of molten pig iron. The heat is staggering, the roar like a caged dragon. Inside, impurity dies, and steel is born. The others still call it a miracle. They don't understand the method, only that it works. The Bessemer process. The Jon Snow process now. Or the bones of it, anyway. My proposition to decorate the egg with scales was turned down, wonder why. Around it, men move carefully, faces hidden behind leather masks, lifting crucibles and pouring slag off the top. The heat is immense, even from the catwalk above. The roar fills your bones. This is no forge. It's a refinery. A prototype Bessemer converter made by candlelight and stubbornness. I remember reading about Henry Bessemer and the revolution he sparked for my material science test. Now I stand above a miracle that shouldn't exist for another 1,000 years, or 10,000, seeing how slow Planetos advances. We step onto the catwalk that rings the egg. Beneath us, molten pig iron glows bright orange, swirling slowly, impurities rising to the top in dancing patterns of darker slag. One of the foremen uses an iron rod to stir, guiding the bubbling surface toward the pour spouts. How long's it been cooking? I ask. 30 minutes are in answers without missing a beat. The air pressure held steady. We've got nearly a ton ready. I exhale slowly. Faster than last week. Cleaner, too. Garrick says it cuts easier on the mill. That makes me smile. Faster. Cleaner. Stronger. This is more than weapons. This is rail, chain, and rebar. This are gates that hold, bridges that don't collapse, watchtowers that rise overnight. This is steel for cities, or armies. Did the insulation hold during the test pour? I ask. Better than expected. The lining only cracked once near the south chillier. No breach. Good. Patch it with wet clay and volcanic ash. Then cure it slower this time. 2 days. Arin nods and scribbles the note down in his slate. Below, the slag begins to cool on the trench line, glowing in a pale arc of wasted impurity. What's left in the furnace will be stronger than any blade forged in King's Landing, Lannisport, or Old Town. But the Blackworks was never just about swords. That's what people assume, of course. Lords think of forges and picture knights in gleaming plate, hammering steel into blood. But I didn't drag an engineer's soul into this world just to make better blades. War is only one kind of power. Wealth builds another. Inside these walls, we make hinges and locks, nails and rivets by the bucketful. Lanterns to be fitted with glass panes from a partner I have near White Harbor. Still can't figure how to make clear glass, at least that project has been kept a secret. I don't want a Mirish assassin to cut my throat while I sleep. Plowshares stronger and lighter than anything the world has ever seen. Hoes, shovels, scythes, all cut from our steel, polished to a mirror's edge. We press iron bands for barrels, fittings for carts, braces for timber frames, even fine needles and fish hooks sharp enough to shame a Mirish craftsman. And people buy them. Gods, do they buy them? Our shipments ride west to Barrowton and the Rills, south to Torrens Square and east to the port at White Harbor, where merchants are already whispering of a new standard in northern steel and its unheard of quantity. I step through the heavy doors into the overseer's chamber, more of an office carved into stone than a room, with parchment-littered tables and a wall-mounted chalkboard scratched with columns of figures and symbols only a handful of people in the north could decipher. And most of them work here. Seren stands at the center, grease on his sleeves, eyes bright behind round lenses. We ground ourselves from Mirish glass. A low-born genius from a fishing village near the last river, he had a mind made for numbers and the stubborn patience of a man who knew what starvation looked like, while Arin helped me keep my schedule and keeps track of 100 projects all over the place. Seren helped me administer them. He was a Gods, send. You're late, he says, not looking up from the ledger. I'm the lord of this operation, I say. I can be late. You say that, but last week you chewed out Garrick for misplacing half an hour's pig iron schedule. Garrick doesn't know the difference between a crucible and a piss pot. I mutter, looking at the papers in the desk. He laughs at that, poking fun at Garrick, the chief blacksmith, a fan favorite around the Blackworks. He finally looks up. We're behind. My jaw tightens. By how much? 700 weight of raw billets. We had a Claytier crack in Furnace 3, and the bellows team on Wheel 2 snapped a gear shaft. I've got a blacksmith and 2 apprentices reworking it, but the delays ripple. I nod, already shifting gears. What's current daily throughput? I ask. On the newer furnace line. With full airflow and continuous feed, we're running near 5.5 tons a day. But only when the river holds steady. More than 2,000 tons of steel a year if it held steady for 365 days of the year. And the water. Snowmelt is still strong. Might push 6 tons with Wheel 4 if we upgrade the cam track. I tap the edge of the ledger with my knuckle. That's still not enough. He blinks. It's not. No. Not if we're going to keep filling the orders from Barrow Hall, Solpants, the Grain Lords of the Green Fork, and White Harbour's new contracts in Essos. His brows rise. You signed those already. I sent a Raven yesterday, the orders from Bravos are massive. I say, folding my arms as I study the draft. We might have to keep the Bloomery furnaces running at night. Hire more men and start double shifts. The strain will crack the crucibles. The bellows will give out. And then we'll rebuild them stronger. Seren grimaces. They'll keep breaking. And we'll keep repairing them, I reply, my voice firm, trying to keep frustration from my voice. Everything just kept breaking. Until they don't break anymore, or until some iron-born fuck burns it all to the ground. I pause. Speaking of that. I tap the map, south of Barrowtown on the river on its journey toward the sea, cutting between pine-clad hills, the 3 long rivers on the western shore of the north sighting deep into the north in the map, the Stonemalt, the Rills River, and the Barrowflow. The chain is almost set up on the mouth of the Barrowflow, I say. Lady Dustin will be happy. Seren snorts. As if she ever would be happy with us. I don't smile. She's not in this for happiness. She's in this for leverage. The Barrowlands depend on the new fortifications for coastal defense. The river runs right past her lands. If the Ironborn ever sailed up again, it would be her cattle they'd steal, her villages they'd torch. She knows what this chain and towers mean. It's the main reason the Dustin and Riswells had accepted the funding of the fortification on the mouth of the rivers, fortified towers and steel chains. Still odd, her warming up to House Stark after all these years, Seren says carefully. I shrug. Gold talks louder than old feuds. We're paying her levies to help man the tower foundations. Her coffers swell with every shipment of steel parts sent through the ferry point. She gets roads. Her people get jobs. And she gets to feel like a queen of something again. It's not going to bring her husband back, but it's something, hopefully enough so that she sends more than a token force when war comes. His gaze lingers on the map. And the coin for all this. Steel doesn't smelt itself. I grin. The gold's coming. More than I dreamed. And it was. The trade in refined steel alone had tripled House Stark's income in the past 3 years. Cast plowshares were selling as fast as we could ship them to White Harbor. Tools, hinges, saw blades, even steel reinforcements for carts and pulleys, every holdfast wanted them. And not just in the north. Moat Caillin's western ramparts have been stabilized, I continue. We're rebuilding the south tower from the foundation. Soon it won't be a ruin guarding the neck, it'll be a fortress again. We've expanded the docks at White Harbor. Built a grain granary outside Deepwood. And we've 3 engineers drawing plans for a high bridge across the last river near Last Hearth, one that won't collapse every spring thaw. New sluice works near the Long Lake. A proper timber yard in Wolfswood with pulley cranes. The rice fields near the moat have been doubling in size for 5 years straight. Once, the north was quiet. Not peaceful, just quiet. cold and proud and sleeping under its own weight. But no longer. Roads are being laid where there were none. Old keeps breathe again. It wasn't easy, convincing Lord Stark. And I was worried he would take the project from me after that fight. But he is a pragmatic man, and he sees how all this is helping his people. The tide is too strong to stop now. I gave him numbers. Charts. Letters from distant traders willing to pay silver and gold for northern steel. Diagrams of the bellows and the turbines. Proof, not dreams. I made him see the North not as it was, but as it could be, rich, strong, proud, and self-sufficient. He listened. He gave me coin. Gave me men. Gave me a chance. And I didn't waste it. They see only the iron and the gold. I see what comes after. I see ships built from our own lumber sailing 3 times faster than any other, bound with our own nails, taking steel, glass and a dozen other products all over the world. I see the day the North feeds itself, arms itself, trades on its own terms. Prepared for the storm. The wind is colder today. Twilight bleeds into the sky, casting long shadows over the pines. Winterfell rises, timeless and grim against the darkening sky. Familiar. Impenetrable. Home, though never wholly mine. Winterfell was a fortress in name, but that word didn't do it justice. It wasn't a castle like those of Earth, not even close. Not like the clean-cut stone keeps of Europe, the symmetrical chateaux of France, or even the towering strongholds of Japan or the Crusader castles scattered across the Middle East. Winterfell was gigantic, absurd even. Probably the second largest castle of Westeros. There were 2 curtain walls, the inner, high and black with age, and the outer, nearly 100 feet tall and wide enough for 5 men to walk abreast on the ramparts. It would be very hard to build siege towers that high, and even then, you would have another wall to take after it. You'd need 50,000 men, 3 years, and a miracle to take a fully garrisoned Winterfell commanded by someone who knew what they were doing. I'd read somewhere once upon a time that the largest castle on Earth by land area was Malbuck Castle, in Poland. It was impressive. Huge, even. It could swallow a city block. But Winterfell. Winterfell would swallow Malbuck whole and still have room for dessert. And yet, the show version I remembered, the one from HBO, had always struck me as smaller. Cinematic. Neat. Built for camera angles, not snowstorms. That version had 1 gate, a handful of towers, and yards that felt like a school courtyard. It looked like a high-budget Earth castle. Something you could walk across in 10 minutes. This Winterfell. It took half an hour just to walk from the east gate to the stables near the Godswood, and longer if snow had drifted over the southern walk. From above, the whole thing must look more like a stone city than a castle, a city fortified by generations who knew that the cold wasn't just a season, it lasted years and it was the enemy. This keep, these stones, they've seen kings come and go, banners rise and fall. But now, for the first time, I wonder if it's ready for what's coming. A Night's Watch deserter has been caught. I know what it means. The lion stirs. The hawk is dead. And the stag will come north. Robert Baratheon, king of the 7 kingdoms, usurper, is on the road to Winterfell. And he's not just coming for old friend Sake. He's coming for Ned. For his loyalty. For his blood. For his daughter. At least I'll get to see Cersei Lannister with my own eyes. George always did rave about her beauty in the books. Chapter 2, Embers and Echoes. Chapter text. Flames roared like oceans in the sky. I stood atop a broken ziggurat, surrounded by marble giants crumbling beneath fire. Dragons screamed above me, hundreds of them, winged titans whose shadows eclipsed entire city blocks. Their scales shimmered with unnatural color, molten gold, deep obsidian, pale emerald, and the sickly pink of raw flesh. They bathed a city in fire, wide boulevards and riverside temples, market squares and towers of glass like stone, all melting beneath the storm. People ran. They screamed in a language I couldn't understand, their skin blistering before my eyes. Some tried to fight back with spears and bolts, but what is iron to dragons? I looked down. My hands were covered in blood, not mine. I was wearing black armor, smooth and shining, lined with red GLYPHS that pulsed like coals. Something ancient, and not quite steel. I tried to speak, but no sound left my throat. Then I woke up. Sweat clung to my skin. The sheets were tangled. Dawn crept pale through the narrow double windows of my chamber. I sat up slowly, still half in that burning dream. That made it the third dragon dream in 2 months. This one, if the imagery meant anything, it must have been Valyria during the Spice Wars. I remembered reading about it from Amaistas' treatise on freehold expansionism. One of the few times the Dragon Lords clashed directly with the Rhoynar before Nymeria's exodus. A forgotten war, for most. But not for me. The imagery burned too clear. They feel so real. The dreams were different from memories. They weren't Earth, and they weren't Westeros as I knew it. They felt layered, thick with metaphor and meaning. I didn't know if they were prophetic or just echoes of blood of the dragon trickling down into my consciousness. Maybe both. A soft sound startled me, a shuffle against the cold stone floor. I turned my head. There, sitting near the hearth, was a white shape. Small. Still. Watching me. Ghost, I whispered. The pup blinked slowly. His eyes were red as coals, burning with the quiet intelligence that had unnerved more than one stable hand. He was bigger now, growing fast. Silent as snow. There was something uncanny in the way he looked at me, no, not just uncanny. Familiar. Like recognition. Ghost didn't just see me, he understood me, mirrored something buried deep beneath skin and bone. I knelt before him, and as he pressed his cold nose into my palm, a shiver went through me. Not of fear, but of connection. I could feel something more than warmth, there was presence. Awareness. It was like standing before a mirror that reflected not your face, but your soul. Warging, such a strange feeling, but gods, I love magic. I thought of the old stories, the ones Lewin dismissed, and the first men whispered in the long nights. Wargs. Skin changers. The blood of the wolf in the blood of the man. In the tales, they had been feared and revered. And here I was, looking into eyes that knew me, and wondering how far the line blurred. If I could master that bond, if I could see through Ghost's eyes, feel what he felt, hunt when he hunted, the implications were enormous. Scouting. Communication. Even battle. The battlefield advantage alone, eyes that never blinked, that didn't need light or language. And in the far north, beyond the wall, it might be the difference between life and death. Here. But it was more than utility. I thought of the old tales of Bloodraven, the old sorcerer knight who had once sat the Iron Throne as the hand of the king, who had vanished beyond the wall and whispered into the minds of men through ravens and trees. But not me, years of trying and no contact. They said he had 1,000 eyes and one, that he saw through the weirwoods and dreamed in roots and snow. If even half the tales were true, then perhaps the path was not closed to me either. If he had done it, if he had bound mind and beast, root and blood, to the pulse of the living world, then why not me? I wanted to do magic, damn it. Not just the passive dragon dreams I received ever more frequently. I didn't need 1,000 eyes. A few might be enough. Ghosts and few ravens. The eyes of the wolf, the hunter, the survivor. Eyes in the sky that watched where mine could not, saw over hills and across rivers. The north was deep and dark and vast. If I could master what stirred between us. I had tried before. When I was younger, I read the old stories in secret. I whispered to the godswood trees, stared into the eyes of crows until my vision blurred. I closed my eyes and tried to feel something beyond myself, some great current of thought or presence. Nothing happened. Not until now. Maybe I had needed Ghost. Maybe that was the missing key. It wasn't just any animal. A direwolf was different, older, closer to the old gods than any hound or hawk. The bond between a Stark and their direwolf was sacred. And every Stark with one, eventually felt it. Robb talked in his sleep sometimes, voice low and strange, and Grey Wind would whine as if hearing something only they shared. Even Little Bran sometimes spoke of dreams where he ran on 4 legs. We were all changing, slowly. And now, so was I. That thought stayed with me as I dressed. That, and the burn of fire in my veins. But it was more than utility. It felt like a truth I had always known, long before Jon Snow was reborn into this world. A whisper in the blood. A tether between souls. I didn't just want to explore that path, I needed to. "You're not just a pup, are you?" I murmured. Ghost only blinked, then pressed closer. We stayed like that a long moment. Quiet. Connected. As if two hearts beat in rhythm. I stood at last, slowly. The fire in my dream might have been ancient, but the fire in my blood was very much alive. Slowly. I scratched behind his ears, murmuring soft nonsense to him. Ghost was a comfort I hadn't known I needed. I thought about the past 2 months as I dressed. The South had moved slowly. Robb, Bran and I had ridden to the execution of the Night's Watch deserter ourselves, and I'd recognized the man immediately. Will, one of the 3 rangers Waymar Royce had taken into the forest. When Lord Stark pressed him, cold steel at his throat and Sir Roderick scowling nearby, he spilled everything. I had interrupted. I couldn't help it. When he started describing the cold, the silence, the way the walker's eyes glowed like blue suns, I stepped forward and asked questions myself. Lord Stark frowned at that, but didn't stop me. Will described Waymar Royce standing proud, sword drawn, as the walker approached, how the blade had shattered like glass with a single touch. He spoke of the others in the trees, watching with pale, inhuman faces, and the way they moved, like smoke, or shadows on ice. Ned had listened, grave and unmoved, but I saw it, something flickered behind his eyes. Doubt. Not in the story, but in what to do with it. No one said the word truth, but the possibility hung in the air like breath on a cold morning. No one did. But I watched how Lewin's hands tightened. How Sir Roderick frowned deeper than usual. They dismissed it out loud, but I had planted something. A seed. It would grow. Eventually. She stood in the corridor like a statue carved from bitterness. Catelyn Stark's gaze was cold and pale as hoarfrost. Her hands were folded neatly at her waist, fingers tight against the fabric of her gown. Behind her, the sunlight bled through a tall window, casting a long shadow over the stone floor. It might have been poetic, if it didn't feel like a blade across my throat. She was beautiful, undeniably so, hers was a beauty that carried weight. A woman shaped by 5 children and northern winters. Her hips were wide, her waist full beneath the folds of her heavy gown, her figure matronly but stately. Her heavy breasts, though modestly bound, pressed tight beneath the embroidered fabric. She moved with the calm authority of someone used to being listened to, and obeyed. Her hair was a deep crimson red. It framed her face in a cascade of braids and coils, pinned precisely in the Tully Southern fashion. In the right light, it gleamed like flame, and this morning, it seemed to smolder. Ned is a lucky man. Her eyes, though, held no warmth for me. They were like polished river stones, blue-gray, hard with judgment. They flicked over me now, from the clasp at my collar, wolf's head steel, cast in my own forge, to my hands, calloused and ink-stained from accounts and diagrams. I wasn't just a boy anymore. Not just a bastard. And that disturbed her more than I could guess. Snow, she said, and the title tasted sour in her mouth. I didn't miss it. Lady Stark, I replied evenly. We stood there for a breath too long. Her voice was smooth but tight. Your secretary is looking for you. He said it was urgent. Thank you, I said. Do not make him wait. With that, she turned on her heel, skirts whispering against the stone, and disappeared down the hall. I didn't hate her. But I could no longer afford to care what she thought of me. Wintertown was alive. Where once it had been a scatter of timber huts and old stones nestled in the shadow of Winterfell's walls, now it was swarming with people. Wide avenues of packed earth, slowly being replaced by stone, wove between sturdy long houses, smoke curling from hundreds of chimneys. Children ran, dogs barked, and smiths sang over the clamor of hammer and anvil. Banners fluttered above storehouses and guild halls. House Stark's grey direwolf flew above more than just guild halls and storehouses now. The town was pushing at the walls of Winterfell like a wave at a breakwater. Whole streets had been widened and lined with flat river stones from the White Knife's many fords. The once scattered huts had given way to rows of long houses, workshops, and alehouses, each competing for space and sound. Soot-blackened chimneys rose into the cold air like the masts of ships in a crowded harbor, and the scent of fresh bread mingled with smoke, pitch, and manure. Fisherwives called out their morning catch from shaded stalls, their baskets lined with river trout and knuckled crabs. Potboys darted between booths with pails of stew for the workers, and dogs nosed at the refuse in gutters still lined with frost. The grocers had started using waxed parchment instead of cloth wraps, and foreign spices, cinnamon, pepper, even saffron, could be found if one knew where to look. There was money here now. Not just coin, but ambition. Young men from Deepwood, Barrowton, even White Harbour had come to apprentice with smiths and brewers. Traders came with them, and gossip too, of dragons across the sea, of war in Myr, and of a king finally making his slow way north. Arin met me near the new distillery site. He was a short man, bald as an egg, with thick arms and clever eyes. His boots were caked in clay and ash. "You missed the first pour," he said, grinning. "Still smells like boiling piss. Only before it's aged. Give it a year in oak, and you'll weep with joy." The distillery was a broad timber and stone structure. Inside, copper stills glinted in the sunlight, and coils of tubing hung like intestines from wooden rafters. "The mash tun's already been filled twice," Arin said, patting the wooden barrel like a child. "In a few days, we'll have enough to bottle." "And how much do you think a bottle will fetch in King's Landing?" He grinned. "A golden dragon for a good cask. More, if the Southrons develop a taste for northern fire. And ships can carry dozens of barrels. Hundreds. So it becomes the new fur trade of the north. Better. Less fleas." We laughed, and I leaned against the doorframe, watching as the first workers filtered in with sacks of malt and firewood. The wind carried the scent of yeast and smoke. Whiskey. That word alone had stirred both skepticism and excitement in the older lords. The drink itself was not new. There had always been crude barley liquor and harsh northern grain brews, but this was something else. This was craft, refinement, science. We were pioneering a new process. I had spent long hours poring over texts from the Citadel, scribbled fragments from old Rhoynish traders and Volanten alchemists, and even one dubious Pentoshi journal on spirit purification, seeing what was possible and trying to figure out how it was done on Earth with half-remembered memories of diagrams and Wikipedia. What we had now was a copper pot still with a coiled condenser, cooled through flowing spring water in a stone trench we'd dug ourselves. The setup gleamed like polished bronze, the still bellied like a cauldron, capturing and refining each drop of the clear spirit. Firewood fed the furnace beneath, and the mash fermented in great oaken tubs, yeast-fed, warm and pungent. The first run was always rough, too high in impurities, but the second and third distillations. Clean. Fiery. Pure. I didn't like it, but the lords loved it. Once drawn, the liquid would be aged in oak casks, seasoned from the old logging groves west of Barrowton, the wood burned slightly to open its pores. The barrels would sit in underground vaults, cool, consistent, shielded from the wild swings of northern weather. There, over seasons, the sharp edge of the spirit would soften, take on hints of wood, smoke, and time. Eventually I had told Arin, "We'll distill to nearly pure spirit. It won't just be for drinking. Imagine medicine, true antiseptics, tinctures, balms. A battlefield salve cleaner than anything Maestus can boil." He had blinked at me like I'd spoken Inuitish. "Antiseptic." I heard him mumbling, then just nodded, grinning his sly brewer's grin. "And maybe even light a fire with a single drop." "Yes. That too. Northern fire. For healing. For war. For gold." I liked gold, a little too much maybe. This venture, the whiskey trade, was mine. Not the Starks, not Winterfell's. While the Blackworks and the foundries belonged to the house, tied by name and legacy, the distillery had been chartered in my own name, with land granted and cleared beyond the jurisdiction of the castle proper. A personal holding. My own risk, my own gold, and, soon, my own profit. That meant something in the north, where names were carved not just in stone, but in what you built and kept. With whiskey, I could fund projects without asking leave. I could hire men, make trade contacts, and wield a kind of quiet independence most bastards only dreamed of. The wind carried the scent of yeast and smoke. From the street below, a burst of raucous laughter echoed. I turned. There he was. Theon Greyjoy swaggered out of a brothel with a girl on each arm, tunic half-buttoned and eyes full of wine and pride. His belt hung crooked, and he looked pleased with himself, like a rooster after the storm. "Jon," he called, waving. "Don't tell your father, I was only inspecting the foundation of her virtue." He roared with laughter, one of the girls rolling her eyes and slipping inside. He eyed the distillery behind me and whistled 100 copper pots inside. "You planning to drown the whole Southron nobility? Just warm their bellies. Fill our coffers." He clapped me on the back. "Well, here's to that. God's help us if you ever take a wife, she'll wake to the scent of grain and boiled barley for the rest of her days." I smiled faintly, but my mind was already elsewhere. The construction, the shipment schedules, the next trial batch of barley from Deepwood Motte. Theon's laughter faded behind me as I glanced south, toward the rolling hills beyond Winterfell's walls. "The king's party is close, last I heard, they're near Castle Sewin." "Not far at all." Theon's face tightened for a moment. "About time. The North's been waiting for months. Rumors say the king's entourage is bigger than anyone expected, knights, lords, even some southern sellswords. Could bring trouble." "Trouble's always near," I said with a shrug. He shook his head, stepping closer. "You should have a woman, Jon. It might steady you, give you something more than ledgers and laws to think about." I laughed dryly. "The kind of women you talk about come with many gifts, Theon. Disease is the most common." He chuckled. "You're impossible." We fell silent, watching the distant smoke curl from the chimneys of Wintertown, the heartbeat of the North growing louder with every step the king's party took toward us. Theon Greyjoy. A friend, if you could call him that. We've known each other long enough, grown up in the same halls, crossed paths in battles and feasts. But there's always been a distance between us, a line drawn in shadows and silence. Robb trusts him. Closer than I ever was. Theon's quick with a joke, a smile, easy in the company of others. But I see what lies beneath, that restless edge, the flicker of something unsteady in his eyes. A hunger for belonging, or maybe just escape. I don't trust him. Not fully. Not like I trust Ghost at my side or Seren with my coin. Theon wants to belong. I see it in the way he carries himself, half a boy trying to stand like a man, half a man still searching for a home. It's the hunger behind his bravado, the way he laughs too loud in crowded halls, like he's trying to convince himself as much as anyone else. He's caught between two worlds. Born a Greyjoy, raised a Stark ward, torn between the cold iron of the sea and the solid stone of Winterfell. His father, Balon, has never truly accepted him, not as a son. Theon craves something more, some shred of approval that might fill the emptiness left by his father's cold gaze. That longing, it's a dangerous thing. It made him vulnerable, made the path to betrayal seem like the only way to grasp the belonging he so desperately seeks. But it wasn't inevitable. Betrayal isn't a shadow that looms over a man's fate, it's a choice. Theon chose to betray us, yes. But maybe he did so because no one ever gave him a real chance to be loyal. Maybe if he'd felt truly welcomed. I don't excuse what he did, and it's always hard to have him close knowing what might happen, but maybe, just maybe, Theon could be useful for my plans. Robb was waiting in the courtyard, dressed for training. Steel glinted on his shoulders, not quite lordly plate but something more than the simple brigandine he wore last year. His new sword belt was dyed stark grey, and the hilt of his longsword bore the mark of the direwolf in silver, small luxuries that were ever more common for us. A small fluffy ball stood beside him, tail twitching, muzzle wet with fresh snow. He had grown even larger. Robb has always been my truest brother. He never called me Snow unless we were joking. Never reminded me of my place. If anything, he forgot it more often than I did. When we were boys, he used to share everything. His food, his dreams, his bruises. We bled together in the yard and stole cakes from the kitchens and dared each other to climb the highest spires in the dark. When he cried the night Mother scolded him for calling me his brother in front of her kin, I knew he meant it. We learned to fight side by side. Laughed the first time we saw girls in the village bathing and ran until our lungs burned. He was always the bold one. I was the quiet watcher. But it worked. Like two blades crossing, neither dulling the other. "You're late," Rob said, grinning. "You're early," I countered. We met with a clasp of forearms, firm and warm. The cold never quite touched us in that way, not when we stood together. "I thought you might have vanished into the Blackworks again," Rob said, stepping back. "Or buried yourself in your barrels of northern fire." "It's whiskey," I corrected. "Wonder if they are ever going to call it that. And I don't drink the product. The barrels of it may just keep Winterfell solvent this winter. And drunk. That too." He laughed, motioning me toward the covered archway where the squires usually gathered. A fire crackled nearby, fed with dry spruce and oak. It scented the air with something almost sweet. For a moment, we stood in silence, watching the yard. Bran was taking bow lessons again, his stance too narrow. Arya, God's help her, was mimicking a stable hand's sword swings with a stick, fiercely ignoring the sewing mistress's calls. I felt a strange pang in my chest, not quite nostalgia, not quite dread. "They'll all be here tomorrow," Rob said, softly. King Robert. The Queen. Half the court. He didn't need to say more. The idea was enormous. And dangerous. Rob shifted his weight. "Do you remember when we used to race down the west wall, barefoot, even in winter? You always beat me. You let me win." I smiled. He remembered. "But it's not a game now," he said. "Father's asked me to stand beside him when the king arrives. Speak with the Southern Knights. Host the prince." I glanced at him. "You'll do well, Rob, there is no need to feel nervous." He shrugged, the movement oddly tight across his shoulders. "I'm not sure I want to. At least not like this. The Queen, Lannister. Everyone says she'll be watching for signs of weakness. That the boy, Joffrey, there are rumors from the merchants. Proud and cruel. Just be polite and show a bit of deference, keep their pride inflated and nothing will happen." He turned to me then. "You speak like you're not one of us. Like you're already watching from the shadows. Aren't I?" Rob's brow furrowed. He was trying to say something, carefully, maybe even kindly, but there was steel beneath it. "You've built something," he said. "This, trade, your workers, your accounts. The Blackworks, the whiskey, even the damn new Ravencoats. You're not just Jon Snow anymore. You're someone important. Father wants you to be there tomorrow, after Bran, or Rickon if Mother can get him to stay still for a bit. For fuck's sake, do I really have to? You may call me brother, but the Southerners are more uptight when it comes to bastards." He didn't deny it. "Mother will be furious too, but it is what Father wants. You're the one they'll look to when the time comes, Rob. I'm not trying to take anything. I just want to build something that's mine." "I know that," he said quickly. "Truly, I do. I just..." He looked away. Grey Wind huffed and pressed his head against his thigh. "I don't want us to drift apart. We're brothers. As much as we can be. No." His voice was hard now. "Exactly that. No less." I looked at him, truly looked. At the young man he was becoming. At the echo of our father's face shaping itself in his even through his Tully colors, the weight of leadership beginning to settle on his shoulders. "Rob," I said. "No matter what happens, I'm with you. Always. But we both know the world won't treat us the same." He nodded, slowly. "It should. But it won't, not unless I make it. Just wait, cousin, just you wait, and we will change the world together." He exhaled through his nose. "When I'm Lord of Winterfell. If." It was a little joke between us, me usurping him. Catelyn didn't like it very much. When he said, more firmly now, eyes full of mirth, "When I am, I'll find a place for you. A real one. Not just steward of spirits or master of ink. Moat Cailin or maybe Lord of the Blackworks, if you like the sound of it." I shook my head, smiling. Lord of Steel. Has a ring to it. We stood in silence again, brothers born in different fates. A raven caught flying from the rookery tower. I saw it in his face, he had an idea, probably a dumb one. You have that face again, what are you planning? I asked. Oh, nothing you wouldn't approve of. You are an idiot, you know that. What did I do to deserve such a loyal brother? I will never know, but Rob kept surprising me every day. And the Queen? I asked, half joking. He paused. I'll try not to look at her too much. We laughed. Beneath it, I felt the truth. The game was already drawing us in. He's my brother. And I'll hold the line with him. Until the game swallows us both. Chapter 3, The King's Arrival. Chapter Text. Chapter 3, The King's Arrival. The morning sky in the north is the color of smoke, pale grey and veined with streaks of cold blue. Above the towering ramparts of Winterfell, banners flutter in the brisk northern wind, wolves on grey, the dire sigil of House Stark, sewn freshly and hung high. Snow still clings in patches to the battlements and the rooftops, but the worst of winter's breath has faded into the memory of the long night. Now, the stones of Winterfell hum with preparation and purpose. Courtiers, grooms, cooks, and soldiers move through the bailey like threads in a loom, each pulling their weight in anticipation of the king's arrival. The scent of roasting boar, pinewood smoke, and freshly turned earth fills the air. I overheard old Nan muttering about omens and kings under dark skies, but even she keeps herself busy with a broom and a curt tongue for any who get in her way. Stalls have been set up just beyond the inner gates. Vendors from White Harbor and the Barrow towns came early, hawking sweets, iron trinkets, and dyed fabrics to the swelling crowd. Farmers from the surrounding lands stand with caps in hand. Free riders and small folk line the roads, eager for a glimpse of southern finery. Laughter and gossip mingle with the nervous beat of hooves on stone. But not everyone is celebrating. I watch from a narrow ledge high atop the first keep. The wind tugs at my cloak, snapping it behind me like a torn shadow. Beneath me, the ancient fortress stretches out in measured lines, stone and frost and steel. I watch it all, every movement, every flicker of change, with quiet detachment. Winterfell is so beautiful. The Blackworks Ravencoats are silent for once. My men are down in the yard or among the traders, having a day off. And still, I can't shake the weight in my chest. Winterfell has grown. The meadery is larger now, the stores better stocked. There are new stone paths, new walls, repairs underway. Ned finally talked to me about repairing the broken tower after 2 years of nagging him. But this moment, the king approaching, means something else. A turn in the wheel. I glance left. On the other side of the courtyard, Bran is perched on a melorn, too young to understand the full stakes of claiming the wall and looking out. His eyes scan the tree line to the south. Looking for a crown. I envy him, in a way, he is ignorant of what comes with the king. A few minutes later, we are all in the courtyard by the gate. We are dressed in our finest, Lord Stark in black wool trimmed with silver thread and his great cloak clasped by the direwolf of House Stark, stoic as ever, Robb in a dark blue tunic with grey stitching, his sword at his side, eager and proud, Sansa in a flowing dress of deep forest green and soft cream, her hair in elegant northern braids adorned with tiny silver bells, Arya fidgeting in a simple grey dress she clearly despises, boots peeking out from under the hem. Even Rickon wears a small wool surcoat with a pup-sized direwolf stitched on the chest. Only I wear black, not by tradition but by choice, the leather and wool fitted to my frame like a second skin and a black coat over it. Hopefully, they won't notice that the band holding my hair in a bun is red. We cut a solemn, strong line against the cold stone of the gatehouse. Then I hear it, the horns. 3 long blasts. The sound echoes across the fields and halls, rising like the howl of some ancient beast. The gates open. And through them comes the king's party. First ride the outriders, lean men in fine mail, their banners snapping gold and crimson. Lannister colors. Then come the guards in Baratheon black and gold, their antlered helms glinting in the light. Tall destriers paw at the earth, kicking up dust. The king's household knights follow, armor polished to a sheen, many bearing proud sigils from the Crown lands, the Stormlands, and the Reach. Then comes the royal wheelhouse, drawn by 8 heavy horses, gold-framed and immense. It bears the queen and her children, the curtains drawn. But all eyes turn to the rider at the head of the procession. King Robert Baratheon. He rides a massive black courser, its coat as dark as jet and its breath steaming in the cold. Robert himself is even larger, broad of chest, thick of neck, his beard gone mostly to grey. A velvet mantle of blue and gold drapes his shoulders, but it's the hammer strapped to his saddle that draws murmurs from the men. He is too fat to swing it. Robert is laughing as he enters, deep and booming. His eyes sweep the crowd with familiarity and hunger. The kind of man who measures the worth of a place by the meat on the spit and the firmness of a handshake. Winterfell, he shouts, pulling back on his reins. A roar answers him. The people cheer, though not all smiles are genuine. We all kneel. Gods, I hate this butcher celebrated the death of my baby siblings and here I am kneeling. As the king greets Ned, my eyes are elsewhere. Cersei Lannister is like a painting come to life, flawless. She stuns the eye so completely that for a moment, all thought in my head quiet. I've seen beauty before, even grace, but never like this. Hers is the kind that turns heads in every hole and leaves silence in its wake. She carries herself not like a queen by marriage, but by right. There is steel behind the silk, something sharp behind those eyes. I feel it at once. She is not a woman to be underestimated. But beauty can be a kind of armor, and sometimes, a weapon. I remind myself to be wary. Jaime Lannister is no less striking, though in a different way. The Golden Twin, they call him, and it's not wrong. He looks as if he belongs in the Seven Stone Court, tall, an arrogant look, blinding in the sun. Yet under the charm and polish, I see something else, a killer's ease, a predator's grace. His every movement is practiced, deliberate, deceptively casual. He's the kind of man who smiles as he sizes you up, who wields arrogance like a sword and expects you to admire it. And the worst part is, it's hard not to. He's beautiful, and he knows it. Joffrey, though. Joffrey is the rot beneath the rose. Golden hair, fine clothes, the posture of a prince, but there's something brittle in him. Something mean. His smile is all edges, and his gaze lingers too long on Sansa. He looks at Winterfell as if it's beneath him, as if he's doing the North a favor by gracing it with his presence. I feel the urge to warn Robb, or Bran, or even Arya. But the boy is still just that, a boy. Spoiled, soft-handed, and cruel in ways he hasn't yet been made to pay for. That will be a problem. Soon. Very soon. Finally it is my turn to greet the king. His gaze stops on me for a second and I feel like my heart stops. I bow low. Your Grace. So this is the steel Stark millimeter. Gods, boy, Jon kept nagging with copper counting because of you, aren't you a bit too pretty to be Ned's lad? I keep my face still, but my lips twitch. It comes from my mother, I am sure, Your Grace. Like my father actually, my real father. Looking at Lord Stark, well, it's obvious, isn't it? Robert laughs and steps forward. Seven hells, look at you. They told me you'd turned to steel in the north, and I'll be buggered if it isn't true. Steel Stark, is it? That what they call you now? A jest, Your Grace. Nothing more. Robert's grin widens. Well, jest or not, I like it. Every king needs steel. And it seems I have been buying from you. He quickly loses interest after that and demands to visit the crypts. My mother's bones, she hated you. The crowd watches, whispers passing like wind through dry leaves. I stand straight, eyes calm. Inside, I'm measuring the distance between the courtiers and the guards, between myself and the wheelhouse. Already, the game has begun. I bow once more and step back beside Robb, who looks at me with a half grin and something that might have been pride. Winterfell's great hall had always loomed in my mind as the heart of the North, vast, solemn, unchanging. But that night, with banners raised and candles blazing, it felt like something else entirely. Not just the seat of House Stark, but a stage. And every soul within it, a player in a game I had only just begun to understand. Servants moved swiftly between tables, polishing silver, laying trenchers, and lighting more candles than I'd ever seen gathered in one place. The scent of roasted meats already hung in the air, spiced with cloves and smoke from the roaring hearths. I stood near one of the carved pillars along the side of the hall, clad in black, as always. While Eddard managed to get me with them outside, the feast wasn't his realm to rule, and even my best tunic couldn't hide what Caitlin saw me as. Bastard. Outsider. Observer. My eyes moved across the room. Lords and ladies of the north took their places, Mondalis from White Harbor, Glovers from Deepwood Mott, the Doormen from Last Hearth. Theon Greyjoy lounged at the far end of one table, laughing too loudly at something no one else found amusing. Typical. But it was Caitlin Stark who drew my gaze, even as I wished she wouldn't. She sat at the high table beside Robb, her posture flawless, her smile measured. She looked past me several times without ever truly seeing me. Not tonight. Her civility was like ice, smooth, cold, and sharp beneath the surface. She said nothing, did nothing. And still, her silence pressed harder than any insult. Robb sat proudly to her side. He looked older in his new tunic, more lord than boy. His back was straight, shoulders squared, but I could see the tension in the way he clasped his hands behind him, the way his heel tapped against the stone floor. He was nervous. I would have been too. The king was coming. When the doors opened, all conversation ceased. The herald's voice thundered through the hall. All rise for his grace, Robert of House Baratheon, first of his name. The words went on, titles, victories, gods, but Robert Baratheon barely waited for them to finish. He entered with the presence of a storm, broad-shouldered and bearded, every step heavy with the weight of rule and wine. He laughed as he walked, already reaching for Robb before the boy had fully bowed. Behind the king came the rest of his entourage, Queen Cersei in emeralds and scorn, Jaime Lannister like a golden blade beside her, Prince Joffrey trailing behind with charm in his eyes. And then, shorter than them all but with a presence of his own, came Tyrion. He didn't strut like his brother, didn't smirk like Theon. He walked with quiet purpose, eyes darting about with a curiosity I recognized. He saw everything, including me. Our eyes met for half a breath. After the king had been seated, and wine poured into goblets of polished gold, I made my way to the lower end of the table, among the lesser lords and southern knights. Not my true place, but close enough to see, to listen. I wasn't expecting much company, but Tyrion Lannister claimed the seat across from mine with the air of a man who feared neither judgment nor gossip. He settled in like he owned the table, goblet in hand, eyes already dancing with amusement. "You must be the bastard of Winterfell," he said, studying me with those mismatched eyes. "I've heard a great deal about you, Snow." "And you must be the imp of Casterly Rock," I replied, voice even. "I've heard quite a bit about you too." He raised his goblet in salute. "So many names, so little wine. Gods, we ought to start a club for misfits and monsters. Do bastards in the north read, or do you just design?" I smirked. "We have eyes. And books. Some of us even use them." That earned a bark of laughter. "A sharp tongue. Excellent. I'd feared all you Starks would be brooding wolves, staring into fires and muttering about honor." "I do that too," I said. "Just with a book in one hand." His brow rose. "And what do you read, Snow?" "Tales of knights and monsters. Old families' histories you'll never be part of." "Stars," I said simply. Those requests from Casterly Rock must have been his. That caught him. His expression shifted from amusement to interest. "Stars, is it? Now that's a surprise. A bastard astronomer. I may faint. I read about your little invention, you called it, a telescope. A bigger, more complex mirrorish eyeglass, really," I said. "With mirrors and calibrated lenses. Not a toy for sailors, this one sees past the clouds." His eyes sparkled. "I had one made in Casterly Rock after hearing the rumors. Cost a fortune and half my pride convincing the smiths it wouldn't explode. But when I saw the father and his little daughters dancing around him," he exhaled, the memory clear in his gaze. "Who would have thought other planets have moons?" "Humanity takes itself too seriously," I said. "Some still think everything revolves around our world. Some even say the world is flat. Despite all evidence to the contrary." "Ah, yes," Tyrion muttered. "The sort who think dragons are a hoax and think thinking is treason." "Exactly. I figure if the stars are suns, then maybe other suns have planets too. Why not? Why should this world be special? Like you wouldn't know what being special is, bastard. You have a mind and most don't. He really likes to smirk, doesn't he? Tush, I said. He sipped his wine, eyes locked on mine. And what does your sightings in the skies tell you, Jon Snow? There's order, sure, I said. Mathematical, even. But meaning's harder. Maybe we see it because we want to. Maybe we're just apes with stories, trying to make sense of the dark. Tyrion leaned forward, wine forgotten. You sound like a philosopher, Jon Snow. Maybe I'm just a lonely boy with a telescope and too much time. Or I am as bored as you are. Tyrion let out a wheezing laugh. Tush. He narrowed his eyes. What in all the seven hells does tush mean anyway? You lot in the north inventing words to confuse us civilized folk. Damn it. I can't slip up like this. I smirked. It's old Tong slang. Sort of. It means hit, or more precisely, you got me there. Like conceding a point in a duel of wits. Ah, he said, grinning. Leave it to a bastard astronomer to fence with words. Tush again, I said, raising my brows. He clinked his cup against mine. Now you're just showing off. We sipped in companionable silence a moment. Around us, laughter and music filled the hall, but I barely heard it. No, he said, and his voice softened. You're not just a lonely boy. Your gaze is too sharp. Too hungry. He tapped his fingers on the rim of his goblet. Tell me, Jon. Do you believe the stars tell the future? I hesitated, then shook my head. No. But they might tell something. About time. About cycles. About how little we are. They were here before us. They'll burn long after we're dust. Beautifully said, he mused. And yet people prefer flames in a bowl and robed fanatics whispering doom. Because stories feel safer than silence, I said. People want purpose more than truth. That, my dear bastard, is both cynical and poetic. He smirked. Tush, I believe. You're learning, I said with a grin. And just like that, the North corrupts the South, he muttered, pouring himself more wine. Give it time, and we'll have you wrapped in furs and naming your direwolf. I was thinking more a shadow cat, he replied, less loyalty, more teeth. I laughed. Then you're already halfway there. Tyrion said with a grin, raising his cup. To find a man after my own heart in this cold land. Heresy in the September, madness in the Citadel. You'd get along splendidly with the alchemists of Qarth. Warlocks, I corrected, smirking. He knew that. Just another test, another baited hook. I doubt they'd take a Northman seriously. No one takes them seriously. But if you survive them, you leave with knowledge. And bit mad probably. Doesn't knowledge always burn a little? I asked. He laughed at that. And most lords think books will bite them. I tilted my head. Too many swords, too few books, I say. It's their lose at the end, they would believe anything, he said. Just as they want to believe a Lannister is made of gold or a Stark is carved from snow and sorrow. That's what stories are for, I murmured. To lie beautifully, Tyrion replied. And perhaps, to reach truth by accident. We sat in silence a moment, letting that hang between us. Around us, laughter and music filled the hall, but I barely heard it. After watching the skies with your contraption, I have found myself thinking about this a lot. I might as well bring it up to the source of my troubles. He tapped his fingers on the rim of his goblet. Tell me, Jon. Do you think there's life beyond this world? I blinked. Do you? I do, he said. If, as you say, worlds are going around other stars. Thousands of stars. Millions of worlds. Why would this one be special? I've wondered the same, I said. But if there is life out there, why haven't they found us? Maybe they have, Tyrion said, eyes glinting. And they looked, and turned away. We both looked over as Theon tripped over his own feet, sending a tray of bread tumbling. Tell me that's not a Greyjoy, Tyrion said, squinting. He snorted. If there's intelligent life out there, they are steering clear of him. We laughed, and a beat passed. He gave me a long look, and his voice lowered. Let me give you some advice, Jon Snow. I arched a brow. Oh. Oh yes, he said, draining his goblet. Bastards with minds are always dangerous. Because you have nothing to lose, and no reason to believe the world is as it claims to be. Don't let them drag you down. Don't let them belittle you into silence. You're a bastard, wear it like armor, and no one will be able to hurt you. I studied him a long moment. You speak from experience. He raised an eyebrow. All dwarfs are bastards in the eyes of their fathers. Tush, I said, quietly. This time, he didn't laugh. He only nodded, as if the word had never meant more. We talked most of the night, about the Valyrian star charts, the ancient cosmology of Yeti, and a comet Tyrion claimed his uncle Geryon saw during a trip in the Stepstones. I found myself forgetting the cold edge of the hall, the judgmental glances. With Tyrion, there were no masks. Just wit, and a hunger for knowledge that mirrored my own. A dwarf and a bastard wandering about the world. Later, Robb stood and raised a toast. His voice carried over the hall, clear and strong, and for a moment, everyone looked at him not as a boy, but as the heir to Winterfell. Even Catelyn's expression softened. She placed a hand on his arm, pride flickering through her usual restraint. I clapped and cheered with the rest. If only the Queen stopped glaring at the king, well, he could take his hand out of that serving girl's clothes too. The hall had emptied slowly, like a tide pulling back from shore. Laughter dimmed. The king had drunk deep, clapped Robb's shoulder, kissed Catelyn's cheek, and finally staggered away to his chambers, flanked by Sir Barristan and 2 Lannister guards. The fire crackled in the hearth. Trays of half-eaten meat and spilled wine sat forgotten. What remained were whispers, and those with reason to linger in them. I stood by the pillar nearest the musician's corner. A bard plucked gently at a lute, slow and deliberate. Not the riotous songs from earlier, but something older. Northern, though his voice held no chill. You've stayed late, I said, not looking at him. So have you, the bard replied, fingers dancing across the strings. His voice was rough and charismatic. Most bards prefer coin to cold, I said, then turned. But you strike me as someone who's learned to survive in both. A faint smile ghosted his lips. I go where the wind carries me. North wind, lately, I said. His hands paused on the strings for just a beat. It carries interesting tales. Of bastards with long shadows. Of crows that speak in riddles. And kings, I said. On both sides of the wall. A silence bloomed between us. The fire popped. He stared at me. You know who I am, he said eventually. It wasn't a question. Please don't run, you would ruin everything. He started playing a harp. A slow song that spoke to me of grief. I have a guess, I said, voice low. You play well, bard. Giving him a lifeline. He looked at me, really looked. And what does the bastard of Winterfell want with a man who sings songs? I stepped closer. I want what you want. Survival. Something better than endless blood in the snow. That's a dream, he said. And dreams die fast in winter. Not all dreams, I said. Not if someone plants them deep. Not if they burn. He exhaled through his nose. You've fire in you, lad. I can feel it. But fire burns both ways. I nodded. Then we'll have to choose our paths carefully. He strummed a final, low chord. The song ended, but the silence remained. Why not reveal me, he asked. You could earn favor. Prove your loyalty. Or maybe I'm waiting to see if you're worth the silence. I said. His smile returned, sharper this time. You want something. Just a word, when the cold comes, don't fight the wrong people, there is only one enemy. I tried to give gravitas to the statement, and I believe he understood. Hopefully it will be enough. He stood, lute in hand and harp slung over one shoulder, and dipped his head slightly. When the winds shift, snow. I will remember this night. Gods, that was the most cryptic talk of my life. He walked away without another word, vanishing through the arch like just another minstrel. He was never seen in Winterfell again. The clang of swords and the rhythmic thud of boots echoed through the Winterfell yard. The air was crisp, edged with the sharp bite of the northern wind, but sweat beaded on my brow as I parried Rob's latest strike. "You're holding back," he grunted, pushing against my blade. "Maybe," I said with a smirk, twisting to disengage and step aside. "Or maybe you're just slow." Rob laughed, catching his breath. "You're lucky I like you, Snow." We had been at it for a while now. But we weren't alone long. The doors to the yard creaked open, and Jaime Lannister stepped through like a golden lion in a den of wolves. His armor glinted in the low northern sun, each step precise, rehearsed, confident. Several guards trailed him, and just behind, Tyrion walked in, a goblet already in hand. A few nobles loitered above, watching from the ramparts. "Practicing, boys?" Jaime asked, resting one hand on the pommel of his sword. His gaze swept over us lazily, but lingered on me a moment too long. "Or playing?" Rob straightened. "Would you care to find out, Sir Jaime?" Jaime chuckled, stepping forward. "Oh, I don't duel as. Not without cause." He turned his eyes to me. "But bastards. Bastards are fair game." I stepped forward, eyes steady. "If you'd like a real match, Sir Jaime, I'd be honored." A hush fell. The tension prickled my skin like frost. Jaime studied me, lips curling in amusement. "You're bold," he said. "Very well. Let's see what the North teaches its bastards." The crowd thickened. The king himself arrived with Lord Stark, Cersei, Catelyn, and the rest. Even the younger Stark children watched with rapt eyes. I stretched my shoulders, adjusted my grip. Longclaw wasn't mine yet, but the sword I borrowed was well balanced. Jaime drew his blade with a flourish, an extension of his arrogance. We circled. He moved with the grace of a dancer and the precision of a killer, like water flowing across stone, light-footed and unbothered by the weight of his golden armor. I'd fought men before, grizzled Karstark men with scars and broken noses, umbers who swung swords like axes, even Roderick Castle himself on good days, but Jaime Lannister was something else entirely. He didn't fight like a knight. He fought like a man who had already decided the world would bend to him. There was an ease in his movement, a contemptuous confidence in every shift of weight, as though he already saw how I'd lose. The yard was quiet, quieter than I'd expected. Lords and ladies, servants and stable hands, all watching. Somewhere to my right, I heard Rob mutter something under his breath. The king was laughing. Cersei looked disinterested. Tyrion looked intrigued. I only had eyes for Jaime. He smiled as our blades met with a crisp, musical chime. I struck low, a feint, then twisted upward, aiming for his shoulder. He didn't even flinch. With the flick of his wrist, he deflected the blow, guiding my momentum away. His counter came instantly, a circular flourish that nearly took my feet from beneath me. I recovered fast, planting my right foot deeper, pressing in. I drove him back a pace, testing his rhythm. He gave ground easily, too easily, then pivoted. I barely tracked his movement before his blade sang past my ribs, the air sharp with its passage. Just shy of flesh. Deliberate. Not bad, he murmured. His voice was smooth, amused, meant for me alone. But predictable. The words weren't meant to insult, but to measure. He wanted to see how I'd react. So I didn't. I watched him instead. He advanced again, faster this time, his sword weaving a pattern I didn't recognize. I parried high, then low, and felt the tremor in my bones as steel struck steel. Sparks danced where our blades kissed. His every movement was polished, calculated. My arms began to ache. My breath came shorter. He was toying with me. I adjusted my stance. Lowered my center. Shifted my weight to my back foot. He feinted left, and I didn't bite. He slashed right, and I caught it with the flat of my blade, then twisted, stepping into his reach. For a moment, just a moment, he overextended. I saw it. I moved. Steel grazed his shoulder, just a graze, but it was real. The crowd gasped. A dozen voices cried out. I heard Arya cheer. I saw Rob's grin. Jaime raised an eyebrow. "You're full of surprises." His smile deepened, something behind it sharpening. And then the tempo changed. He came at me hard, no longer playing. Fast. Too fast. His strikes were no longer flourishes, they were meant to end the fight. I parried again and again, my arms screaming with each impact. His blade blurred. He forced me back, one step, then two, then five. I ducked a horizontal slash, rolled beneath a thrust, came up swinging, but he was already pivoting, already turning my momentum against me. Steel clanged, sparks flew. My feet slid through dust and gravel, boots scraping against the stone. My legs burned. My knuckles split. Still I fought. We locked blades, face to face now. His breath was steady. Mine ragged. He leaned in, golden hair clinging to his brow. He broke the lock, faster than I could react, spun his blade and struck. I blocked the blow, but the force of it jarred my wrist. My grip faltered. He didn't miss it. He stepped inside my guard, his sword a blur, and stopped. Cold steel kissed my throat. We froze. The yard was utterly silent. His eyes met mine. Green, bright, and unreadable. Something passed between us in that breathless moment. Not mockery. Not disdain. Something else. Yield, he asked softly. I hesitated. My chest heaved. Sweat dripped into my eyes. Yield, I said. He lowered his blade. I stepped back, sheathing my own, trying to calm my pulse. The applause was light, polite. No roar. No triumph. Just the measured clapping of nobles who hadn't expected much and were now politely surprised I'd survived. Jamie offered a short bow, precise, courtly, performative. I returned it. Thank you for the match, I said, honest. His smile returned, less smug this time. It's been a while since someone made me work for it. You have a future, bastard. I nodded once, then turned, but not before catching the way his eyes lingered. It wasn't pride. It wasn't curiosity. It wasn't even suspicion. It was calculation. As if he were re-evaluating everything he thought he knew. I walked back toward Rob, the pain in my shoulder flaring now that the adrenaline ebbed. But Jamie's gaze stayed with me, hanging in the back of my mind like a question with no answer. Curiosity. Recognition. The crowd dispersed. The training yard emptied. But that look lingered, burned into the back of my mind like an after-image of fire. Chapter 4, Blood and Stone. Chapter text. The morning felt colder than it should have been. A brittle stillness clung to the stones of Winterfell, the kind that slipped into your bones before the sun rose. Outside my window, frost clung to the wooden rails, and breath fogged the air even indoors. It was quiet. But my mind wasn't. I'd known this day was coming. I'd known it for 10 years. This is it. The thought came without emotion, smooth as polished steel. The first real fracture. The day the wolf pup falls. Bootsteps echoed in the courtyard below, pages and squires hurrying to saddle horses, tighten straps, oil leather. The royal party was preparing to hunt, and all of Winterfell bent to accommodate them. Robert Baratheon's laughter already boomed across the walls like thunder rolling in from the sea. I sat by the small hearth, staring into dying embers. My hand clenched around the mug of small beer I hadn't touched. I could go. I should go. The king had invited me personally, in his thick-chested voice, slapping me on the back like I were already one of his own bastards. A Baratheon in all but name. The man was charismatic and had a way of dragging you in. If I go, I miss the tower. If I miss the tower, Bran falls. If Bran falls, everything spirals. Bran's fall. Joffrey's assassination attempt. Catelyn arrests Tyrion. War comes to the Riverlands and then grows and grows. The urge to accept was strong. A hunt with Robert Baratheon, a chance to speak, to gain ground. In another life I would have accepted. Rob found me in the yard, arms crossed, hair still damp from the steam house. He looked flushed and excited, practically vibrating with purpose. "You're not dressing?" he asked, one brow lifting. "They'll be leaving soon." I shook my head. I pulled something in my shoulder with the Kingslayer, I said, rolling it slightly, wincing. Could do more harm if I strain it. Rob didn't buy it. He studied me too well now. That didn't stop you when we sparred yesterday. Didn't have a royal audience watching, I muttered. He laughed and clapped me on the arm. Your loss. The king's drunk already. Might be the only time you outried him. I forced a smile. I'm needed here. He gave me a long look, then shrugged. Suit yourself. The king will ask after you. He doesn't believe me. I nodded and watched him go, his cloak trailing behind like a banner. Behind him, Theon strutted through the gate like a rooster, bow already slung across his back. Jory Castle followed, flanked by half a dozen Stark guards. I waited until they disappeared into the forest, hooves crunching frost, hounds baying in the distance. The echoes faded. Winterfell sighed in their absence. Stay in Winterfell. Stay near Bran. Be ready. I took the long walk through the quiet halls to the tower. Maids passed me with linen and baskets, startled at seeing me. I nodded but said little, they just giggled and kept going, whispering to each other. That is happening more and more lately. My boots barely made a sound. The broken tower stairs loomed ahead. My pulse quickened. But no, not yet. Orin intercepted me near the library stair, nearly colliding with me as he rounded the corner. He was, cheeks flushed from running. Lord Stark asked for you, he said, panting. In the solar. Something about the wall. I stopped mid-step. The wall. My heartbeat stuttered. I nodded once and turned toward the great keep, leaving the musty scent of old parchment and the comfort of dusty stone behind. The corridors were quieter now, emptied by the preparations for the hunt. Only a few guards remained at their posts, their faces unreadable behind northern steel. Ghost padded silently behind me, a white shadow in my wake. I paused at the solar's heavy wooden door, hand resting on the iron handle, and drew in a breath. Then I stepped inside. The solar was warm with firelight. Books lined the walls, old banners hung between high-arched windows, and the heavy scent of pine smoke clung to the air. Lord Stark sat behind his massive oaken desk, his brow furrowed as he leaned over a spread of maps and aged scrolls. The yellow light caught in the strands of grey at his temples. The sun outside cast pale streaks through the lattice windows, but Ned Stark was a silhouette of solemn resolve. Maester Lewin stood to the side, murmuring something about logistics and available transport wagons. Lord Galbart Glover was beside him, arms crossed, the red hand of his house Stark against his green doublet. They were in the middle of some quiet discussion, which trailed off as I entered. Father looked up at once. Jon, he said, voice even, eyes unreadable. Good timing. I stepped forward. Lord Stark, you asked for me. He gestured to the parchment in front of him. I have decided to heed your word. His voice held no emotion, just the stark weight of duty. I want you to draft a shipment of weapons and armor for the Night's Watch. Take from the stocks here in Winterfell. You'll coordinate with the steward to order replacements from the Blackworks. They've improved in recent years. I blinked. My mouth parted slightly. Had I misheard? You're approving it? I asked, the words faltering from my tongue. He met my eyes without flinching. I am. I stepped closer, heart pounding. But I've brought this before. Over a year ago. More than once. I remembered the cold rejection, the patient nods, the polite disinterest. You said the watch had enough. That it wasn't our concern. Might I ask what has changed? Ned Stark didn't speak for a moment. He leaned back in his chair, fingertips steepled before him. His expression was that same stoic mask he wore at executions and in war councils, but his eyes were distant. You did, he said finally. You kept asking. You didn't let it go. He reached out and tapped a finger against the map. And I have eyes, Jon. I read the reports Lewin shows me. I see the dwindling numbers, the aging men. I have talked to Benjen recently, he brought me letters from Lord Commander Mormont, the watch is struggling. I should not have needed reminding. Maester Lewin cleared his throat softly. The smiths say the iron supply is strong this year. And the new apprentices are skilled, better than expected. I won't send them scraps, father said. I've authorized new chainmail, fresh greaves, and sharpened steel. Not rust. Not cracked leather. Lord Glover nodded. About bloody time. The old bear's been patient, but even Mormont's temper has limits. I looked down at the scrolls. The shipment was no token gesture, there were real numbers, blades, armor, tools, even 3 reinforced wagons of dried rice. The supplies to repair Castle Black and its elevator. It was enough to last the watch a year, maybe more. I recognized some of the phrasing from the letters I had drafted and abandoned, buried under my mattress. Thank you, I said finally, voice quiet. I swallowed, tried again. I will start on in immediately. My father's gaze held mine, calm and firm. The wall is a duty, he said. We forget that at our peril. And duty, once ignored, tends to return in darker forms. A silence fell, heavy and old. In the flickering firelight, his words sounded like prophecy. I bowed my head. My hands clenched slightly at my sides, then released. May I oversee the inventory myself? I asked. You may, he replied. And I'll pen the reply to Lord Mormont. Good, he said simply. Let the old bear know Winterfell remembers. Something inside me cracked, quietly. I turned to go, pausing by the door. Father, good luck on the hunt, and be careful. Voice cracking slightly. Gods, you are a man, speak like one. Thank you, John. It was enough for now. Not all fractures could be mended. But this one had been too delayed. It could be reforged, if not quite healed. One fracture averted. Another waits above the tower. The sun dipped behind the western wall of Winterfell, throwing long shadows across the yard. The light was soft and golden, the kind poets liked to write about, the kind that didn't belong to a day like this. I stood in the archway near the base of the first keep, back against the stone, pretending to watch the stable hands lead the last of the horses from the stables. Maybe I stand like this too much, or a farming has a limit. But my eyes tracked upward, past the eaves, to the ancient stones of the tower. Any moment now. The tower loomed above me, blackened by centuries of wind and smoke. It was quiet tonight, unusually so. The royal party was out hunting, and the court followed like hounds on a leash, leaving Winterfell hollow and half empty. All the better. My fingers twitched at my side. This is it. This is where the fracture starts. This is where everything breaks. I had replayed it 1,000 times. Bran's hand on the stone. His small boots on the crumbling ledge. His eager, innocent smile as he clambered toward the voices he shouldn't have heard. And then, Jaime. Golden. Deadly. A blur of motion and a cold whisper, the things I do for love. And Bran fell. Unless he didn't. The air was still. From the far side of the yard, I saw movement, quick and nimble, making its way up the rough side of the tower. There he was. Bran. 8 years old, fearless, joy in his limbs as he climbed the stone like it was part of him. I swallowed. He was faster than I remembered. Higher. Damn it, Bran. My boots crunched on the gravel as I stepped closer, keeping to the shadows. From above, I heard faint voices, laughter, breathless and close. A woman's murmur. A man's low reply. I could only catch the edges of the words, blurred by stone and wind. They're in position. My heart thudded. One wrong move and I spooked them. Too late, and Bran was a cripple or worse, my intervention bringing a worse outcome. I took another step forward and craned my head upward. Bran. I called, voice pitched low, like a warning between brothers. Bran, come down. He hesitated. A flicker of motion caught my eye near the top of the tower. A window. A shadow pulling back from it. I raised my voice slightly, still keeping it light. If your mother sees you up there, she'll tan your hide. You know how she gets when you climb near the roof. Bran paused, legs wrapped around a stone outcropping. He was maybe 20 feet from the window. Close, too close. John, he called down, confused. I stepped into the open, face tilted up to meet his. Come down. Now. Please. He hesitated. He always hesitated. He loved climbing. Loved the view. The wind. The rush. But this time he listened. All right, Bran sighed, and began to descend, slower than he had climbed, sulking a little. You sound like Septa Mordane. I let out a long, silent breath. My knees went weak for a moment. I didn't move until his boots hit the grass. He landed beside me with a soft grunt. You never tell me to come down. You used to cheer me on. I'm older now, I said. Wiser. Taller. More beautiful. I winked rapidly at him like a love-struck Sansa. He laughed a little. Then wrinkled his nose. You're not wiser. If you were, you wouldn't nag me like mother. I forced a smile and clapped him gently on the shoulder. Well, maybe not. But trust me, today's not the day to break your neck. Behind us, high above, a shadow moved near the tower window again. A face, pale, golden-haired, sharp-eyed, leaned out. Jaime Lannister. He saw me. And I saw him. Our eyes locked. I didn't flinch. Jaime's expression didn't change, but his head tilted slightly, just so. Then he was gone, retreating into the shadows of the tower. Another shape, slighter, but moving with urgency, followed. Cersei, no doubt. They hadn't expected witnesses. And now they had none. I rested a hand on Bran's back and guided him away from the tower. Come on, I said softly. Let's go to the kitchen. I want some late-night blackberry bread. Bran groaned. They always burn the bottom. That just makes it better. Later that night, I stood alone in the Godswood, Ghost resting silently at my side. The weirwood's red eyes watched me, and the old leaves rustled in the wind. I said nothing to the tree. Not tonight. Bran was safe. Whole. Sleeping in the bed he was meant to be broken in. I sat on the cold stone bench and stared up at the moon. My breath misted in the air. He's safe. He lives. The words repeated in my head like a prayer. But my mind refused peace. I knew what had happened in that tower. Even without seeing it, I knew. The voices. The motion. The raw look in Jaime's eyes when he saw me. The way Cersei had fled like smoke vanishing into shadow. I didn't need to see them. They were in the middle of it. And I had interrupted. My fists clenched slowly at my sides. What if I'd had someone interrupt them? Someone that they couldn't silence and had the weight to tell on them. What if someone else had come with me, Theon? Robb? What if Septa Mordane had passed near the tower? What if Catelyn, already wary, had looked up and seen more than she should? I wondered if it would have been better to do that, but the entire kingdom could have come crashing down around us. Just like that. If I tell. My mind chased the branching futures, faster than thought. Robert Baratheon, already unstable, already drinking more than eating, would explode with fury. The woman he married, the children he believed to be his, all of it exposed as lies. His grief would be matched only by his rage. He would not listen to counsel. He would not wait. Cersei would die. Jaime would hang. The children, gods, the children, Joffrey, Myrcella, Tommen. They'd be bastards by law. Abominations by rumor. Targets by both. Robert wouldn't let them live. He'd rage and roar and order their deaths in the name of justice. Ned would try to stop him. He might even defy him. And if Ned stood in Robert's way, Robert might do something even worse. And Tywin Lannister. My stomach twisted. Tywin wouldn't weep. Tywin would act. Quietly, brutally, with the cold logic of a lion who never forgives a wound. He would not mourn his daughter and son. He would avenge them. He would raise the West. He would march, with gold and steel and every bannerman he could buy or terrify into line. King's Landing would bleed. Riverrun would fall before it even chose a side. And the realm would shatter before even the red comet came blazing across the skies. All for a truth I didn't need to tell. Not yet. Telling the truth doesn't always mean doing the right thing. Sometimes, the truth is a sword aimed at the world's throat. Sometimes, silence is the only way to keep the peace, breathing just one more day. And above that, I couldn't stand he thought of merciless and Tommen's head splattered with a warhammer. The death of children should be avoided, I won't be indirectly responsible for that. I looked down at Ghost, who lay curled beside the roots of the weirwood, his red eyes flickering with faint light. He didn't move, didn't blink. He just stared into the trees, still as snow. I sank to one knee beside him and scratched behind his ear. "No one dies today," I whispered. "Not Bran. Not Jaime. Not yet." The words trembled in the air like frost. I had bought time. Just time. That was all. No burning of the Riverlands would start in a moon. But time is a dangerous thing to hold. With one choice, I had split the road. The future I remembered had fractured, jagged and bleeding. Every moment from now on would ripple outward, changing things I couldn't see, couldn't control. That's a scary though. I really need to clear my mind. The stone steps into the crypts were cold beneath my feet. I moved without a torch or lantern, I didn't need them. The light of dawn could be seen by the tunnel's entry, and I knew this part of the crypt like the palm of my hand. Also, Ghost's eyes are much better than mine. I came here often, when the others slept. Ghost padded behind me like a pale shadow, silent save for the soft pat of his paws. The Stark Kings loomed to either side, centuries of carved faces in solemn stone. Dust swirled in the air, disturbed by nothing but memory. Most people came here to grieve. I came here to think. The smell of earth, stone, and time settled into my lungs. Familiar. Comforting, in its own way. I passed the great lords, Ricard, Brandon, Cregan. The Starks had like 5 names they kept reusing. I stopped before her. Lyanna. Her statue was younger than the others, though her face was carved with sorrow older than all of them. She knelt beneath her stone canopy, flowers long withered in the vase beside her. I sat on the cold stone before her and rested my hands on my knees. Ghost settled beside the statue, his head on his paws. The red of his eyes caught a glimmer of light from some crack in the ceiling. It made him look almost haunted. The name Ghost suits him, quiet, scary. I looked up into her face. "You didn't die crying, did you?" I swallowed, jaw clenched. "You died bleeding, giving birth. And no one remembered your son. They buried him in a lie, called him a snow. Called him nothing." I stared down at my hands. Pale, scarred, too young to hold this much weight. "What would you think of me?" I whispered. "If you could see me now. I can barely remember you, the mind of a man in a baby's body, too much for it. A bastard, with a soul from another world. A ghost inhabiting your child's skin. Even if my last life feels so distant from me." I rose and stepped closer, placing my palm on the cold stone of her tomb. "You were brave. Foolish, maybe. But you chose. Roriger, gods, I still don't know what to make of him. He started a war for a song, for a prophecy. He left his wife and children for a crown of thorns. Even then many still praise him. And yet. Maybe you loved him. Maybe that's the truth. Maybe you were both wrong, and everyone paid for it." The quiet between us stretched long. It was the silence of the dead, full of judgment and forgiveness alike. I just stood again and kept walking. Cregan, Brandon, Oathorn. Those are rarer. I walked for more than an hour thinking of everything and nothing. Ned had the Rob and me meditation when we were children, even if he didn't call it that. He stared at the weirwood for hours cleaning ice. I just walked in the tombs of forgotten kings. I sat again, leaning against a wooden panel near a tomb, newer than the stonework, maybe added after the crypt had flooded decades ago. I remembered when the rot had nearly taken part of the floor 2 levels down, the risk of collapse was too big. Mayor Stillowin had overseen repairs himself. My shoulder pressed against the panel as I exhaled. And something gave. A click. Then a creak. I froze. Ghost stirred. Slowly, I turned and felt the panel shift slightly behind me. Cold air touched my skin. Air that hadn't moved in decades. I rose again, heart thudding in my chest, and pulled at the edge. The wood splintered with a soft snap. Behind it lay stone, smooth, dark, and sealed. Not the rough, weathered masonry of the rest of the crypt. No, this had been placed with care. Almost reverence. There was no inscription. No letters. No sigil. Only silence, and stone, and something waiting behind it. It took me the better part of an hour to work the stone loose. I dared not use a hammer, it would echo too loudly, but a pry bar and my hands, aching and blistered by the end, were enough to crack the seal. A hiss of air escaped as dust curled around me. Inside lay cloth, blackened and soft with rot. Velvet once, now eaten by age. Silver thread clung to its edges like cobwebs. My fingers trembled as I peeled it back. There, nestled within the shroud, was something that should not exist. A dragon's egg. White, veined with crimson. As smooth as marble but warm beneath my touch, living warmth, pulsing like a heartbeat. I stared at it, breath caught in my chest. This wasn't in the show, I said aloud, voice hoarse. Not in the books either. My eyes flicked to the statue. Who are you? It was very weathered, but it was lithe and soft. Ghost growled low behind me. Not a threat, not fear, unease. I felt it too, through the bond. Not just warmth now, but a scent, strange and ancient, fire, stone, and old blood. Did Roriga leave this here? I murmured. Did someone know I'd come back? No. This is the tomb of a woman. I tried to read the inscription on the base. Was that A-W? S, R, O. Saris no. Jacaerys, you little bastard. I just couldn't stop laughing. 170 years later I find the dragon egg Jacaerys Valerian gifted his little Stark lover. Two bastards in love. And now I profited from it. Was this always here, hidden, waiting for no one? The egg sat motionless, but something about it felt expectant. As though it knew. It feels warm. My mind reeled. If this had been here all along, buried beneath Winterfell, what else had been hidden by fate and fire and grief? Had I missed this in the books? What else had I missed in my memories? I thought of Daenerys, her dragons, her fire. But this egg wasn't black and red and gold. This one was white, veined red like bleeding marble. Ice and fire. Like me. A shiver worked its way down my spine. Do I show it to Ned? Do I demand the truth from him? If he saw it, if he touched it, could I use so he tells me what he's hidden all these years? Would he finally say my mother's name aloud? Or do I keep it secret? It could be dangerous. More than dangerous. If someone learned I had this, even whispered it. The egg was heavy in my hands. Ancient. Sacred. Or a curse. Could I even use it? Could I hatch it? I had no blood magic, no Targaryen rite, no red priest or dragon binder. Just a name buried in lies. The egg felt warm but distant. Maybe it wasn't meant for now. Maybe it was meant for the comet. I could try blood sacrifice, but where would I hide a dragon? I couldn't sacrifice someone to fire without everyone thinking I was crazy either. The memory stirred, red fire in the sky, the rise of dragons, the breaking of slavery. That hadn't happened yet. Not here. Maybe when it did, I would know what to do. Carefully, I wrapped the egg in cloth again, fresh linen of my cloak this time, and crept back to my chambers. I lifted the mattress and tucked it deep beneath, cushioned in furs and wool. Ghost watched me the entire time, his red eyes alert and silent. The servants know not to disrupt my room too much. There were papers everywhere and I have ripped into the last servant that touched my room. I sat on the edge of the bed and looked down at my hands. They didn't tremble anymore. Magic has a cost, I said quietly. Dragons are fire-made flesh. I reached out and rested a hand against Ghost's fur. He was warm too. Solid. Grounding. I need to be sure I'm ready, I whispered. Before I wake anything. Chapter 5, Surprise. Summary. Hey everyone. Just a quick update from my end, I've recently joined the ranks of the newly unemployed. Yeah. While not so good for me, The upside is that you'll keep getting your chapters regularly at this pace as I dive deep into writing mode until I get a new job. So, silver lining, right? Chapter text. Winterfell had changed. It hadn't crumbled. The stones still stood, the godswood still whispered, the ravens still circled the rookery. But something beneath those stones had shifted, politics, I thought. Power, like a sudden frost in summer. Robert Baratheon and his retinue were preparing to depart at first light, the banners of House Baratheon of King's Landing flapping like tired sails on the walls of Winterfell. The sound of hooves being moved from the stables. Servants whispered more cautiously. Guards stood a little straighter. Maester Lewin moved with uncharacteristic tension, as if sensing that everything old had been brushed aside to make way for a new, more dangerous game. And Ned Stark, father by destiny and uncle by blood, though I could never call him that, he had changed too. There was less softness in his eyes now, and more weight on his shoulders. Since the morning they came from the hunt, he no longer walked the walls at dawn or joined Rickon in the Godswood. He met with Lewin, with Robb, with messages arriving by Raven. The South had reached its cold fingers past the neck and wrapped itself around Winterfell's heart. The hand of the king. I stood by the training yard, watching Robb spar with Sir Roderick, but my thoughts were elsewhere. Sansa had wept last night. Not openly, not dramatically, just a single, happy tear wiped quickly with a sleeve after the announcement. Betrothed. To Joffrey Baratheon. It had been delivered like a gift, Golden Boy and Northern Lady, South and North entwined in peace. No one questioned it. No one dared. I had watched her face when they announced it. She'd tried to smile. I wondered what she imagined: fine dresses, courtly love, golden-haired children. The South was still a dream to her. But I knew Joffrey. Not just from the week of his stay, not just from the arrogant tilt of his head or the cruel glint in his eye. I remembered what he became. What he was, beneath the silks and smiles. If he ever hurt her, if they crossed paths again, I'd be ready. That much I swore, quietly and without fanfare. Ghost brushed against my leg. I reached down and scratched behind his ear. I wonder if things would have been better if you'd torn his throat out the first time we saw him. I muttered. Ghost huffed, which I took as agreement. The air smelled of wood smoke, tallow, and coming rain. Winter wasn't here yet, but it watched. It waited. Around me, the castle moved with strange energy. Arya darted between the stables and the kitchens, chased by a frustrated Septa Mordane. Bran sulked near the kennels, daydreaming about his journey south. Rickon wailed whenever anyone tried to explain that father was leaving. And Robb, he trained harder than ever, jaw set like ice. Something had fractured. Something had begun. I looked up toward the great hall. That night would bring the parting feast, one final celebration before the road claimed half our household. And I'd be expected to sit in the shadows, to raise my cup and lower my eyes. Still as snow. Still on the outside. Or so I thought. The great hall of Winterfell blazed with firelight and laughter. Long tables groaned under the weight of roasted boar, venison pies, fresh loaves still steaming, wheels of cheese and trenchers of spiced apple. Casks of ale, mead and northern fire flowed freely, whiskey, damn it. And the hall buzzed with the clamor of armored men and courtiers in silks alike. It was the last night of the king's visit. Tomorrow, the royal procession would begin its long ride south, with Ned Stark soon to follow. The north had changed in less than a fortnight. I sat beside Robb near the lower end of the high table. I wore black, as ever, plain, functional, but clean. The Stark direwolf was stitched in silver thread on my chest. No one commented on the detail. But some noticed. Catelyn Stark sat beside her husband, expression fixed, but her wine cup had been drained more than once. Sansa shone in pale blue, speaking softly to the Queen and to Septa Mordane. Arya looked miserable beside them, and every so often she glanced toward the door. Ned Stark had not smiled much tonight. He answered Robert's jests with small nods and the occasional ghost of amusement, but his eyes remained distant, storm-dark. Duty pressed down on him. And the king, gods, the king was drunk. Robert had already stood for toasts twice. Once for Ned, The only man I've ever trusted sober or bloody hungover, and again for the honor of House Stark. Now, red-faced and booming, he tore a drumstick from a bird the size of a hound and waved it like a sword. "You northerners know how to feast," he bellowed. "In the south we nibble, rabbit food and sweetmeats. Here we eat like men." The crowd roared their approval. Sir Roderick coughed ale through his nose. The royal bannerman pounded the tables. Even Queen Cersei's lips twitched in disgust, her eyes icy and distant. Then Robert staggered to his feet again, steadied by Sir Barristan Selmy on one side and Renly on the other. "Oh, but I've something more," he called, eyes sweeping the hall. "Something fitting for this land of wolves. Something bold." Silence rippled outward from the dais. Robb glanced at me, smirking. "The fuck is going on, Robb?" I felt something twist in my gut. No one had warned me of an announcement. Robert reached into a leather pouch hanging from his belt. His hand came out with a rolled parchment, thick and bound in black ribbon, wax stamped with the crowned stag of House Baratheon. "This," he said, voice lowering just enough to make everyone lean in, "comes not just from me, but from your Lord Eddard Stark, and the will of the realm." He looked straight down the table. "Jon Snow," he said. 100 eyes turned to me. I froze. My hand tightened around my cup. "Come here, lad." My feet moved before my thoughts caught up. The murmurs swelled behind me as I stepped away from the benches, walked past knights and stewards and lords. The king waited on the dais, Ned beside him, watching me with an unreadable expression. I stopped at the base of the dais. Robert raised the scroll high, sealed with the crowned stag. "Your father asked this of me. And your service to the north, to the realm, and to Winterfell has not gone unnoticed. You have wisdom beyond your years. Honor, I dare say, that puts grown men to shame." He looked around the hall, one arm raised like a priest at a sacred altar. "Too long have we let the sins of fathers stain the brows of sons. A child does not choose his birth, nor the cold words men put behind his name." He turned back to me. "And so, for service rendered, for blood given, and by my hand as king, I name you trueborn." The hall gasped. Robert broke the wax seal and unrolled the parchment with theatrical flourish. The firelight danced across the vellum. "Henceforth," he read, voice ringing, "you shall be known as Lord Jon Stark, a true son of Eddard Stark of Winterfell, with all rights and inheritance that come with the name, and lordship over the lands of Moat Cailin are transferred to him and his blood henceforth. In the name of his grace Robert of the House Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar and the First Men, and sealed in the sight of gods and men." He handed me the scroll. I took it with both hands. My heart thundered. The parchment felt heavier than it should, heavier than chainmail, heavier than ghost curled against my chest on a cold night. Behind me, the silence had shattered into shouts. Lord Glover was first to rise, raising his cup. "The king speaks true." The Northmen cheered, and the Southerners clapped politely. Roose Bolton did not smile, but he dipped his head. Sir Roderick looked stunned. Old Maester Lewin smiled proudly. "The Northern Lords approve. Have I really done enough to gain their approval already?" At the high table, Catelyn Stark turned to stone. Her hands lay clenched on either side of her trencher, knuckles white. Sansa stared, mouth parted. Arya looked triumphant. Ned still hadn't moved. And neither had Cersei. The Queen's gaze burned through me. Jaime leaned back against a carved pillar, arms folded, studying me as if I were a riddle written in Valyrian. Tyrion simply sipped his wine, his eyes sharp and alert. "Stand tall, boy. You're Stark now," Robert said. Then, leaning in close, his voice slurred with wine and fire, he added, "One day you'll thank me for this. Or curse me." He slapped my shoulder so hard I almost staggered. Then he turned back to the crowd. "Drink. Eat. Gods, you're too sober. Someone find me a whore." The feast erupted into noise again, though changed, more uncertain, charged. I returned to my seat amid stares and whispers. Robb grinned as I sat. "You're my brother now," he said, clinking his cup to mine. "No more bastard talk." My voice felt distant. I sipped from my cup and found it empty. Ghost had appeared at my feet, silent as snow, pressing against my boot. John Stark. It didn't feel real. Had I wanted this? Yes. Once. 1,000 times over. Even if I already had a name for myself. But not like this. I looked down at the parchment again, rereading the words I had memorized already. Royal seal. Signature. The handwriting of the king. A choice had been made tonight. And not by me. Ned Stark hadn't said a word to me about this. His silence hung in the space between us like a blade still in its sheath. Later, much later, when the torches burned low and the laughter dulled to murmurs, I would step outside into the snow and feel the cold bite deep into my skin. The parchment remained in my hand, though I could no longer feel my fingers. I read the words again by moonlight, the black wax seal catching a silver gleam. The wolf in me stirred restlessly. I was John Stark now, I guess. I turned the scroll over in my hands again. John Stark. The name stared back at me in looping royal script, sealed in black and gold. I had never once expected to hear them spoken aloud, let alone by the King of the Seven Kingdoms, in front of the entire North. And now I held them. I had imagined it might feel like winning something, like a long-denied truth being made whole. I had imagined that it would close the wound I carried every time someone said snow, like it was a curse. Instead, it felt like a blade pressed flat against my palm. Gift and threat both. I kept thinking of Lord Stark, no, father, and the way he hadn't moved as Robert spoke. His eyes hadn't flickered. But I could see satisfaction in his gaze, and nervousness. I imagine it came from asking his friend Robert to legitimize the son of the man he killed. Of the fallen dynasty he replaced. It was done. The realm would recognize me now. I was no longer the bastard. I was John Stark, of Winterfell. My signature would carry weight. My words, legitimacy. And that changed everything. Not just for the name. For what I could do with it. For years, I had been planning. Gathering knowledge, mapping timelines, waiting for events to fall into place. The long night. Daenerys. The dragons. The war. The others. All of it had hung over me like a storm cloud I couldn't yet reach. With a name, I could ride to any northern holdfast and be taken seriously. I could write to Lord Reed, to Lord Glover, even to Mondaly. They would open my letters. They would listen. I could summon builders to repair holdfasts along the last river. I could fund patrols. I could speak of defenses and not be dismissed as a bastard boy with southern books in his head. I had land now. Moat Cailin. Ancient, still half-ruined, but still standing like a broken fang at the narrowest part of the realm, where the swamps of the neck squeezed the continent thin. Long abandoned by strategy and stripped of its former glory, it had once been the gate to the north, impenetrable to any southern host foolish enough to try their luck. Most had forgotten that. But I hadn't. In the past few years, as coin from Winterfell's renewed trade flowed northward, I'd set things in motion. Quietly. Deliberately. Stone by stone, Moat Cailin was being restored. Not the high towers or ceremonial halls, no, those could wait. First the walls, the dikes, the kill lanes, the hidden walkways. Practical structures. A fortress first, a home second. Laborers came in droves, and with them came opportunity. Villages sprang up around the neck's northern edge, supplying the construction crews with tools, timber, grain, and ale. And as those settlements grew, so did the need for food. I had remembered something from before. Rice. A crop the North had never thought to try, but perfect for the swampy, waterlogged lands fed by the upper branches of the Fever River. Rice should have never worked in the neck. I knew that. Every book I'd ever read, every lesson I'd been taught, every map of temperature and rainfall confirmed it. It wasn't warm enough, not for long enough. The marshes of the neck were too cold, too volatile, too prone to sudden frosts. In any sane world, it would have failed. But Planetos isn't sane. This is a world where summers last 3 years and winters can gnaw on the bones of the living for a decade or more. The plants here have learned to bend without breaking. A specific strain of short grain rice from the northern deltas of Yiti, bred in shadowed paddies and seasoned by storms, had taken to the bogs like it had always belonged. It was hardier than it had any right to be, and stubborn besides. I'd watched the first sprouts push up through muck and chill like they meant to outlast winter itself. And somehow, they had. When I proposed its introduction, Mayor Stillowin had hesitated, but the results had proven him wrong. After buying seeds and knowledge from Bravo's new fields had bloomed where there was once only bog and reed. Tens of thousands of people moving to the opportunity. Entire families now worked lands that had once been deemed useless. And they would call me Lord. Let the South whisper of pageants and jousts and the favors of silk-clad ladies. I would build something harder. Something lasting. Not just a castle, not just a name. A force. Drilled, trained, honed. Not wild Levi men summoned by banners and given rusty spears, but a true corps of soldiers. Formations. Disciplined movements. Combined arms. Cavalry coordinated with infantry, archers who could shoot by signal. Tactics no northern lord had cared to study since the first men stopped carving runes into their blades. I would teach them myself if I had to. I remembered. Gods help me, I remembered warfare from history textbooks. From another world entirely. I remembered what modern armies could become when discipline was matched with purpose. Alexander, Napoleon, Charlemagne. I remembered what a trained force could do against a rabble in the times of the Roman Empire. And now, I had the right. The lands. The keep. The name. John of House Stark, Lord of Moat Cailin. With lordship came duty, yes, but also command. And I would use it. Oh, I would use it. And Winterfell itself, father would leave. I knew that already. He would ride south with Robert, into a lion's den. That left Rob in charge. And now it left me as a true-born son. Not the heir, no. But not nothing either. That meant opportunity. I could convince Rob to follow the reforms in my own lands. And danger. Caitlin would never accept me. Nor Sansa. But the northern lords had cheered. They had raised their cups. They remembered the blood I shared. The name did not change their memories of me as Ned Stark's boy, raised beside his true-born children. Still, I could not afford to move too fast. Everything I did from now on would be watched. Not just by father and the lords, but by the South. By Cersei. By Varys, if he still slithered in the shadows. By Littlefinger. By those who might wonder why a legitimized bastard would start writing to Night's Watch commanders or asking about Dragon Glass. So I would move quietly. A name is not a shield. It is a sword. And like any sword, it cuts both ways. But I could use this. I would build networks. Fund loyal men. Spread my influence, not by force, but through loyalty and preparation. Whisper the right warnings. Help Glover reinforce his keeps. Write to House Reed and speak of the things that stir beyond the neck. Begin work on the holdfast I dreamed of, Moat Cailin, maybe. A fortress of the future. Let the world see Jon Stark, true-born and dutiful. Let them see the wolf while the dragon prepares. The godswood was quiet save for the rustle of wind through the red leaves clinging to the weirwood's branches. The face looked a bit more angry today. Beneath it, the snow was patchy, thawing and refreezing, hardening into frost-bitten crusts. I stood beneath it, staring up at those eyes, red and ancient. Footsteps crunched behind me. I didn't turn. Only one person walked like that, heavy from training, but still trying to move light. He had asked me to come here. You left before the end of the feast, Rob said. I wasn't hungry, I replied. You're energetic for someone who drank half the king's ale. I paused. I suppose you have answers, I said, voice flat. Rob raised an eyebrow. You're the one who was made a Stark in front of half the North and the whole royal court. I'd say I should be the one asking if you have anything to say. I looked at him then. There was no mirth in his eyes. Nor mockery. Only the kind of quiet patience we used to share during play hunts in the woods behind the kennels. When we didn't need to talk to understand each other. Carefree children, before I decided to do something with all this knowledge. I didn't ask for it, I said. Not like that. No, he said, but I did. I blinked. What? He gave a faint smile and looked down at the frozen pool beneath the weirwood, its surface dusted with hoarfrost. I spoke to Father, Rob said. 2 nights after we came back from the hunt. He was brooding again, you know how he gets, silent, pacing. He said something about legacy and duty, and I asked him. Asked him what? If he'd ever thought of legitimizing you, Rob said, glancing at me. And giving you land. The cold air burned in my lungs. You asked him that? This boy? I didn't beg. I didn't command, Rob said, raising his hands. I just asked. I told him you deserved better than endless duty to Winterfell. I reminded him of what you'd done, the way you think, the way you see things no one else does. I told him we'd be stronger with you by our side, that I would have a loyal vassal in the future. And he actually listened. Rob hesitated. He said nothing at first. Just stared into the fire like he always does. But when I left, I saw thinking. I shook my head. Why would you do that? Because you're my brother, Rob said, voice suddenly sharp. Because I'm going to have to wear that damn mantle one day, and I'd be a fool not to want you beside me. Because I trust you more than half the men who'll bend the knee to me if Father ever, he stopped, swallowed. If he goes. I looked away. The weight of what he'd done settled slowly over me like snow. I always thought, I began, but my voice cracked. I cleared it. This changes a lot, you know. Most of my plans for the future depended on my status, or were held back by it. I didn't expect this at all. I could see you didn't, you looked like a fucking statue while the king spoke. He laughed. And with horror I realized he must be right. Oh gods, Arya will make fun of me. Rob moved closer, brushing a hand along the rough bark of the heart tree as I stood up. You don't need to thank me or make it up to me, you don't see how much everything you have done has changed the North, you don't speak to the grateful lords and the fattening small folk, he said. But I know you will. I stepped forward, still shaken by what he had admitted. I do thank you. Not just for asking Father, but for believing in me. For seeing what I've been trying so hard to do, for helping me convince Father of my craziest ideas, really, Rob. I always thought it would be Lewin and me, but you have always been there. I haven't appreciated it like I should. I've always seen it, you know. Rob said simply. Since we were boys. You used to talk about grain stores and canals while the rest of us were playing at nights. I didn't think it mattered to you then. It does now. We stood in silence again, letting the words hang between us. Then Rob stepped forward, his boots crunching through the frozen moss. This will help you, Jon. The name Stark carries weight. I stepped away from the tree, my breath clouding. Rob, you do know what some lords will see, an army, a banner, you will make me a threat. We have talked a lot about what I think I could do as a lord, it might shake things up. He laughed, short and bitter. You'd be the first threat who actually gives a damn about the North. I don't want yes men and sycophants. I want commanders. Lords with spines. You're already planning things in that head of yours, aren't you? I hesitated. You are, he said, nodding. I see it in your face. You're already finishing the rebuilding of that ruin in your head. You're thinking of how to train men. How to make them ready. How to organize your lands, how to make taxation more efficient, how to make people's lives better. Rob nodded slowly to himself. Then build what we need, Jon. At Moat Cailin. Quietly, if you must. Let the lords think it's just border defense. Just the new quirky Lord Stark doing his duty. But make ready. I stared at him. You'd trust me with that? With my life, Rob said. I already have, more times than I can count. We stood again in silence, the godswood breathing around us. I just looked at Rob, trying to convey what I felt to him. I looked up at the carved face of the old gods. Its eyes seemed to glare less now. Maybe it was only the wind, but something in me shifted too. Father's leaving soon, Rob said after a long moment. South, to King's Landing. I nodded. He won't be back for a long time. Rob's mouth tightened. I'm not ready. You'll have to be, I said, meeting his gaze. And you're not alone. You're right, what you said earlier. The North will look to you. And they'll start looking to me now, too. Between us, we can start laying the foundation. It might as well be pitched now. We don't have to change the world in a moon's turn. But bit by bit, small reforms, subtle changes. Improvements to how the holdfasts are provisioned. Roads. Better records, maybe a network of riders between key villages. Training for the young squires, proper education for stewards. We start where no one will object. Smart, Rob said. Keep it quiet. Make it seem like efficiency, not revolution. It is efficiency, I said with a faint smile. It just happens to be revolutionary, too. At least get people to stop shitting where they eat. He laughed, more genuine this time. You'll need scribes, riders, a smith or two. Maybe a good steward, you will be moving a lot. And you'll need someone to keep the lords busy while I build, I added. We work together, always. No matter how wide the river grows between us. Rob nodded. Always. We clasped wrists, like warriors sworn, but it was more than that. It was a pact forged not only by blood, but by trust. And father, he is going to a snake's pit, Rob. I could help him there too, as much as I could help here. I will try to convince him to take me with him, but he won't say yes. I'll miss him, and Arya, Bran and Sansa. Gods, it's all so fast. Rob said, eyes distant. So will I, Rob, so will I. We stood a while longer under the weirwood, two brothers no longer boys, not yet men, but something sharper, something beginning. Later I entered the great hall. I had been working on organizing the supplies for the watch for a while and was feeling peckish. I would leave tomorrow at the same time as the royal party with the caravan towards Castle Black. At the flicker of movement from the corner of my eye, a silent shadow shifting just beyond the hearth's glow. I turned slightly, heart tightening. There, seated against the far wall, was Jaime Lannister. His golden hair caught the firelight, his pale green eyes calm but sharp, fixed intently on me. Jaime's gaze was unreadable, warily curious, almost like a scholar studying a complicated puzzle. Not hostile, but cautious. My mind raced. Jaime's eyes had followed him since the first day they came to Winterfell. Had I let slip a hint of knowledge that shouldn't be known? My every gesture, every carefully chosen word replayed in my head. Was there a crack in my armor Jaime had seen? Had I misstepped, revealing more of himself than intended? Did he suspect I knew about what he was doing in the tower? I clenched my fists beneath the table, willing calm into my veins. Jaime said nothing, just held that quiet, unwavering gaze. The tension between us thickened the air, heavy but unspoken. I understood that for now, this watchful silence was a game neither of us dared to break. Chapter 6, Chapter 6 Blood and Warnings. Chapter Text. Chapter 6 Blood and Warnings. The courtyard lay hushed before dawn, its wide slabs glazed with a thin sheen of frost, glinting like glass in the flickering torchlight. Above, the towers loomed, shadows stretching long over Winterfell's keep as the last stars faded behind a soft grey veil of cloud. The banners hung still, caught in the breathless cold, while below the ramparts the great convoy stirred to life like a beast awakening from slumber. I stood at the threshold of father's study, arms folded against the chill, watching as the mass of caravans prepared to march north. There were nearly 250 wagons in total, arrayed in careful columns like a slow-moving army of industry. Some bore plate mail, new forged, burnished to a dull shine, stamped with black direwolves on the breast. These were meant for the watch's new cadre of rangers and officers, no more patched mail scavenged from corpses or centuries-old armor too rusted to mend. The swords that accompanied them, 3,500 longswords and arming swords forged in the blackworks, were bundled in oiled leather, ready for immediate use. Alongside them lay racks of pikes tipped with dark iron for wall defenses, and dozens of heavy crossbows and ballista, destined for the towers and gates of Castle Black. The barrels of purified steel arrowheads would be distributed among the ranging parties, sharper and better balanced than anything they'd used before, capable of piercing wilderling leathers, or the bones of darker things if it came to it, used in the more than 2,000 fast-draw crossbows. Bolts of canvas, tightly rolled and tarred against the weather, were marked for new tents, windbreaks, and outer fortifications beyond the wall, temporary shelters where no warmth would reach but the walls of black cloth. Barrels of salted pork and beef stood stacked 3 high, beside baskets of dried beans and hardtack bread, supplies meant to last the winter and feed not only the brothers of the watch, but the new builders and craftsmen John had quietly arranged to send. There were barrels of pickled vegetables, smoked fish, and fruit preserved in vinegar, all carefully rationed for long-term storage at cold temperatures. A few crates bore Winterfell seal and were marked for the sick and wounded: willow bark, poppy milk, powdered sage, clean linen, iron tongs, and stitched bandages. Behind them came wagons of treated lumber, long pine beams, carved and measured for palisades, scaffoldings, stairs, and repaired walkways atop the wall. More wood had been cut from the wolf's wood and seasoned in preparation. It would be used to reinforce the crumbling towers at Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower, where the old wood had turned soft and rotten, and rebuild the ones that have already collapsed. Resinous pitch in sealed clay urns would waterproof the beams and help line the fire trenches in front of the wall, trenches meant not for warmth, but for burning things that might crawl through the snow. Bales of wool and fur, woolen cloaks, leather gloves, padded Under Armour, and new boots, all sewn or cobbled in the north, were stacked in heavy bundles. Ghost would have howled if he smelled the mountain of treated hides behind the linen wrappings. And then there were the barrels of whiskey. Not the sweet kind brewed for feasting, but the bitter, biting spirits distilled in Winterfell's new cellars. The watch would use it to dull pain, clean wounds, or perhaps to barter with wildlings, if my instincts proved right. Some would see it as luxury, but I knew better: it was survival in liquid form. Pure alcohol to prevent infection. The distilleries are already proving their worth. At the very rear, under guarded tarpaulins, were the first shipments of experimental goods from the Blackworks, mechanical winches, and a small forge designed to be transported and reassembled at Castle Black. They were still in their infancy, but John had plans. Small carts loaded with siege hooks, new chains, and spools of northern rope stood ready beside them, tools to secure pulleys or build lifts along the face of the wall. When trouble comes, the watch would not face it with torches and prayers alone. Hundreds of men moved about, engineers barking orders, blacksmiths tightening straps and chains, wagon drivers checking wheel grease, carpenters hammering down last crates, laborers swinging sacks onto their backs or balancing loads atop carts. The yard echoed with the low murmur of voices, boots on stone, the clank of chain on steel and iron. More than 1,000 tons of supplies, and it's just the first caravan. Hopefully many more will follow. Their breaths fogged the air like smoke. Later, those sounds would rise north, to the foot of the wall and the frost-bitten ramparts of Castle Black. One thing at a time: first this talk, tomorrow the supplies. "Come in," John father said, even before I reached the door. His voice, calm and low, carried a weight that tugged at the air. When I stepped into the study, I found him standing beside the tall window, one hand pressed to the dark wood of the desk, as though steadying himself. The light from the lanterns cast long shadows across the stone walls, throwing the outlines of maps, scrolls, and old swords into a flickering dance. His frame, usually so certain, looked smaller somehow, drawn, like the taut strings of a bow left too long under tension. There was resolve in his posture, but grief too. Father motioned to a chair. I hesitated, glancing out the window first. Beyond the thick glass, the last wagons of the supply convoy rumbled through the courtyard gates. Their wheels ground against the frost-slick stone, steel-bound and heavy. Riders in wolf cloaks flanked the column. Smoke plumes rose from chimneys and torches guttered in the wind. It looked like something from a song, the North, armed and proud. "I wanted to speak to you before I left," he said, voice quieter than before. I crossed the room and slowly lowered myself into the offered chair. The carved armrests were cold beneath my fingers. "I assume it's about the convoy," I said. He shook his head. "Not just that." My stomach tightened. I steeled my voice. "It's about my name. And the lands." "Yes." The lantern light trembled, flickering against his face. He turned, pacing slightly, hands clasped behind his back like a commander before a campaign. "You've heard the rumors of why I gave you land. Why I asked to legitimize you." "I have," I said. My voice didn't waver. "But I'd rather hear the truth from your lips." He nodded, almost imperceptibly. "Good. Because you deserve the truth. You deserve it, for what you are and what you've done. A sudden tightness clenched my throat. I said nothing. You've seen Winterfell change, Jon. You made it change. The Blackworks, the distilleries, the fields, the rice, the towers and supply lines, it all carries your mark. But it's more than that. None of it would mean anything if the people of the North didn't believe you belonged here. That your name means something. He reached to his desk and lifted a scroll bound in black ribbon and a map. The seal was his own, the direwolf of Stark in dark wax. Moat Cailin stands in your name. Lands from the Salt Spear to the Bight to the headwaters of the Fever. You are the lord of those lands, as long as the North endures. My eyes swept over the map stretched across the table, its thick parchment grooved with the creases of age and use. But this time, his gaze was not aimless. My name was there now, etched in ink and intent, along the Fever River's course, and lines demarked my new lands. From the salty shores of the Salt Spear to the jagged inlet of the Bight, nearly 300 miles from sea to sea, and 100 miles to both sides of the Fever River. Forest, marshland, and fertile lands fell beneath the boundary lines that defined my domain. The river carved its path eastward, threading through hills, hollows and marshes until it vanished into the sea, where the springs were born from stone and snow. The territory was vast, larger than most southern kingdoms' fiefs, with enough holdfasts, crofts, and villages to demand bannermen of his own. It hit him slowly, this was not a token gift. It was a command that rivaled the power of Carhold, or Last Hearth, or even the Dread Fort. Jon Snow, no, Jon Stark, was now a lord in truth. This makes me a major lord of the North. I was now the owner of the rice farms and had tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, of people that flocked to the area with the fields, the rebuilding of the moat and all the projects being done in the area. Now I must develop that potential. My hands trembled slightly as I took the scroll. Its weight was modest, but the meaning behind it felt like iron. My voice came as a whisper. Father, thank you. The words weren't enough. Not even close. But they were all I had. I looked down at the rolled parchment in my palm, tied with black and grey ribbon, sealed with the direwolf sigil of House Stark. It didn't feel real. Even after everything I'd done, everything I'd fought for and bled toward, part of me still thought this was something he'd take back. That the old cold silence between us would return, that the man before me would revert to that careful, quiet distance he always wore like a second cloak. But he didn't. Ned Stark just stood there, eyes on me, not like a liege lord looking upon a bannerman, but like a father seeing his son for the first time in full. Something shifted in his face. Something unguarded, rare, almost vulnerable. He took a slow breath and said, I should have said it sooner. My brows furrowed. Said what? He crossed the room, no longer stiff-backed or formal, just a man whose duty had carried too many silences. That I am proud of you, Jon. That I have always been. The words hit like a hammer blow. They shouldn't have undone me, but they did. My throat tightened. He continued, quieter now. You've never made things easy. Gods know I didn't make it easy either. I thought, perhaps foolishly, that if I kept you at arm's length, I could protect you. From whispers. From questions. From the truth. I didn't speak. I couldn't. My heart pounded in my chest like it wanted to escape. I know what people said, he went on, voice low. About you. About me. About your mother. I know what I made you carry without answer. And still you rose above it. You never once brought shame to my name. Not once. You bore every wound and doubt with more grace than I did. I stared at him, the same way I had 100 times as a child, hoping for some sign of warmth, of acknowledgement. And now that it was here, I didn't know how to hold it. My voice cracked. I clenched my jaw and tried again. Even when we fought, even when I hated your silence, when I thought you chose Robb, or the name Stark, or your own pride over me, you were always there when it mattered. You had the right words when no one else did. Maybe you weren't always kind, but you were steady. And I needed that more than I knew. He exhaled. I was afraid, Jon. Afraid that if I loved you too openly. His voice was steady, but his eyes betrayed him, wet with held-back storms. You are my son in every way that matters. I raised you. I watched you grow. You are blood of my blood, and I would have died for you 1,000 times over if that could have protected you. Something sharp and old inside me cracked, something I hadn't let myself look at in years. I'd spent so long pretending I didn't need to hear those words. Pretending that being strong meant being self-made, self-hardened, untouched by the quiet ache of a boy who had longed for his father's pride. Because of all this, I didn't bring up how his words could be constructed to me not being his son. I had never been a Stark in name, and still he'd given me everything else, his discipline, his lessons, his look when I failed, his rare approval when I didn't. Even his silences were a kind of love, measured and aching. I wiped at the corner of my eye before it could betray me. You didn't have to give me Moat Cailin. Or your name. He shook his head. No, I didn't do it out of obligation. I did it because you've earned more than I ever gave. And because I am tired of watching the world pretend you are less than you are. Let them see what I see. Let them know what I know. His voice was hoarse now. You are the best of me, of us, John. I looked away, because I couldn't look at him and keep my composure. The scroll in my hand felt like it was burning now. I let out a breath, thick with everything I wanted to say and couldn't. So instead, I whispered, I will make you proud. I will keep everyone safe. You already have. The fire crackled softly beside us, casting long shadows on the stone walls. Ghost lay curled near the door, his red eyes half closed, but watching. A long moment passed between us. The space felt full now, not empty. Not like all the years before. This was not duty. This was not command. This was something harder. Something truer. I stepped forward, uncertain for a heartbeat, then I reached out and pulled him into a brief, rough embrace. He stiffened, startled, but only for a breath. Then his hand came up and rested against my back, firm and quiet. No words. No grand gesture. Just presence. Solid and real. When we stepped apart, neither of us said anything more about this moment. We didn't need to. He inclined his head. This unrest in the south, it may become more than words. More than daggers in the dark. You have the right to brace your land. To protect your people. I will, I said, glancing again to the flickering silhouettes of the last wagons vanishing beyond the gate. Come, he said. We stepped into the corridor. The cold stone greeted us like an old friend. The echoes of the departing caravan faded behind us, clatter of hooves, shouted commands, the jangle of steel-bound casks. Ahead of us stretched a different silence, the quiet of parting, of things left unsaid. John, he said gently. I've heard from Rob you ask me to come south with me, to serve in King's Landing. I cut in before he could finish. I had prepared this speech, yes. I thought I could help. The court. The politics. You know I can navigate them better than you, I can guide you. My knowledge. He stopped and turned to me. You could help. You will. But not there. Not now. The North needs you. Moat Cailin needs you. The Watch needs you. Let me handle the snakes of King's Landing. You're needed here, where your strength matters more than your blood. I swallowed the disappointment, even though I knew he would reject the proposal, nodded slowly. I will not be idle. You can't have Roriger's son in the capital, can't you? His hand came to rest on my shoulder. The pressure was light, but it steadied me. I know. Ghost brushed against my leg again, circling once, as if sensing the strain in our voices. His red eyes met mine briefly before he padded down the hall, a silent shadow. I drew a breath. Father, the Lannisters. He tensed. What about them? I can't prove anything, I said, slowly. But I've seen things. Bits and pieces. Jaime's gaze is too calculating. Queen Cersei is too measured. I've felt it, they are snakes, you can't trust them. He didn't scoff, didn't dismiss it. Instead he nodded. I've sensed it too. And Petyr Baelish, I went on. He plays both sides. Too eager to be useful. He has too many webs and no loyalty. I've heard whispers from the merchants, he's tied to brothels, debts, rumors. Ned Stark's gaze darkened. So, he's dangerous, but clever. A man like that survives because others ignore him. Don't ignore him, I said. Use him if you must. But never trust him. Don't trust anyone. I won't, he said quietly. A pause. We both knew what I wanted to ask next, and yet, the outcome was already decided. I took another breath. Father, my mother. His expression changed. Not hardened. Softened. His mouth opened, then closed again. You may have my name now, John, he said at last, and you carry my blood. That's more than most bastards ever get. I nodded slowly. It's enough. For now. I knew that if I pressed him it would end up in a fight like the last time. I can't have that after mending bridges like this. He looked as though he wanted to say more. But he didn't. Instead, his hand returned to my shoulder, and we stood there, two men bound by secrets neither wholly chose. Go north, John, supervise the convoy to the wall and the repairs in Castle Black, he said. Then make Moat Cailin a fortress worthy of its name. Keep Winterfell safe. Keep Rickon and my wife safe. Advise Robb like you always have. Keep the north ready. I will, I said. He met my gaze, unblinking. Be wise. Be strong. I will. We embraced again, and in another life this would be one of the last times we saw each other, but not this one, I would make sure of it. I watched him turn away, his cloak a shadow beneath the torchlight. I clenched the scroll in my hand. Winter is coming. The yard was chaos. Horses snorted and stamped as stable boys rushed to harness them. Wagons creaked under the weight of steel and timber. Lannister guards barked orders with the easy arrogance only red cloaks could manage so far from home, while Stark men worked quietly alongside them, flashing looks but saying nothing. Snow crunched underfoot, muddied from the endless comings and goings. I stood near the line of wagons marked with the direwolf of Stark and the Black Crow of the Night's Watch. Each one stacked with crates of swords, spears, shields, furs, chainmail, and barrels of preserved food, my doing. I had spent weeks on this. Pulling favors. Talking to Garrick, Seren and the Smiths. Trading excess lumber from the Wolfswood for better ore. Bargaining with merchants to secure hardened oats and dried meat. Lord Stark had signed the orders, but it was me who had written them, organized them, driven the effort forward. In canon, the Watch had been a starving shadow of itself. Not anymore. You sure they're not for your own little rebellion? Tyrion asked from beside him, sipping mulled wine and watching the caravan. Hundreds of these big steel-reinforced wagons of yours, he said. You'd think the Night's Watch was planning to invade the south. Only if the south forgets what's coming from the north. He sipped, then smiled. You sound almost like a Stark now. Grim, ominous, entirely without punchlines. You've been too long in the capital. Here, people mean what they say. An unfortunate habit, he muttered. No wonder you all wear so much fur, must keep the honesty from freezing your bones. I let out a breath, not quite a laugh. He peered at me sidelong. You've done something remarkable here. That shipment will buy the Watch another generation, perhaps a future. Maybe, I said. Or maybe it just means they'll die slower. Tyrion studied me, and something sharpened in his gaze. You carry too much weight for your years. It's almost unnatural. I glanced down at him. And you drink too much wine for your height. Tush, he said, grinning. But I'm not wrong. You walk like a man 10 years older. Maybe 20. Bastards grow twice as fast in mind and 3 times bigger beneath the pants. He laughed and kicked me in the leg. At least the journey north won't be boring with Tyrion there. The farewells began soon after. Arya found me just as I was checking the final wagon. One moment I was speaking with Orin about saddle straps, and the next, a missile of will and fury slammed into my ribs. You promised, she muttered into my chest, her voice breaking, her fists clenched into the back of my cloak like she could hold me there by force of will. I froze. Just for a second. Then I wrapped my arms around her and held her close, tighter than I should have. She smelled like leather and fresh pine. Like Winterfell. Like home. I know, I whispered. And I meant it. You said you wouldn't go far. And now you're staying, and we're leaving. Her voice trembled, but she didn't cry. Arya never cried. She just held on, defiant to the end, as if daring the world to take one more thing from her. I'll be here when you come back, I said, pulling back to look her in the eyes. And I'll write. You won't even have time to miss me before you're back in the yard yelling at me. I don't yell, she lied. I reached beneath my cloak and pulled out the bundle I'd hidden all morning, wrapped in grey fur and tied with a leather cord. Her eyes narrowed. What's that? I handed it to her. Open it. She did, fast and impatient, unwrapping the fur with calloused fingers and holding the blade reverently once it was revealed. A short sword. Slim, pointed, made for piercing rather than slashing. Black leather hilt. Northern steel. Her breath caught. You made this? I nodded. Sansa has her needles and now you have yours. It's light. Quick. Suits you. Arya turned it in her hands with something like awe. She's perfect. She's yours, I said. Stick them with the pointy end. She laughed, but it was cracked, raw at the edges. Then she hugged me again, harder this time, tighter, like she could brand the memory of me into her bones. You better not die, she whispered fiercely. Or I'll find you and kill you again. I kissed the top of her head. Deal. Bran was waiting on the steps of the keep, getting ready to leave. I thought I'd see you before we left, he said. Arya said you were hiding in the armory. Not hiding. Making things. I knelt in front of him and pulled out a steel longsword, a bit thinner than most, but with a mean edge. For you. His eyes widened. Really? It's not Valyrian, or magic, or anything like that. Just steel. But it's Rhaegal. And it's yours. Every warrior needs a sword. Bran took it carefully, as though it might break in his hands. I'll practice every day. I know you will. He smiled, and it was wide and bright and proud. I'll be a knight someday. I swallowed the ache in my throat. You'll be the greatest of the 7 kingdoms. They will whisper your name in the same breath as Barristan and Arthur Dayne. The next time we see each other, I hope you are able to beat me, little brother. He threw his arms around me. I held him for as long as I dared. Sansa came last. She approached like she was walking through court, spine straight, chin high, every gesture polished until it gleamed. There were guards and ladies in waiting behind her, but they kept a respectful distance. Jon, she said with a small curtsy. I'm glad we had a chance to say goodbye. So formal. So distant. And yet. I could see the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. I have something for you, I said. I opened a small wooden box and held it out. She blinked and stepped closer. Inside, a delicate necklace rested on velvet, silver strands woven with lapis and moonstone. The colors of House Stark and the cold northern skies. Her hand hesitated, then lifted the necklace from its bed. It's beautiful. You always liked pretty things, I said softly. This one comes from home. She didn't smile exactly, but her mouth twitched, and her fingers traced the stones like they meant more than she could say. Thank you, she whispered. Truly. I inclined my head. Be careful in King's Landing, Sansa. The courtiers there smile with their teeth. She gave a small, weary nod. I'm not a child anymore. No, I said. But you will always be my little sister. I hugged her even if it wasn't proper in her mind. Her eyes met mine, and for a moment, just a moment, I saw the little girl who used to braid Arya's hair and cry when snow melted. I wanted to say more, to warn her, to beg her to stay, but the words died in my throat. There was nothing more to say. Gods, I hope I can change things. I stood on the battlements as they disappeared into the snow-dusted horizon. Wheels cracked over rutted ice. Horses kicked up cold earth. The banners, Baratheon's stag, Lannister's lion, Stark's direwolf, whipped and tangled in the wind like omens. From up here, the procession looked like a creature dragging itself to war. And maybe it was. Below, the forges still burned. Men shouted. Chains clinked. The last of the crates bound for the wall were being sealed and marked. I watched it all as if from a great distance, like I was floating behind my own eyes. I should have felt proud. Instead, I felt haunted. I'd changed the path, bent the future, stocked the wall and saved lives not yet lost, but the game was still in motion. The pieces still moving. Ned Stark would go south. And if I didn't intervene, he would still die. He told me to stay. Told me to take care of things here. Told me to let go. But I wouldn't. I couldn't. He was my father, even if he wasn't. And I was done letting good men die while I kept my silence. I walked back down into the Blackworks, where the smoke stung your eyes and everything was shaped by fire. Garrick gave me a thumbs up from the far end of the forge. He was shaping a double-headed axe now, big and brutal, too fine for common use. He was getting better. We all were. I watched the last crate get sealed. Marked for Castle Black. It would be weeks before we arrived. But when the wall stood its last stand, they'd have more than rusted swords and empty bellies. In the days before the royal procession left Winterfell, I'd spoken with a handful of those I trusted. People I met in my work for the North, capable and loyal. Quiet conversations, always in passing, always veiled in other matters. I couldn't afford to speak plainly, not yet. But the time was right to begin. Seren had been the first. He understood instinctively what I was trying to build. He was northern, but sharp in ways the lords overlooked, literate, patient, good with people. He asked all the right questions, and he didn't flinch when I spoke of long roads and hard change. I told him what I needed, someone to begin organizing the land around Moat Cailin, someone to take the bones of a dead stronghold and breathe life into it. I need more than a banner, I said to him. I need roads. Mills. Training yards. A place that doesn't just hold the neck, but feeds and arms the North. We have talked extensively about this, Seren, and you have everything you will need in these books. You know what to do: land divisions and reform, settlement incentives, four-field crop rotation, steel plows, watchtowers, the bones of a bureaucracy to handle everything in the lands. Court will go with you, he has his orders too. He'd nodded without hesitation. I'll ride tonight. Along with him, I sent 2 blacksmiths, men I trusted from the Winterfell forges, and 70 engineers, administrators, carpenters and stonecutters mostly, to begin laying foundations. By the time I rode south myself, I wanted something waiting, walls rising, fields cleared, stores measured. And most of all, people. A future. I told them to start drawing up maps of the land, listing every village and farmstead, to find the men willing to train and the boys old enough to hold a sword. An army wouldn't grow overnight, but it would grow. Not just a fighting force, but a professional one, disciplined, loyal, capable. Not beholden to fading bloodlines or feuding bannermen, but bound to a purpose. Bound to do something more. They would not fight for the Old North. They would fight for the one I intended to build. The beginnings of my royal army. I turned back toward the gates, where the dust of the procession still lingered in the cold. I thought of Arya, brave and wild. Of Bran, so eager to fly. Of Sansa, walking headlong into a den of lions. And of Ned, burdened, noble, doomed. They didn't know what was waiting for them. But I did. And I wasn't going to watch them die. Ned didn't want me to go to King's Landing. I would find an excuse to go anyway, stop Robert's death and delay the war, or in the worst case get everyone out of the capital safe. If I could save them, I would. And if I couldn't, then God's help the ones who took them from me. Chapter 7, Cold Truths and Old Blood. Chapter text. Chapter 7, Cold Truths and Old Blood. The wind carried the scent of pine and distant snow as we rode north. Frost rimmed the edges of my cloak, and my breath steamed before me in the cold air. The hooves of our escort crunched against the newly paved road, a straight, proud line cut across terrain that had once swallowed travelers whole. Here and there, stone mile markers had been set in place, carved with the direwolf sigil and distances to the next holdfast. A few farmers had already built near the edges, scratching new life from frozen soil. The journey had been long, but good company made the miles pass quickly with good weather. Conversation and laughter lightened the burden of distance, and the wagons, sturdy things reinforced with steel bands along the axles, held up better than expected. A few minor breakdowns, a cracked wheel here, a slipped yoke there, but nothing that couldn't be fixed with a hammer, some sweat, and a little swearing. The improvements had proven their worth. Uncle Benjamin is a gloomy man though. The new bridge over the last river gleamed with pale granite, its arches proud and sound. I slowed to take it in. The old wooden span had rotted through years ago, now it was stone, wide enough for carts to pass side by side, flanked by steel lanterns and lined with carved wolves' heads. Progress. Real, visible progress. And yet nothing could prepare me for what loomed ahead a few days later. At first, it seemed like a low mountain range on the horizon. But as we drew closer, the wall became a living thing, pale blue and blinding in the daylight, a jagged wound carved across the throat of the world. It stretched from one end of the earth to the other, a glacial monolith that caught the sky itself and held it fast. A storm crow flew near it and vanished into scale. The closer I rode, the smaller I felt. The wall did not rise, it loomed. A colossal stretch of ice and shadow, it split the world like the spine of a god. 700 feet high and as wide as a river at its base, it swallowed the horizon, reaching east and west until it faded into a haze of white. Up close, it seemed not like something built, but something that had grown, an ancient glacier carved by forgotten giants. Wind howled along its face in keening gusts, and its surface shimmered blue and silver where the sun struck it, slick in places, jagged in others, as if it had moods of its own. This was no mere fortification. It was a monument to fear. And resolve. And something older than both. How did they do it? I wondered, not for the first time. How did men build this, in the dark of the world's first winter, with no cranes or steel or dragons to lift the ice blocks into place? The songs said Bran the Builder led the work, with help from giants, from the children of the forest, from ancient spells whispered into the stones and wind. Maesters scoffed at such tales, of course, they preferred rope pulleys and manpower, sweat and generations of labor. But no rope or man could explain this. This thing. It was not just the size. It was the weight of it. A weight he could feel with the senses he was developing with the help of Ghost. And the knowledge of what it was built to keep out. Bran the Builder, they said. A king with giants at his side and magic in his blood. The pact, signed in sap and shadow. The long night, when darkness swallowed the world and fire flickered on the edge of extinction. All of it, shaped into this monstrous wall of ice and magic and forgotten warnings. Castle Black sat huddled at the foot of the wall like a forgotten child clinging to a giant's leg. It was not a castle in the southern sense, there were no soaring towers, no polished halls of stone, no shining banners. Instead, it was a place of function and endurance, built not to impress but to survive. The buildings were scattered haphazardly, as if they'd been set down at different times by different hands, with little thought for elegance or design. Most were of old black wood, weathered by snow and wind, patched in places with stone or thatch where repairs had been made over centuries of hard winters. Roofs sagged under layers of crusted snow, and smoke drifted listlessly from crooked chimneys. The gates yawned open, and we rode through. The courtyard was more mud than stone, churned by booted feet and wagon wheels, frozen in patches and slick in others. A massive ice and wood stair climbed up to the wall itself, an impossible construction of ice and timber that creaked ominously in the cold, held together by ancient bolts and hope. At its base, a wide gatehouse yawned open like the mouth of a cave, leading into the shadowed tunnel that pierced through the wall to the haunted forest beyond. There were signs of life, if one looked closely. Black brothers moved with purpose, tending to horses, mending tack, dragging fresh-cut logs to the smithy or hauling sacks of grain toward the granaries. Ravens caught from their rookery atop the old tower, their black wings sharp against the pale sky. Ghost prowled ahead of John as they entered the yard, his red eyes wary, his ears pinned flat. As they drew closer to the wall itself, the direwolf slowed, then growled, deep and low, the sound vibrating in his chest like a warning. John laid a hand on his fur, puzzled. Ghost didn't like the wall. Neither did I. The interior of Castle Black smelled of smoke, damp wool, and old wood. It wasn't rot, not quite, but there was something weary in the stones. Unlike Winterfell, which pulsed with ancient heat from the hot springs below, Castle Black felt cold even when fires were burning. The place clung to its own chill. A memory of winter buried in every beam. I was led through a side stairway by a steward with a mop of straw blonde hair and a sleepy expression. "The Lord Commander's expecting you, my lord," he mumbled, before giving Ghost a nervous glance and hurrying away once I'd dismissed him. Mormont Solar was modest but well-lived. The bare banner of House Mormont hung beside the fireplace. A thick bearskin rug covered most of the floor. The air was warm with the crackle of flame, and a caged raven hopped back and forth on a perch near the desk, eyeing me with unsettling focus. "Corn," it squawked. "Corn, corn, corn." I tried not to smirk, but the word stuck in my mind. Corn. It had taken me far too long to notice how strange that was. Back in my first life, corn, maize, had been a crop from the so-called New World, unheard of in Europe before ships crossed oceans. And yet here it was, growing in Westeros like it belonged. But no potatoes. No tomatoes, no cocoa, no avocados, no tobacco, not even a whisper of them in Maester scrolls. No coffee either, gods help me, few ships came from the Summer Islands. The absence gnawed at me in ways I hadn't expected. No chocolate. No peppers. And worst of all, no pizza. That thought stung more than it should have. I'd have killed for a hot, bubbling slice. Still, there were pumpkins in the Vale. I'd had a surprisingly decent stew made with squash and honey once in White Harbor. But what we truly needed, what Westeros didn't know it was starving for, were potatoes. Resilient, filling, easy to grow. A miracle crop, really. I made a mental note to bring them north once I could get my hands on some, if I ever did. At least the rice was coming along. The fields in the neck were spreading fast, soaking up the warm marsh waters like they'd always belonged there. We were getting there, one step at a time. But gods, I missed pizza. Mormont sat behind a heavy oak desk, scratching something into a parchment with a quill that looked like it had seen better years. When he saw me, he grunted, waved a calloused hand, and gestured for me to sit. "You're taller than your father," he said. "Though I suppose you've had different experiences." I gave a small smile. "More books, fewer battles. So far." He snorted. "That may change sooner than you think. Sit. You've caused quite the stir, Lord Stark." He pointed to the letters in his desk. "Word from White Harbor, Torrens Square, even the Rills, supplies arriving in quantities we haven't seen in centuries. Grain, lumber, finished steel, woolen cloaks that don't itch like fire ants. And rice, lots of it. Word of House Stark supporting the Night's Watch spread faster than I expected. Once the Lords of the North realized that Winterfell had opened its granaries and sent steel, timber, and wool, the rest followed, some out of duty, some out of fear of being seen as less loyal than their neighbors, and a few, I think, out of true belief in the cause. With the harvests kinder every year, their surplus flowed north, dried meats from White Harbor, barley and oats from the Barrowlands, lumber from Deepwood Motte, wool from Flint's Finger, even smoked fish and new minted nails from Bear Island. I sat down across from him, resting my gloved hands on the table. Ghost lay at my feet, silent but alert. "Rice grows well in the neck," I said. "Better with some northern adaptation and water channels. We've reclaimed marshes and redirected flows." "The neck," Mormont said with a dry chuckle. "Always thought the place was fit only for frogs and fever. But you've done more in 5 years than the most lords manage in 50. "I had time," I replied. "Time to study what wasn't working. The wall stands, but its foundations have been crumbling for a long while." The raven flapped its wings. "Corn, corn. I don't know what you've taught that bird," I said, "but it's got strange taste in words." Mormont grunted, waving me to a chair. "He only says what he hears. Apparently, he's overheard enough of my mealtime laments to develop an obsession." He poured us both a cup of watered wine. I gave a small laugh, then tilted my head. "Corn." The bird looked at me weirdly. Mormont leaned back, the firelight catching on the bald crown of his head. "Well. You're odd, but useful. I'll take that. We need that, gods help me. Hey. I'm not weird." He poured himself a cup of dark liquid from a pewter jug, offered me none, then drank it like medicine. "I won't waste more of your time with pleasantries. You are needed to supervise the reconstruction of the castle. I've read the ledgers. I've seen the wagons. You've done more for the watch in half a year than the crown has done in 50. I inclined my head. The wall isn't just a ruin to me, my lord. It's a warning. And if the watch falls, there will be no one left to hear it. He stood slowly and walked to the window slit, staring out at the wall's looming edge and the courtyard. The watch thanks you for it. I accepted the cup, feeling its warmth in my hands. It wasn't just me. I had help. Good people. Good minds. I only pushed them. And that, he said, is what a commander does. The raven flapped down from its beam to the table and pecked at a crust of bread. Cornet repeated. I took a sip, let the warmth settle in my chest. How bad is it, truly? Mormont's lips pressed into a thin line. Bad. Though I won't insult your intelligence by pretending otherwise. He leaned forward. We've 1,000 men on parchment. Maybe 850 can still swing a sword. Half that can do so properly. The rest are broken men, thieves, poachers, and boys. We have maybe 3 dozen knights. A handful of veterans. The rest. I won't call them useless, but ill need shaping. Years of it. Desertion rates? I asked. A few. Not as many as usual. The supplies that have been trickling until now help. The new food helps, so does coin in the pocket and proper boots on the feet. But still, some slip away. Some always do. I nodded slowly. And what of the castles? We man 3, Castle Black, Eastwatch, and the Shadow Tower. The rest are ruins. The builders have started patching Long Barrow and Greyguard, under your orders. It's a start. But until we have men to fill those holes, they are bones with no flesh. I frowned. What about the stewards? The builders? Are they holding up? They're the backbone of the watch right now, Mormont said. The new tools, the carts, the forges, they will do more good than you know. Small victories. They matter. I let my gaze drift to the hearth, where the flames cast long shadows across the stone floor. And yet, it's not enough. No, he said. Not yet. But gods, boy, the watch has not been this well supplied since Queen Alisanne rode north on Silver Wing. That was 100 years and more past. I never thought I'd see the day. Supplies mattered, gods, they mattered more than I ever realized. Warm cloaks, full bellies, boots that didn't split after 3 weeks, but even as I saw the crates unloaded and my engineers start measuring the place where the new lift was going to be set up, I couldn't shake the hollow feeling. It wasn't just the wall that was cold, it was the halls, the yards, the barracks. Too much space and not enough voices. Not enough footsteps echoing on stone. What more do you need, Lord Commander? What we really need, said Mormont as we stood above the yard, watching a half-drilled line of recruits stumble through the unloading of supplies, is men. The men we have are soft, he said. And few. Boys from gutters, second sons no one will miss, thieves, rapers, bastards. Fewer good men each year. Even gold cloaks in the capital are better trained. And they don't freeze their cocks off. Then I asked, what would you do, if you had 1,000 good men? He gave a low whistle, thoughtful. I'd reopen 5 more castles. Send patrols west and east every week. I'd march north of the wall and crush whatever wilderling clans dare mass together. I'd reinforce Eastwatch by sea, build ships again, real ones, not those rotted driftwood things we have now. And I'd start training lads the moment they arrived. I nodded slowly. You'll have your 1,000. If you listen to me. He gave me a look like he didn't believe me, but wanted to. And where will you find them, Lord Stark? I took the book I had been writing for the past moon, many thoughts across the years about how to save the watch written upon it, a well thought out plan. You would need to make a lot of reforms to the watch and its lands. House Stark will back it. Mormont read the first few pages and then turned to me. The old lords will howl. Then let them. You need bodies who can hold a sword and remember how to use it. Discipline. Incentives. Food. Protection. Maybe even families. Mormont blinked. Families. At the wall. You have wide lands to the south, Lord Commander. I clarified. Look around. The land is empty. There's space. Give people incentives to work the land and they will flock to it. The forests are full of game and you have a few parts where the land is fertile. The coast has fish and much potential, and the northern mountains in Watchland have many closed mines. With the right incentives people will come, money will flow, and with that more people will come. Refugees too, once the war in the south starts. I will send some here and the rest will settle my lands. It becomes a cycle. Mormont kept listening and reading. What more, Stark? Incentives to serve the watch, spread word wide and far. If a man serves 5 years, 10 years, maybe he earns the right to settle nearby a piece of land for himself. To farm. To guard. Raise sons who grow up with the watch in their blood. In no other lands in the 7 kingdoms except my own can men own land so easily. People would come. And when they do, Mormont said, this old wall may yet hold. Let the old watch die, tradition has killed it and held it back, keep the parts that are useful and make a new future for this place. I will invest in this, and so will Robb Stark now that he is regent in the north, the lords will follow. And when the dead arrive in less than a decade, the lands will be able to support the tens of thousands of men I will have with me to man the wall. The raven flapped and screeched again, as if in agreement. Corn. I smiled faintly. Potato. Mormont frowned. What in the 7 hells is a potato? The air inside Castle Black has slowly changed these past few days. Braziers stood in corners now. Fires burned in hearths once cold. Roofs no longer leaked over the bunks, and in the kitchens, the stoves sang with the scent of stew. You could almost believe the place was alive again. Lord Commander Mormont had taken my suggestions and my book as a holy revelation and kept asking questions and studying the text. Hopefully soon I would see him move to start the change of the wall. I stood before the lift, watching as a team of builders from White Harbor tested the new mechanism. The entire structure, ropes, pulleys, weights, was built from scratch, stronger and more efficient. One man cranked the wheel with effort, but not strain, and a dozen men rose smoothly into the sky, balanced and lifted with the grace of a crane. Soon, we would begin setting it up. It wasn't just the lift. Repairs were underway across Castle Black. The new smithy was almost finished, stocked with northern steel and proper tools. A new roof had been fitted on the rookery. Even the old tunnels beneath the wall, once collapsed or ignored, were being cleared by pick and torch. There were new forges, freshly stocked pantries, fletching tables and armorous benches. And all around me, men were working, not just brothers of the watch, but craftsmen and laborers who had come north at the behest of their lords, or for gold, or for honor. This was the fruit of a moon of effort. Of planning, letters, deals struck in Winterfell's halls. The lords of the north had begun to open their stores because of honor, and because House Stark had spoken. Still, for all the wagons and walls and iron nails, I had come to the rookery for something else. Something older. Something I couldn't build with stone or steel. I climbed the tower alone. The rookery had always seemed a place removed from time. The stairs curled like a snail's shell, narrow and steep, the walls lichen-stained and moss-choked. I ran a gloved hand along the stone as I ascended, and the chill of it felt like a memory. At the top, beneath the raven's loft, sat Maester Aemon. He was cloaked in black and grey, his head bowed over a cup of steaming tea. The brazier beside him hissed and popped. Ravens stirred above, restless in their sleep. He didn't look up as I entered. He didn't need to. You walk like a man who knows who he is, Jon Snow, he said. I stood in silence. He turned his head slightly, and those cloudy, milk-white eyes seemed to look through me. Come closer, child. I knelt beside him, slowly, carefully. Up close, his face was older than any book could describe. His skin was parchment, his hands like bone wrapped in silk. But there was fire in him still. The embers of a dragon. I don't go by snow anymore, I said. He reached out, and I took his hand in mine. I brought it to my face. His fingers trembled as they brushed my cheek, tracing the shape of me like a blind sculptor. I remember this face, he whispered. You are my blood, there is no denying that. Your hair, it's hers. I closed my eyes, but the tears still came. Hot. Relentless. My mother's. I said. A deep breath. Lioness dark was winter's fire. She defied a kingdom and loved without fear. And Roriga. Roriga was many things. Too many, I fear. But he loved her. They said he kidnapped her, I muttered. That she was stolen. That she died screaming. Lies, Eamon said with iron in his tone. Lies wrapped in grief and swallowed by history. He crowned her of his own will. She went to Dawn for love, not chains. They were children trying to remake the world with poetry and prophecy. Your father sent letters to me, many of them. He was the first of my kin that remembered my existence since Bloodraven. Then everything they said was wrong, I said. The whole war was fought on false ground. His voice dropped. And I remained silent. When the ravens brought word of Elia and her children slaughtered, I said nothing. When Lionel died in childbed and your name was buried, I stayed here and read letters. I told myself it was not my place. I said nothing. His hand was still against my cheek. His breath was laboured now. But it was my place. I was a Targaryen once. I was blood of the dragon. And I let my kin be torn apart. He pulled his hand back. Forgive me. I have lived too long with ghosts. You're the first one who's seen me, I said. Truly seen me. Everyone else guesses, or suspects, or wonders. But you knew. You remembered. You are no ghost, Jon, or demon. You are fire and snow. You are fire and ice made flesh. There is power in that. Power, and danger. They wanted to call you Visenya, you know. We sat in silence for a while. The ravens above muttered, wings shuffling. What can you tell me about them? I asked quietly. Roriga. Elia. Eamon nodded. Roriga had the soul of a singer and the mind of a scholar. He should never have been a warrior. Elia, she was a rose from dawn, and gentler than the court deserved. She was not jealous. She understood. She only wanted peace. What would he think of me? I think he would have wept, Eamon said, to see what became of you. And I think he would be proud. You carry his mind, his drive. I looked down at my hands. Scarred. Hardened. Not princely things. Uncle Eamon, this poor man, this poor forgotten man. My blood. He embraced me and I him, my blood sung as if it had found a long-lost ember. Look at me, weeping like a child. He fell silent again, and I let him be. His hand was warm on mine. I stayed there for a long time. Long enough to feel the sun shift behind the wall. Long enough to hear the ravens stir with hunger. Long enough for my tears to dry. Maester Eamon had gone still, his clouded eyes turned slightly toward the fire. I thought he'd dozed, lulled by memory and age. But when I shifted, his hand tightened on mine. There is more, he said, his voice no louder than a breath. Isn't there? I nodded, though he could not see it. My heart thudded against my ribs. Yes, I said. There is. Carefully, I reached into the satchel at my side, one I had kept wrapped in furs and bound with leather cords. I untied it with deliberate hands, slow and ceremonial. It felt like breaking a vow to take it out, to show it. I had told no one yet. Not even Robb. Inside, cradled in dark wool, was the egg. I unwrapped it and placed it between us. The firelight caught the shell in flickers of shadowed red and burnished black. It was heavier than it looked. The scales shimmered faintly. Eamon's lips parted. His breath hitched. Dragon, he whispered. I said nothing. There was nothing to say. He reached for it blindly. I guided his hand until his fingers brushed the shell. At his touch, the old man shivered. Not from cold. I thought they were all gone, he murmured. Dead. Cursed. Lost in Valyria, or crushed at Summerhall. One remained, I said. Buried beneath the crypts at Winterfell. Deep. Asleep. He ran his fingers over it, reverently, as if he were touching the bones of a god. I've dreamed of them. Of wings unfurled. Of fire in the darkness. I never thought I'd feel one again. Do you think it can hatch? I asked, not knowing why I needed the answer. Perhaps, he said. Perhaps not. But it is not the egg that matters. He turned his head to face me fully. It is you. You are the dragon reborn into snow. You are the ember that escaped the ash. Then why do I feel so cold? I whispered. Because you have not yet burned, Eamon said. But you will. You must. He lifted the egg with both hands and held it close to his chest, as if to hear its forgotten heartbeat. He handed it back to me with great care, and I wrapped it again in wool and silence. I don't know what to do with it, I admitted. I don't know what I'm supposed to be. Kill the boy, Jon Snow. And let the king be born. Chapter 8, Shadows and Sights. Chapter text. Chapter 8, Shadows and Sights. The training yard at Castle Black rang with the clash of wood on wood, curses, and the sharp bark of Sir Alisa Thorne's commands. Snow still clung to the corners, packed hard under boot and blade. I stood at the edge of the circle, watching a boy flinch beneath a hail of blows. He was large, not in strength, but in size, his pink face flushed and streaked with tears, breath wheezing in great, ragged gulps. The other men jeered as he fell again, struggling to rise, only to be knocked down by a smug, sharp-faced lad I didn't recognize. "Get up, piggy," someone shouted. "Come on, Tarly, try hitting back," another jeered. "Tarly." I stepped forward. "That's enough," I said, voice low but firm. The boys stopped. Not because of my tone, but because of Ghost, silent as snowfall, appearing at my side, eyes red as ember coals, lips curled slightly. The sharp-faced boy backed away fast. Sir Alisa turned toward me, sneering. "You coddling him, Stark? Think this is Winterfell's nursery? I think if you want swordsmen, breaking their ribs the first day isn't the way to get them," I said coolly. "Let him breathe." Thorne didn't argue. Not aloud. He walked off, muttering under his breath about Stark's softness. I knelt beside the boy. He looked up at me through watery eyes, blinking behind a mess of sweat-damp hair. "You all right?" I asked. He nodded, then shook his head, then tried to nod again. "Why yes. No I suppose so. I'm Sam. Samwell Tarly." "Jon Snow," I said out of habit, then paused. "Jon Stark now, actually. Long story." His eyes widened. "You're the Jon Stark? Lord Eddard's? I mean. I heard the men talking. That you brought wagons. Food. Oil. Stone. Steel. Even books. Some of them," I said, smiling faintly. "You're a Tarly, you said?" He nodded, gulping. "Yes. Of Horn Hill. But my father, he sent me here. Said I was a disgrace. That his mouth clamped shut, pain blooming in his face like a bruise. "Samwell Tarly, you have too much potential to be wasted here playing at being a warrior. Come with me, Samwell." I took Sam to the library, if the name still fit. The room had once been larger, but rot and frostbite had collapsed a corner wall years ago. Shelves leaned like drunks, scrolls crumbled at the touch. We were already clearing space for stone repair, and I'd promised Maester Eamon more wood from the shipments coming from the Wolf's Wood. Still, Sam looked at it like it was a September. "I didn't know the watch had so many books," he murmured, reverently tracing a broken binding. "So many old names. They'll be dust if we don't organize them," I said. "And copied. Preserved." I took a book from the shelf, probably one of Eamon's, seeing as it was in High Valyrian. He blinked at me. "You read Valyrian?" "Yes, it just comes easily to me," I said, then grinned. "But I've got a project for you." He followed me through the winding corridors, down to the rebuilt quartermaster's hall. The room still smelled of new pine and ink. On the table were ledgers, some freshly bound, others salvaged and rebound. Pages of numbers, marks, shipments, and notes lay in neat rows beside my own annotations. "I had them start this when we reached Mole's Town," I explained, laying one open. "Every bolt of cloth, every stone block, every iron nail from White Harbor or Barrowton. I'd like to think even Bravo Sea bankers would be impressed." Sam stared, brows furrowed. You've been recording this by weight and volume. Oh. You're even using different symbols for local versus southern grain. I raised a brow. You recognize that? Of course. It's the old town system. Archmaester Thryn used it in his treatise on harvests. But I thought no one outside the Reach still used that. He is well read. He could be the man I need to help me in the moat. He hasn't given his vows yet. I leaned against the table, watching him light up as he flipped pages, muttering to himself. He caught himself after a moment, flushing. I'm sorry. It's remarkable. Most lords would have just tallied by the cart. I'm not most lords, I said. And neither are you. He turned pink again but said nothing. I showed him around the castle after that, past the scaffolding on the collapsed wall, the rebuilt kitchens with their repaired ovens, the forges that now burned night and day. I want the watch to be able to house and feed thousands of men again, I said. Then grow past that. He looked at me wide-eyed, the weight of those words settling in. But there aren't even 600 of us, are there? Sam said, voice hesitant. No, I admitted. Not yet. But there will be. The Lord Commander is planning big changes. And supplies are flowing in, men will follow. And I mean for the watch to be ready for them. Sam nodded, slowly. It's ambitious. I gave a short laugh. Then I stopped us before the new storerooms, thick stone walls and iron-banded doors, filled with barrels, sacks, tools, iron, even some smoked meat and cheese. This is what your mind will help protect. Numbers, plans, rotas, inventories. If one of those goes wrong, men die. And I think you understand that better than most. He blinked at me, a bit stunned. Me? I nodded. You. I've seen the way you notice things. You have a keen mind, Sam. The Lord Commander has given me leave to put his men to work where I want them, and you would be wasted in the yard or moving stone and wood. I want you to help me organize the rebuilding of Castle Black. Sam looked as if he might faint. I'm no builder, John. I'm not even a fighter. I'm a coward. I stopped and looked him dead in the eyes. You're not a coward. You made it here, didn't you? You stayed, when you could have run. That's more than most. You don't need to swing a sword to serve the watch. Just your mind. He didn't answer, but he didn't deny it either. Instead, he glanced up at the rafters, then down at the half-repaired stone flooring. The east hall needs sealing before the snows come, he said quietly. And the eastern granary roof will leak in 2 weeks unless the pitch is reapplied. I told that to Sir Otin last night, but he grunted and walked off. I smiled. Then don't tell Otin. Tell me. And tomorrow, you start rewriting the ledger. From scratch. We'll go through every name, every bunk, every hammer and sack of oats. Sam looked at me, then at the bustle of Castle Black beyond the half-open gates, men clanking with tools and shouting orders in the yard. Then back to me. All right, he said. I'll do my best, Lord Stark. Just John, Sam, and that's all I ask, I replied. But I think your best might surprise even you. He blushed furiously, and for a moment we stood in companionable silence. The wind moaned low through the high towers, carrying with it the scent of smoke, pine, and cold stone. The watch was still broken in many places, but it was no longer crumbling. In the next fortnight most of the rebuilding would be done and I could go back south. Hopefully with a new steward with me. The wall was a mountain made by men. Climbing it wasn't as hard as I expected, not now that the new winch system had been set up, the pulleys oiled, and new ropes and steel chains wound tight by the smiths. The cage groaned its complaints, but it bore me steadily skyward, past white-crusted stone and gleaming patches of ancient ice, until the whole world seemed to fall away beneath me. When I stepped out onto the top, I almost staggered. The top of the wall was no longer a desolate strip of wind-blasted ice. Crews of black-clad men had labored day and night, restoring what had once been left to rot. Stone and timber walkways now ran along the length of the wall's crown, replacing the crumbling, frost-slicked paths with solid footing. Trenches had been carved for drainage and defense, and small watch posts with thick wooden siding and shuttered windows had been raised at intervals, each equipped with a coal brazier and iron chimneys to hold in warmth during the worst of the cold. It wasn't comfort, not exactly, but it was a far cry from the bone-deep misery the watch had once endured aloft. For the first time in generations, men could live atop the wall, not just survive it. The wind struck me like a blade, sharp and whistling, and the cold clawed at every exposed inch of my face. But the view, gods, the view. The north spread before me like a map drawn by giants. Endless forests of dark pine rolled out toward the horizon like waves frozen mid-crash. Here and there, black mountain peaks jutted up like the jagged teeth of some buried god. Everything was so vast, so open, that it felt almost unreal, like the land beyond the wall had slipped into another age entirely, where no time passed and no men had ever walked. Behind me, footsteps crunched on hoarfrost. "Breathtaking, isn't it?" came Tyrion's voice, cheerful and tinny in the thin air. "Though I admit, the chill does terrible things to my poor southern parts." I turned, grinning. He was bundled up in so many furs he looked more bear than man. He waddled past me, waddled right up to the edge of the wall, unlatched his breeches with some difficulty, and relieved himself into the wind with theatrical flair. "Gods," I laughed, "you really did it." "Of course I did it," he said, shaking himself and buttoning back up. "How many men can say they've pissed off the edge of the world?" He looked over at me, his expression suddenly more serious. "But you didn't come up here for that, did you?" "No," I said, voice quiet. "I just needed to see it. It's quite the sight." He murmured. "It's breathtaking. This place, it feels ancient." "It is ancient," Tyrion said. "Thousands of years old. Built by a hero king with magic and giants, or so the stories say. But I suspect he had better engineers than anyone admits." I smiled faintly. I'd often wondered that myself. In my other life, something like this would have been a marvel even modern machines would struggle to match. The ice would melt at the bottom because of the pressure. 10,000 men, ice fused with stone, some say weirwood used in the foundations. How had they done it? Did the first men and the children truly summon sorcery to shape this frozen monolith? Or had they simply built and built, generation after generation, bound by fear of what lay beyond? The wall was higher and wider in some places, like people over millennia had just dripped water and waited for it to freeze. I leaned over the edge, staring out into the white beyond. The haunted forest stretched out, cloaked in mists and snowfall, the land falling away and then rising again into foothills and jagged peaks. And farther still, so far my eyes couldn't reach, was the land of the true north. Where the dead stirred and the cold had a mind of its own. The wind shifted, and something in it whispered. Not a sound. Not quite. A feeling. A pressure behind the ears, a chill in the bones. A call that wasn't in any tongue I knew, but that still sent the hairs on my neck standing on end. In Castle Black, Ghost gave a low, uncertain growl. He hadn't followed me onto the lift, but I'd caught glimpses of him below, pacing along the base of the wall. He hated this place, more than I understood. The direwolf wasn't just uneasy, he was afraid. That more than anything told me I was right to be uneasy too. "Jon," Tyrion said softly. "Are you well?" I blinked. I hadn't realized I'd gone still, hadn't realized my fingers had curled around the hilt of my longsword. The wind howled again, this time lower, stranger, like the breath of something massive and ancient exhaling just over the edge of the world. "I'm fine," I said, though my voice lacked conviction. "Just listening. Not to that wind, I hope. That way lies madness." I gave a humorless chuckle. "Shut up and give me that wineskin you always carry around." "Not wine, northern fire," he exclaimed and passed it over. I took a big gulp. What the fuck was that? It felt like something was calling me. "Whiskey," I corrected half-heartedly. Tyrion's eyes studied me, weighing something. "You look like someone who's seen ghosts." "I feel like it at least," I said, before I could stop myself. That quieted him. For a long moment we both stood there, staring northward, the cold seeping through even the thickest of furs. The wind moaned again, closer now. The sky above was clear, but the light was wrong, too pale, as if the sun itself feared to shine in full. I turned away, finally. Whatever called from beyond the wall, it wasn't meant to be heard by Tyrion, it was just for me. I had heard it. And worse, I'd understood it just enough to know that it knew me in turn. When I descended, Ghost met me at the base, his fur bristled, his eyes locked onto mine. He pressed close, as if to say, "Don't go out there. Not alone." I crouched and ran my fingers through his fur. "Not alone, Ghost," I whispered. "I always have you." The forest beyond the wall was a different world. I moved quietly, my steps muffled by the snow that blanketed the earth like ash. Ghost padded beside me, his red eyes wary and glowing. The air smelled older out here, older than men, older than castles, older than even memory. Wind moved through the branches like the breath of something ancient. It had taken a week of persistent arguments, midnight conversations, and more than one shouting match to convince Lord Commander Mormont to let me go. He wasn't convinced. Not that day. Nor the next. Mormont had grown fond of me, I knew, in his own gruff, reluctant way. But more than that, he feared what would happen if the new Lord Stark, now half a myth among the Watch, vanished beyond the trees. "You're a symbol, Stark. What happens if the new Lord of Moat Cailin freezes to death pissing under a pine tree north of the wall? The realm doesn't need another dead hero." It was Maester Aemon who finally swayed him. "He sees more than you think," the old man said quietly one evening, after hearing me out in the rookery. "Let him go, Gia. Not as a ranger. As a Stark. As something more." The next morning, Mormont signed the writ with trembling fingers and a scowl that could have cracked stone. "You get a day, boy. No more. You don't come back by then, I'll send a search party." He handed me the letter with the seal. "And for the love of the gods, don't make me regret this." I already had a cloak packed. Ghost was waiting at the gate. The pull had grown stronger with each step I took, like a thread of ice winding around my spine, drawing me deeper into the forest. Ghost padded silently at my side, ears pinned back, uneasy but unwilling to leave me. I followed the call without needing to question it, not instinct, not reason, but something deeper, older. I knew where I was going, even if I had never been there before. When I stepped into the grove, the world changed. It was a place of stillness, so complete it felt unnatural, no bird call, no wind through the branches, only the hush of snow settling. The grove opened like a wound in the forest, and in its heart stood the tree, a great weirwood, its bark pale as dead flesh, its leaves a deep crimson that shimmered in the dim light like old blood. Its carved face stared from the trunk in agony and solemnity, both, sap weeping from their eyes in thick red tears. The air felt thick with memory, with grief, with judgment. The kind of silence that demanded reverence. The call in my chest became a roar, louder than thought, louder than breath. It wasn't sound, not really. It was a knowing. A command carved into my bones. I staggered forward, heart pounding, and fell to my knees before the largest tree. Its face was twisted in an expression I couldn't name, part mourning, part expectation. This was the place. The godswood where the Night's Watch swore their vows. The place I should have knelt as a boy. But I was no longer that Jon Snow. I had changed fate. And I knew now, I had always known, somewhere, that this moment had been waiting for me. I had come to listen. I had come to see. I stepped into the ring of trees. Ghost stopped at the edge. He whined low in his throat, ears flat, but he didn't follow. I turned back, just once, and nodded to him. "I have to do this," I whispered. Then I knelt before the central tree. Its carved face wept tears of red. My fingers touched the bark, and the world vanished. It wasn't like sleep. It wasn't like dreaming. It was like drowning in memory. I was dragged beneath an ocean of time and blood and shadow. I fell through centuries, and I landed in the hollow of a dead tree, staring at a man who had no right to be alive. He was part of the tree, or the tree was part of him. A crown of bone and roots had grown through his skull. His skin was grey and stretched thin across his face, his lips sunken, his eye milky with blindness, yet deeper than void. He was cloaked in black feathers, and the memory of his sword still clung to his side, even though he no longer wore it. Bloodraven. Brynden Rivers. The last green seer. My great-great-uncle. Antlers of blackened root curled through his skull, tangled with ravens that watched with knowing eyes. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The truth poured from him like blood from a wound. First came fire, cold fire, remembered fire. A blade lay resting in darkness, cradled by the bones of the world. Not buried, not lost, only waiting. Dark Sister. The sword of Visenya Targaryen. It pulsed with history and rage beneath a mountain of roots, moonlight sliding across its edge like a whisper of murder. I saw bloody handprints scorched into stone near its resting place. One was mine. Then a city, a man's cloaked in fog and velvet decay. Cobwebs thick as gauze veiled the corners. Beneath a floorboard, in a chest lined with red velvet and sealed in dust, it slept. It was a crown made a weapon. Black Phil. No fire danced on its blade, but the steel remembered kings. The air around it stank of old oaths and spilled blood. In the distance, I heard laughter, bitter, regal, doomed. Flames consumed the world next. Crimson skies cracked open like broken eggs. Beneath a bleeding moon, 3 dragon eggs split, sinew and shell and fire. Screeches filled the sky. Wings erupted, dark as ash, wide as storms. Dragons rose. Not from stone, but from sacrifice. From pain. Fire kissed the womb of the world, and the world screamed. In a broken hall of black stone, Daenerys Targaryen knelt. Her silver hair matted with ash. Her hands trembling. In her arms lay a child, small and still, wrapped in blood-red silk. She held him as if to warm him, as if to breathe life back into him. But there was no life. Only tears. Then my face, reflected not in still water, but in the blade of a sword I had never touched. Steel bright as morning. My eyes were the color of summer storms over Valyria, deep violet, rimmed with flame. The face was mine, but the man was not. A crownless king in exile. The vision twisted. Steel rang like a bell in the dark. Men shouted. Northern cries. Winter fell. Stark. For the north. The dragon wolf. Blades clashed in the snow. A lion's roar was silenced by a sword through the throat. Red cloaks burned. Smoke curled over a torn banner, gold on crimson, rent by axe and frost. Wolves hunted among the dead. I stood on a lake of blood surrounded by corpses that whispered insults to me. The sky bled fire. Ash fell like snow, coating broken shields and shattered helms. Men died with my name on their lips, some in praise, some in terror. The dragon wolf, they called me. Crowned in black steel and rubies, a cloak of fire and soot trailing behind, I strode across the battlefield like a ghost made flesh. My sword was red to the hilt, steaming in the cold air. Around me lay the ruins of houses, falcon, stag, lion, kraken, all fallen, all burning. Their dead stared with empty eyes, mouths open in eternal screams. Ravens circled overhead, crying out truths I could not bear to hear. Northmen knelt in the mud, blooded and hollow-eyed, swearing fealty not with words but with sacrifice. Then came the throne. Not the iron throne of stories, but something older, crueler. A mountain of swords driven into the flesh of a dead god. Blades twisted like roots, fused by heat and hatred. Blood dripped from its heights, running in rivulets down the steps, fresh, endless, red as the weirwood's tears. It looked like a river of blood. I stood before it, drenched in gore, the crown heavy upon my brow. My hands trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of it all. The weight of prophecy, of vengeance, of the countless dead who brought me to this moment. Behind me, the corpses stirred. They called to me, not with voices, but with expectation. Called me a king. A savior. A monster. I could no longer tell which. And then came the silence. The forest lay in ruin, blanketed in endless snow. No birds. No wind. Only the sound of ice cracking as they came. Pale riders atop gaunt horses, their eyes burning like ghost fire. The white walkers moved like whispers, soundless and cold. I saw flesh turn black at their passing. The weirwoods wept frozen tears. And then came the spiral. A field of bodies, twisted and arranged with terrible purpose, arms, legs, skulls forming a symbol too old to name. A spiral of death. The wind howled around it, but the corpses did not move. They were part of something larger, something watching. I felt it watching me. The vision surged, the weight of it crushing, until I fell back into my body like a man thrown from a cliff. My breath was ragged. My fingers dug into the snow. Ghost was howling. And the tree in front of me bled. I tried to look away, but I couldn't. The images burned into me. They filled my lungs like fire. My skin cracked beneath them. My blood boiled. Too much. I tried to cry out, but my voice was gone. All that remained was the sound of wind through dead leaves, and the taste of blood in my mouth. The tree released me like it had exhaled. I fell back into the snow like a broken branch. My limbs refused to move. My mouth was open, but no breath came. The cold was a living thing. It crept into my bones and coiled around my heart. Above me, the weirwood wept in silence. Then something warm brushed against my face. A wet nose. Hot breath. Ghost. He whined, low and desperate, and nudged me with his snout. I couldn't respond. My fingers wouldn't obey me. I had no strength left. The visions had emptied me. I had gone too far. I thought of Sam, still poring over ledgers. Of Rob, somewhere to the south. Of Arya's wild grin. Of Daenerys, cradling a child she could not save. And I thought of the swords, Dark Sister, Black Phil. Waiting. The world faded. Ghost curled around me, his thick white fur pressing into my side. He growled softly at the trees, at the sky, at the cold. I slipped into darkness, wrapped in warmth and silence and the steady pulse of something that would not let me go. Not yet. Chapter 9, Chapter 9 Shadows in the Snow. Chapter text. Chapter 9 Shadows in the Snow. The world was white and still. Snow drifted gently over me, clinging to the fur of my cloak, dusting Ghost's back like powdered ash. He lay half-curled around me, his breath a faint plume in the cold morning air. I couldn't feel my fingers. My eyes ached. When I moved, something cracked, ice had crusted over the blood beneath my nose, frozen where it had bled in the night. I sat up slowly, groaning. The weirwood stood behind me, ancient and still, its red eyes watching me in silence. Its mouth bled red sap like blood. The grove was untouched by wind or storm, the snow falling gently through the air as if time itself hesitated here. The vision, the dream, the truth. It was all slipping from me like water through my hands. Images came in flashes, jagged as broken glass, a woman with silver hair kneeling in ash. A sword of night and flame, black as sorrow. A cave in the bones of the world where something old waited, hungry and aware. My own face, too, older, crowned, shadowed in blood. I clenched my jaw. My fingers throbbed, white at the tips, the flesh stiff. Frostbite, or close to it. I forced them into a fist. I wouldn't forget. I couldn't forget. The cost of ignorance was too great now. I had seen too much. The location of Valyrian steel, the way to hatch dragons, the future, so much useful information. Ghost nudged me, whining softly. His red eyes searched mine, worried. He had felt it too, something. A presence vast and strange. Not just Brynden, but something older and bigger still. I brushed the snow from my cloak and staggered to my feet. Each step away from the tree was harder than I expected, like walking through wet sand. My legs were trembling. My lungs burned. But I made myself move, one foot in front of the other, back toward the watch. Back toward warmth and brothers and war. The wind howled through the pines as I walked. The snow whispered of death and memory. And still, fragments echoed in my head like a song I couldn't forget. A blade in the dark. A face with purple eyes. A spiral of corpses. A child crying in a hole of ruin. The wall loomed somewhere ahead, beyond the trees. But I no longer felt its safety the way I once had. There were things in this world that no stone or ice could stop. The snow crunched beneath my boots as I walked, my legs stiff, my cloak heavy with frost. My breath came in slow, steady clouds. Each step away from the weirwood felt like leaving behind a truth too great to carry. And yet, my mind raced, fevered and full. Not just with the images I had seen, but with the truth I had kept buried. I wasn't only building roads and draining swamps to feed the north. I wasn't forging steel in new ways or commissioning kilns to blow glass for lanterns and lenses simply for the watch's benefit. I told myself it was all for survival, for the war to come. The others would not care for crowns or thrones or gold, only fire and blood and death. And yet, that wasn't the whole truth, was it? I wanted the throne. Not just to wield it as a weapon against the long night, but for myself. I wanted to stand atop a world and remake it with my own hands. I wanted to see the engines of war I designed sweep across battlefields. I wanted to see the granaries full in every holdfast because I had put them there. I wanted my seal on letters that reshaped the world. I wanted power, not only for the good it could bring, but because power itself drew me like a blade to the hand. Even now I could see it, the Iron Throne, not just in fire and blood, but solid and real. Bleeding swords, yes, but also the seat from which the world could be saved. Or destroyed. The vision had shaken me. I had seen what it would take to get there. The screams. The fire. The broken bodies. A lake of blood. My own face drenched in it. It had made me feel wrong. Unclean. I was meant to stop that war, not cause it. But the war is coming either way. The north is not enough. The wall cannot stand alone. The south is fractured. The realm is weak. If I do not rise, if someone else takes the reins of power, they will fail, and the dead will sweep us all away. I am the best candidate. Not because I'm Roriga's son. Not because of dragons or bloodlines. Because I remember the world that was. Because I know how to win. I understand the shape of what must be done, even if it's cruel, even if it breaks me. Let it. Let the songs call me a tyrant. Let history scorn me. I will hold the realm together through the long night. I will bear the crown. I will bear the guilt. No matter the cost. The entrance to Castle Black loomed in the distance. I could see plums of smoke for the top of the wall, the new towers on top like a jagged crown of soot and stone, its wooden walkways gleaming with fresh ice. The wind had teeth again. Snow whipped past my face, stinging skin already cracked and bruised. Ghost padded ahead of me, silent as the grave, his white fur ruffled and stiff with frost. The gate guards spotted us as we neared. Their shouts broke the morning hush. 7 hells, is that Lord Stark? Fetch the Lord Commander. Steel boots clattered across the ice-packed yard. I saw shapes moving atop the wall, and the clang of the lift's chains echoed down like bells of alarm. 2 men ran forward, grabbing my arms like I was made of glass. You've been gone a full day, one said. We thought you'd fallen through the ice or worse. I didn't answer. My tongue felt slow. My hands were numb. I let them lead me like a wraith into the courtyard, Ghost stalking at my heel, eyes burning red in the morning gloom. Inside the rookery tower, warmth wrapped around me like a second skin. Maester Eamon was already waiting, a cup of steaming broth in one hand. He did not ask what had happened. He touched my wrist, gently, found the chill in my fingers, and nodded to Clydas to fetch blankets. I looked at myself in the mirror. Were my eyes more purple? He cleaned the blood from my nose in silence. Rubbed a salve of bear fat and pine resin on my fingertips. I did not speak. I couldn't. But Eamon's blind eyes turned toward me as if he saw straight through flesh and bone. You looked beyond the wall, he said softly, not as a question but a truth. And something ancient looked back. I didn't reply. He didn't expect me to. The wall remembers, he said. It stands, not only with stone and ice, but with memory. When you touch what lies beyond, it touches you back. His words settled in the air like falling snow, light, but heavy when they landed. I didn't know what I'd touched. But it still clung to my skin like frostbite. Did Bloodraven show me all that? Why now and not in all these years? By the time I was warm enough to walk again, the summons came. Lord Commander Mormont stood in his solar, arms crossed, bear cloak slung over one shoulder. A kettle of mead steamed near the fire. You were gone a day and a night, he said, his tone gruff but measured. I had half a mind to send a dozen men after you. I met his eyes. I went to think. You went beyond the wall. Alone. He grunted. Not wise. No, I admitted. He stared at me for a long moment, waiting for more, for an explanation of my injuries. I gave him none. Whatever I had seen, whatever had seen me, was not something I could explain, not yet. It was mine, not his. Mormont sighed and poured a cup of mead. Don't vanish again without telling someone. I need you breathing. He handed me the cup. Drink. Then sleep. Whatever you went looking for, don't let it hollow you out. I nodded, though the cold inside me was deeper than hot drink or blankets could banish. Still, I drank, and I said nothing more. I have much thinking to do. How do I recover Dark Sister? That cave must be in Bloodraven's Weirwood. Sleep would not come. I lay still for a long time, staring at the wooden beams above me, my breath frosting in the air with each slow exhale. The ache in my limbs was deep and familiar, like the aftermath of fever, but colder, as if something inside me had been touched by winter itself. I could still feel the ghost of the vision clawing at the edges of my thoughts. Images flared and faded, purple eyes weeping flame, snow buried in screams, a hand holding a sword of night, a cave, a woman, a crown. I turned my face to the wall. My fingertips still throbbed, raw where frostbite had kissed them. Ghost lay curled beside the hearth, watching me with quiet patience. I always knew where he was these days, I could even see through his eyes almost voluntarily. I envied him. There was a kind of serenity in a direwolf's silence, no doubt, no regret, no memory. Only instinct. And yet, he had howled at the tree, as if he too had seen something beyond bark and bone too. I sat up. My legs felt like they belonged to someone else. The keep was quiet at this hour. One of the brothers snored in the hallway, a sound as steady as tide on rock. I wrapped my cloak around me, tucked a strip of leather into my belt to hold it close, and slipped out of the dormitory. The wall loomed above, a white shadow lit by moonlight, and Castle Black slept beneath it like a frozen beast. But the library was always open. It had once been a grand hall, or so the carvings over the lintel suggested, two swords crossed beneath a direwolf and a crow, half worn away by time. The braziers were nearly out, and the flames sputtered as if reluctant to keep watch over so much forgotten knowledge. I lit a taper and wandered the shelves. I told myself I came to understand what had happened to me beyond the wall, to find context, or answers. But the truth is, I was looking for purpose. I needed to believe the visions meant something, that I had not been touched by old gods and ancient magics only to return empty-handed. The books were brittle and half-rotted. Scribes had copied over some again and again, erasing the older words. Others were in High Valyrian, barely legible. I found ledgers, names of men long dead, their patrols recorded in blocky, efficient script, dispatched beyond the gorge, some Eowyn commanding. 4 rangers lost in a blizzard. 1 returned raving, speech rendered incoherent. I read that one twice. Another scroll mentioned red eyes in the snow and a shadow walking beside a great elk. A different ranger report, 300 years old, referred cryptically to the watcher in the trees. It did not move, but the snow turned red where it stood. No one had followed up. No one had returned. It had been written, noted, then filed away. And forgotten. More reports of trees walking and killing men. The watch had forgotten what it was. I found a bundle of maps tucked in the back of a warped shelf, most of them too decayed to read. But one held together, old, cracked parchment covered in fading ink and careful lines. A map made after the Targaryen conquest, I guessed. There were patrol routes etched in, arcing well beyond the wall, into the white void that passed for the far north. One trail extended almost to the top of the page. Near the edge, a circle drawn in red ink bore a name in Valyrian, the Ghost Hill. A great weirwood drawn on top of it. I knew where that was. Not exactly, but enough. Bloodraven. Bryndon Rivers. The last green seer, half dead and rooted beneath the trees. Now I knew where to find him. This must have been a map from his time in the watch. I didn't realize I wasn't alone until I heard the thud of a dropped book and a muttered curse. I snuffed my candle and crouched. If Amun catches me out of bed he will be mad, I am supposed to be resting from the frostbite. But the figure that entered wasn't one of the old hands or Lord Mormont. He was round, nervous, and burdened with too many books, which he promptly tripped over. "Gods," he whispered. "Stupid, stupid." "Careful," I said softly as I stepped from the shelves. Samwell Tarly nearly jumped out of his skin. "J. John," he stammered. I'm sorry, I didn't think anyone would be, I just." "It's fine," I said laughing, kneeling to help him gather the spilled tomes. "You're not the only one who couldn't sleep." He blinked at me, red-faced. I thought, maybe I could read. I don't sleep well with the others. There's too much noise. I know the feeling. I glanced at the titles he carried. A History of the Reign of Inizai, an herbal compendium, a treatise on castle foundations. "You're reading about herbs?" I asked. I thought. He looked down. "I need to know more about medicine. I don't recognize a few of the thing you brought." "Good job, Sam. You could have asked me though. You are doing an incredible job with the supplies. My schedule has been moved forward a sennight thanks to your help," I said. He looked at me like I'd sprouted a second head. "It has." "Absolutely," I said. "I need more men like you. Smart ones." He hesitated. "You don't mind talking with me?" "I'd like that," I said. "You're not what the others think you are." "I'm not." "No. And I think you could be something more." I saw it now, clearer than before. In another life, Samwell Tarly had stabbed a White Walker through the heart, unearthed lost truths buried under centuries, and become one of the few men in the world who could read the truth beneath legends. He had been vital. And I would not let this timeline forget that. He was quiet for a long moment. "I'm not brave," he said at last. "But I want to help. I want to learn." I smiled. "That's more than most here will ever say." He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw something spark behind his eyes, not just fear or longing, but determination. "Then teach me," he whispered. "I will." We sat there, side by side, paging through the yellowed texts. We talked most of the night and I taught him about my inventions. I talked to him about what I hoped to accomplish in the wall and in my lands. We discussed many things, from administration to history. Sam was easy to talk to, and his mind was as sharp as a sword. By the time we were done the fire had gone out in the brazier, and the cold crept in again. The morning light came from the windows. But it didn't seem to matter. I waited until noon. No one watched me as I slipped into the spare storeroom beneath the rookery, where Ghost stood guard. The direwolf rose silently and padded behind me as I knelt and opened the old chest, hidden beneath tarps and discarded cloaks. Inside, swaddled in black wool, lay the egg. White and red. Veins like blood curled beneath its surface, and when I touched it, it was warm, not like a stone warmed by sunlight, but like the skin of something sleeping. Or something dreaming. I held it in my hands for a long time, weighing not just the stone, but the meaning behind it. I'd read the histories. Daenerys's tale was still fresh in my mind, the pyre, the screams, the ash, the miracle. She had walked through flame and brought forth death and wings. I'd studied everything I could get my hands on about Valyria, dragon lore, fire binding. But none of it told me how, or why, this one had come to me. Or what it wanted. It pulsed faintly against my skin. I'd seen it before, in the vision. Nestled in snow, resting on a burning anvil. Blood dripping across it, smoke rising. The cry of something being born echoed in my skull. Fire. Blood. Sacrifice. Those weren't metaphors, were they? I set the egg down gently. Part of me wanted to lock it away again, bury it, forget it existed. A dragon was power. A dragon was fire given form. In the wrong hands, it would raise cities, turn armies to ash. In mine, would I be better? It would be too small for war, for many years. But after that, it could be a weapon to centralize power. I wanted to believe I would only use it to stop the long night. To burn the White Walkers, to break the frozen tide that was coming. But I had already admitted the truth to myself, hadn't I? I wanted power. Not only for the good I could do, but for what it was. The ability to shape the world, not merely survive it. A dragon would make me more than just a king with strange dreams. It would make me a symbol. Or a monster. Ghost nudged my arm. I exhaled and placed the egg back in its wrappings. Not yet, I told myself. But soon. I found the old bear on the west wall, overlooking the rebuilt barracks. Smoke rose from new chimneys and shouts echoed in the distance, men hammering timber, hauling stone, shouting curses as they raised beams under the morning frost. "You're up early," Mormont said, not turning. I never slept. HMPH. That's a curse more of us share these days. We stood in silence for a while, watching two new recruits fumble through a stack of shields. A raven landed nearby, feathers slick with dew, and caught once before flapping off toward the rookery. "I wanted to ask you something," I said. "Go on. Do you ever think about the weight of it? Lordship. Rule. Power." Mormont turned his eyes on me. They were sharp, tired, but not unkind. "I gave up Bear Island when I took the Black," he said. "Left it to my son. You know how that turned out." I nodded. "Ser Jorah. The exile. The shame. Eamon was offered a crown once," Mormont went on. "He refused. Said he knew too well what power would make of him." I swallowed. "Did he ever regret it?" "I don't think so. He feared what he'd become if he said yes. He wanted Aegon to be king. I didn't understand that when I was young. I do now. And if the kingdom needed him? If the world needed him?" He gave a tired grunt. "I've had 3 ravens from the Shadow Tower. Strange lights. Wildlings found frozen with swords still in their hands, and no wounds. Tracks that vanish halfway through the snow. I've lived long enough to trust rumors, if enough men repeat them." I let out a breath I hadn't known I'd been holding. "What have you decided?" I asked. "We prepare. Slowly. Quietly. I can't move too fast or half the watch will think I've gone mad. But once Eastwatch, the Shadow Tower, and Castle Black are rebuilt, I'll begin. The gift is coming back to life. Northern lords are sending timber, grain, even volunteers. Some men want to stay after I talked to them about your ideas. Start farms. Raise children. Can you believe it?" I could. I had hoped for it. He looked out at the snowy fields stretching south, then north again. "You keep speaking of duty," he said. "But I've served long enough to see what men really follow. Not duty. Not honor. They follow conviction. Will. If you've got that, men will follow you. Whether you want them to or not." I turned my face to the wall. "They'll need someone to follow," I said. "When winter comes. Then be ready to pay the price," Mormont said. "Because lordship, boy, it doesn't ask what you want. It only asks what you'll give." "I am not speaking of lordship, Jeor Mormont, I am speaking of kingship, but thank you for your words anyway." 3 days passed in bitter wind and hard work. The wall loomed silent, a cold sentinel watching over our every breath, as hammers echoed against stone and timber. The Black brothers moved with purpose, more than I remembered from my other life, more than when I first arrived. There was an urgency to them now, a quiet belief that things might change. And perhaps they would. I'd made sure of it. Tyrion had left yesterday, back south, not before telling me he would ride from time to time. Castle Black, that ancient, rotting ruin of a fortress, was slowly taking on new life. The slope-roofed towers I had designed were rising quickly on either side of the old central hall, built with sharply angled pine beams and black slate shingles quarried from the frost fangs. The timber came from the gift and the new forges, the labor from the watch and the willing small folk Mormont had allowed to settle within the lands. The new smithy was already active, the chimneys coughing smoke into the pale sky, and I'd seen the glimmer of raw steel cooled in new molds I had helped design, better alloys, new methods. I'd commissioned a kiln, too, in the lower yard. A primitive one, but it would do. For glass. For pottery. Concrete would come next, if the lime proved strong enough. Castle Black was no longer a decaying outpost at the edge of the world. It was becoming a fortress again, a symbol of what the Night's Watch had once been, and what it needed to be. And still the cold crept closer. I had taken to walking the yard at night. Ghost followed me silently, his pale fur like snowlight, his eyes ever watchful. The dreams hadn't stopped since the vision beneath the weirwood. I still saw flames and frost, heard screaming crows and the echo of ice shattering like glass. I saw a great hall of fire turned black with soot, and a sword that burned cold in my hand. Sometimes, when I closed my eyes, I saw a throne of ash and snow. And myself upon it. I hated that the visions had implanted themselves so deep in my psyche. It was just past midday on the fourth day when the horn blew once. Not wildlings. Not enemies. Just rangers returning. I was reviewing the ledgers with Sam near the forges, marking supplies and lumber deliveries. I looked up at once, though. Something was wrong. The wind shifted. Ghost growled. The party rode into the yard half an hour later, slow and grim-faced. 5 of them. One slumped in his saddle, arms slack, reins wrapped around his wrists. He barely moved. The others dismounted quickly and whispered with Bowen Marsh, who went pale as salt. I walked over before anyone called me. I felt it in my chest, like a chill behind the breastbone. The slumped man was young. Dylan, I remembered. He was from the Flint Cliffs. Just a boy, really. His skin was wrong. Pale like milk left out in winter. His lips were blue and cracked. His eyes fluttered beneath lids that didn't close properly. Maester Eamon arrived within minutes, carried on a litter. Lay him flat, he said. Carefully. I knelt beside Dylan as they laid him on a bed of furs in the great hall. Mormont was already there, standing behind the fire pit. The flames crackled dimly, someone had just stoked them with peat and pine. He was fine when we left, muttered one of the rangers. 2 days out, he started shivering. We thought it was just the cold, but then he started saying things. Saying what? I asked. The ranger hesitated. Whispers, milord. Things about trees. About eyes watching. About snow that sang. That chill behind my ribs deepened. Dylan's lips moved. Faintly. I leaned in. Blood in the bark, he watches, red eyes, all the bones, all the cold. I looked at Eamon. His blind eyes were focused nowhere, and yet I felt him see more than most. His hands were on Dylan's temples, gentle and still. He is dying, the old maester said softly. The room was silent save for the snapping fire. I touched Dylan's brow. It was hard. Frozen hard, like stone pulled from the snow. His breath was shallow. His pulse, if it still existed, was fluttering like a leaf caught in a storm. Then it stopped. A long breath out. His chest fell. And did not rise. No one spoke. Dylan was dead. I looked to Eamon, who gave a slow nod. I will prepare the rites, he whispered. But I didn't move. My hand hovered over Dylan's face, about to close his eyelids. And then he moved. It wasn't a twitch. It wasn't a death spasm. It was a jolt, as if something unseen pulled his spine straight with invisible wires. Most of the fires close to the body went out suddenly. His eyes snapped open. And they were blue. So blue they seared. Ghost snarled beside me. Dylan's hands spasmed. His mouth gaped wide, too wide, as if the jaw had forgotten its hinges, and a low hiss escaped his throat. His limbs began to thrash. The ranger beside me screamed. One of the stewards dropped the basin he held. I didn't hesitate. I drew my sword and stood over the thing. Back. I shouted, voice firm. Everyone back. The thing on the fur sat up. It was Dylan's body, but the soul behind the eyes was gone. Or worse, replaced. Holy shit. Mormont had drawn his own blade, old and broad blade, not made for finesse but for cleaving meat from bone. John, he said, what in the name of the gods is this? Not the gods, I said. The others. The white lunged for us. Chapter 10, Interlude Stone and Seeds. Chapter text. Interlude Stone and Seeds. POV, Seren. The marshes had changed. Where once there had been only bog and peat and the lazy trickle of black water through tangled reeds, now there was order. Elevated canals cut the wetland like veins, bound in timber and stone. Wooden sluices opened and closed at set hours, releasing the water in measured flow, feeding the vast fields below, square-tilled paddies of rice and barley, their green shoots swaying with the breeze. Oxen turned slow, sweat dark under the sun, drawing water up from the trenches with creaking wheels. Beyond, men in white straw hats spread seed, and behind them came barefoot boys singing work songs as they chased the birds away with sticks. Seren stood atop a narrow wooden platform, arms crossed, watching the valley unfold like a living map. From here he could see the bone-white thatch of the grain barns, the black and red banners flying over the estate at Green Hollow, and the cranes by the riverbank lifting timber and stone with groaning pulleys. The sun was warm. The earth was warmer. Somewhere in the stillness, a frog croaked. He had helped build this. Not in a year, nor two, but in 5 long years since he'd stood before John Stark in the great hall of Winterfell, expecting to be sent home for arrogance. He still remembered the way the snow clung to his boots then, and the way the firelight caught in the purple of Jon's eyes. Seren had seen what mattered even then. You turned fish into gold, Jon had said, unrolling the parchment. 4-fold increase. You restructured the dockside, redirected the inlet tide with nothing but driftwood and scrap, and paid your laborers with half the catch. No blood. No theft. No lord's favor. You did that on your own. I was hungry, Seren had said. So were they. That had been enough. Now he watched thousands of acres of tamed wetland below him, where families worked with pride and no one begged for crusts. The scent of warm mud and growing things filled the air. This land was stubborn, but it had bent to steel and vision. The North will never starve again, he thought, and his chest tightened. The work had not been easy. For 5 years this place has expanded, and trouble came with it. The neck was no gentle plain, it fought back. The soil was half water, half root, and sank underfoot like a dying beast. The first canals they dug collapsed within weeks, the banks swallowed by the mire. Sluice gates warped in the heat and split in the frost. Insects bred in the stagnant pools faster than the fish did, and the first snowfall nearly destroyed everything. But Seren had grown up in salt marsh and tide flow. He knew the way of drowned land. He began with basket weirs and willow bundling, ancient tricks of the Crannog men. Where timber sagged, he used stone ballast from collapsed ruins nearby and the new concrete Jon had invented, more and more concrete. Where carts failed, he laid plank roads and wide-footed sledges. At night, he sketched by torchlight, testing layouts for dikes and flood retention basins. During the day, he worked with his hands alongside Northmen, the freedmen and farmers Jon had sent to him, southerners and small folk, a few former wildlings, and even one maester disgraced for tinkering with pumps too much. One night, Jon sat with Seren in the granary loft, eating boiled barley and eel. He listened as Seren explained the trouble with the channel gradient, how the high tide pushed back the water intake, how iron pumps rusted in the marsh air. Jon had stared out over the darkened fields for a long time. What if we built elevated catchment pools, he asked finally. Stacked reservoirs above the paddies, not beside them. Feed them through the slope, let gravity do the work. Seren had blinked. That's not how we've done it. Good, Jon had said. Then it might actually work. It had. Now, a series of terraced cisterns climbed the hill to the west, fed by diverted springs dammed with stone and reinforced with concrete. They trapped the rainfall and held the upland runoff long after storms passed. At dawn, sluices released the water downhill in measured steps, enough to flood the paddies when needed, then drain just as quickly into the next row. Crops once unthinkable in the north now grew in stubborn abundance, wild rice, green wheat, even yellow melons along the sunnier ridges. Tens of thousands of men toiled the land and tamed the northernmost marshes. Enough food for millions of men, women and children, enough to feed the north. It wasn't just food. With Jon's approval, Seren had begun testing hemp retting and reed plaster for brickwork. A dye house stood beside the main canal now, extracting pigments from swamp blossoms. And in a nearby village, Jon had ordered the construction of a learning lodge, not a maester's tower, but a place where orphan boys and farmers' sons could learn counting, irrigation, land mapping, and letters. There were failures, of course. The second dam burst during a thaw and flooded 3 rice villages. A fungus wiped out half the barley crop one humid day. And more than once, lords from the old families sent riders to remind Seren that this was northern land and not his to tame like some Reachman dandy. Thank the gods this is Jon's land now. Now, standing above the valley of green, water, rising timber, stone, and seemingly infinite farmlands, Seren understood what Jon had meant. The Neck had not died. It had only slept, waiting for men who saw not just what was, but what could be. And in the distance, cranes creaked skyward, lifting stone to heights the marsh had never known. He turned as hooves approached along the plank road. A black-cloaked rider from Castle Black, carrying a scroll sealed in wax. Another summons, perhaps. Or a warning. Either way, the work would continue. There was too much worth saving now. The Neck narrowed as he rode north, the swamp giving way to firmer earth and shallow rises of stone. The sky hung heavy with mist, turning the world grey at the edges, but the black causeway was solid beneath his horse's hooves. For centuries, the kings of the south had broken their armies here, where the land itself fought alongside the north. And now, for the first time in generations, the moat was waking. Moat Cailin loomed ahead like a half-buried giant stirring from sleep. What remained of its towers jutted like broken teeth from the earth, dark basalt and green-veined stone worn smooth by time and war. Yet where once the ruin had brooded in decay, now it pulsed with motion and purpose. Seren slowed his mount and took in the sight from the hillock. Great cranes, powered by windlass and oxen, swung timber scaffolds into place along the southern wall. Stone cutters from White Harbor and masons from the hills of Last Hearth lay bought side by side with freedmen and cranogmen. Gigantic blocks, many untouched since the Age of Heroes, were being levered back into alignment, reseated with concrete and reinforced with iron braces forged in Winterfell's own forges. Sparks flew from the courtyards where rivets were driven into iron doors thicker than a grown man's chest. The old causeway, once broken and overgrown, had been cleared and widened. A new road of timber, gravel, and sun-dried brick stretched southward, wide enough for 2 carts abreast, with room for mounted outriders. Supply wagons rolled slowly through the mist, laden with grain, nails, rope, quarried stone, and, more rarely, barrels of pitch. The bottleneck was almost gone. Soon, the spine of the north would be open again, from the Gift to Greywater to the King's Road. One day, Seren thought, this place would be more than a ruin reborn. It would be a fortress unlike any in Westeros. He could see it already, rising in his mind's eye like a dream half remembered. 20 massive towers, each shaped by necessity and age, rounded, squat, wide at the base and flared at the crown like the ancient watch trees of the Neck. Rebuilt in stone and northern concrete, with walls as thick as small houses, resistant to fire, time, and siege. Their faces would bear no ornament, only the crude dignity of northern craftsmanship. Every angle calculated, every inch laid in function. A vast curtain wall would span the marsh on either side, anchored by stone pylons sunk into the bedrock and tied together with iron. A keep, broad, low, and cold, would rise from the heart of the moat like a sleeping beast, its windows narrow, its parapets wide enough for war engines and shield walls. Below it, cisterns, armories, granaries, deep vaults and command halls carved into the ancient stone. It would be a bastion of the north, not just a shield, but a hammer. Running water with Jon's new systems were being set up, and massive vaults being built under the keeps. Gates of black steel would replace the rotted timbers, hung on dragonbone hinges. Portcullises would drop with a thunderclap. Murder holes and arrow slits would line the entry passages like the teeth of a beast. Ranged along the battlements, scorpions, ballista, racks of tar, and barrels of dragon glass. When the wind blew, it would carry the scent of oil and stone dust, not swamp rot. And below all of it, the causeway would run like a black ribbon through the reeds, straight and dry, reinforced with stone pilings, patrolled from dusk to dawn. A lifeline. A warning. But it would take time. Even after 5 years of toil, sweat, and blood, Seren knew they were only halfway there. The stones still rose crooked in many places. The marsh still tried to swallow the foundations. Every cartload of mortar, every bar of steel, every trained mason, they all came slowly. Winters stole weeks. Floods took more. And yet, it would stand. One day, it would stand tall. It was already an impressive castle and more defensible than most in Westeros. When the world looked north and asked, where is the strength of House Stark, they would look here and find their answer. At the gatehouse, Seren dismounted and was met by a broad-shouldered man in a rust-colored cloak. Sir Cort, once a hedge knight of little repute, now wore a black breastplate adorned with a white direwolf badge. His beard was salt and pepper, but his eyes were sharp. "Inspection, is it?" Cort said, smirking. "You missed the rain. We had 3 feet of it last week. Flooded half the lower yard." "I'd rather miss the rain and not the rot," Seren said, shaking his hand. "Let's walk." They toured the perimeter as masons hoisted new murder holes into the wall's belly, angled so boiling oil or scalding pitch could be poured without exposing the defenders. At the towers, newly constructed horn platforms rose above the tree line, linked by signal flags and mirrored lights for clear sky communication. Cort gestured to one. Cort's jaw tensed. "This time, it won't take 1,000 Crannog arrows to hold the pass. We've got steel now. Cauldrons. Ramparts wide enough for artillery carts." Seren nodded, gaze sweeping the causeway where carts moved in double file. "And food, roads." He glanced back at the moat itself, its towers rising like a crown of jagged stone, half finished, half forgotten. But stronger now. Solid. Awake. "Jon once told me this place was the keystone in the Arch of the North," Seren said softly. "Whoever holds it can break armies, or let them pass." Cort grunted. "He's right. This isn't just a choke point. It's a blade held to the South's throat. And now we've sharpened it." As they stood in the shadow of the gatehouse, the wind picked up, carrying the scent of stone dust, pitch, and old salt. From the horn tower, a call echoed, long, low, steady. A test, only a drill. But it carried like a warning through the mists, across the neck. Seren didn't smile. But he felt something settle deep in his chest. Pride. The Cranogman was older than the marsh, or so it seemed. His face was carved by 1,000 seasons, lined and knotted, brown as bark. He stood barefoot in the mud, a frog spear slung over one shoulder and a bone necklace tapping against his chest. They called him Harlan Reed, uncle to Lord Howland. A ghost of the old ways. "I should have stayed in Greywater," he muttered as Seren dismounted, boots sinking into the spongy earth. "You would have, if it hadn't started flooding," Seren said, offering no false sympathy. Harlan gave him a sharp look. "It's the trees and the water and the spirits who live between. They rise when the land is troubled. And it is troubled, steward." Seren didn't smile. "The trouble is that your people are starving. These new fields, the dikes, the rice paddies, they work. But we need hands to tend them. Your knowledge. Your wisdom. You've seen the difference it makes." Harlan squinted past him, where children knelt in neat rows of flooded furrows, planting grains with their toes. They'll eat. And forget the old songs." "No," Seren said, voice firm. "They'll live. That's the beginning of remembering. Not the end of it." Harlan shifted his spear. "You came from stone halls and banners. What makes you think the neck can change without breaking?" Seren looked around. At the sluices guiding water through the carved wooden gates. At the wind cranes lifting bushels on 2 barges. At the tiny shrines at the edge of every paddy, where frogs and reeds were offered in thanks. "Because it already has. Look at this, Lord Reed." Seren motioned to the farms and canals as far as the eye could see. "The old spirits will walk these lands still, but so will your grandchildren. And they'll have rice, and roofs, and roads." The old man grunted. "You talk like a lord." "I serve one," Seren said. "And he remembers every soul, living and dead. The north is rising, my lord. We need the neck to rise with it." Silence followed, long as the mist. Then the old Cranogman nodded. "Fine. I'll teach. But the bogs keep their secrets. If the trees start whispering, don't say I didn't warn you. Even the men clinging to the old world are coming to our side, Jon. If you could see this you would weep." Seren found them in the long barrack hall beside the south wall. The offices where this would be done in the future were almost done, but not yet. A map was spread across the table, thick parchment painted with new roads, tower sites, port icons and red flags marking granary zones. Arin was there already, his hands ink-stained, glasses perched low on his nose. Secourt, armored in a padded vest and oiled leathers, stood like a stone beside him. "Good," said Arin, without looking up. "You're late." "I was convincing a bog ghost to share his secrets," Seren said. "How's the census?" Arin cleared his throat. 198,611 souls, as of last moon. Concentrated along the moat, the coast's banks, and the new neck settlements. That includes children. That's a 43% rise in just a year, Court said. "We're going to need more walls. We're going to need more of everything," Seren muttered, scanning the map. "Let's talk roads." Arin tapped a dotted line stretching from Moat Cailin to White Harbour. The King's Road bypass is already halfway paved. Stone footings, timber bridges, ironwood mile markers. Once the Neck Road meets it, trade from both coasts can funnel straight to Winterfell. The road network, once little more than muddy tracks and half-forgotten game trails, had begun to take shape like the veins of a living thing. Wide, hard-packed roads of gravel and concrete ran from Moat Cailin to the western and eastern shores, linking the riverine hamlets with the hill settlements. Surveyors marked out future stretches in charcoal and chalk, cutting through dense thickets and ancient groves with careful precision. Watchtowers were rising every 10 miles, simple stone affairs with signal horns and rain-catch cisterns, each one a torch against the wilds. It wasn't just movement the roads enabled, it was safety, trade, vision. For the first time in living memory, the southern marches of the north would be more than forgotten hinterlands, they would be connected. "And the villages?" Seren asked. 22 new ones settled, Arin replied. "Mostly freedmen, small folk from the Reach and Westerlands, even some Valumen, and of course a lot of Northmen. The incentives worked, 5 acres, tax-free for a year, 1 goat per head. They are building with thatch and sod, but we've sent teams to reinforce with timber and stone." North and south of the Fever River, new villages were rising on dry ridges and terraced banks. Some were no more than clusters of thatched homes and half-dug root cellars, others boasted timber halls and communal grain pits. Former poachers, debtors, and even a few southern refugees had taken Jon's offer of land and safety, clearing brush, planting seed, raising walls. There were arguments, scuffles, failures. But every week another homestead staked a claim, another longhouse was framed in pine and ash. Even the Crannog men, ever wary of stone and change, had begun to edge outward, their boat homes tied alongside new piers of timber and rope. The Neck, it seemed, was breathing for the first time in 100 years. Where once there was nothing but moss and sedge, fields now rippled with hardy grains and green rice. Northern barley, low sun flax, and black beans had taken root alongside the watery paddies, their rows meticulous and foreign. Cattle grazed in controlled pastures beyond the marsh lines, and smoke from new kilns curled into the sky. At the edge of every settlement, there were signs of something more: brickyards, soap vats, tanners, and even a crude paper mill near the eastern reaches, where cartonwood pulp ran white in the creek. Trade had begun flowing before the towns were finished, bartering saltfish for nails, oil for seed, labor for lumber. It was messy, organic, promising. Any unrest? A few raids near the marshlands south. Brigands. Secourt's riders handled it. Handled it, Court repeated flatly. No mercy for raiders. The coasts are to be safe. And we're placing watchtowers, every 10 miles, on stone footings. 2 stories, with horn bells and fire cages. We'll see a threat before it sees us. We are training more and more men. 2,500 standing men under arms, as of last count. Half of them trained to what I'd call proper northern standard, shield walls, halberd drills, small unit cohesion. The rest are still green, but they've stopped pointing the sharp end at themselves, so that's something. We are eating coin though. We make coin faster than we can use it lately, the northern fire trade is expanding faster than expected, Arin said. Whiskey Court and Seren corrected on instinct. Seren nodded. The new ports. Arin smiled. Saltstream, on the western shore near the mouth of the Fever River, deep enough for deep draft ships, dock already half raised. and driftway on the eastern shore to the Bight, for traffic from the White Harbor and the narrow sea near the Bear's Neck. Timber, rice, peat, smoked fish, exports increasing by 20% each quarter. How is the bureaucracy I have been setting up doing? Seren asked. Inside. Growing. Slowly. Too slowly. We've set up regional wardens, 3 per sector, with scribes trained in tallies and grain chits. The problem is literacy. Taxes were the battlefield. Under John's guidance, they were overhauled to be not only just but visible. Levies were collected twice yearly by appointed grain factors and escorted by sworn guards. Most paid in coins, but wheat, smoked fish, charcoal, or labor days were accepted. Hoarding was outlawed. False measures were punishable by loss of charter. Yet no man paid in blood unless he broke faith or law. The aim was not punishment but permanence, to anchor each man to the land he worked, to his neighbors, to a realm that would not vanish at the first frost or the next war. To manage all this, John had insisted on a structure that could survive him. A kingdom without ledgers is a grave with a banner, he'd said. Seren had helped draft the reforms that created the warden councils, groups of literate men and women assigned to clusters of villages, trained in law, numbers, and logistics. Most were commoners elevated by skill, not blood. Each warden reported monthly to Moat Cailin and quarterly to Winterfell. Slowly, the land began to speak through ink and seal, not just sword and horn. In time, the settlements began to form a rhythm. Villages grew along the new roads, their houses raised in orderly rows with shed wells, smoke houses, and grain yards. Young men who might have taken up swords for a dead cause now turned them into plows. Refugees from southern lands found peace in the neck. The Cranogmen, once elusive and secretive, began to trade frogskins and healing moss in the open markets. New smithies rose, fed by forges from Winterfell. Glassblowers, carpenters, midwives, even singers, all found place in the growing tapestry of land and law. It wasn't perfect. Banditry still flared where the law was thin, and some old families resented seeing bastards in coats of office. But the land was changing. Rooting. And with every beam raised, every stone laid, every oath sworn and kept, Seren believed it could last. Then we teach, Seren said. Or we bring in lowborns from Old Town who can read. The new schools being set up will help in time. What about the taxes? Tid, like John wanted, Orin answered. 10% from landowners, 5% from small folk, none from the first year of settlement. All in grain, labor, or coin. The new law is harsh on hoarders and tax dodgers, but fair. And we've already tripled reserve stores. Good, Seren murmured. We'll need it come winter. And the forges? Secourt asked. Seren allowed himself a brief smile. The new smithies at Salt Stream and Moat Cailin are operational, the steel converters are working. Steel output is steady. We're arming the towers with steel-tipped bolts. We'll be casting a chain for the Fever River soon. And I have men trying to reproduce Mirish swivel scorpions for the western shore, we can never be sure with the Ironborn. Court gave a rare grin. Good. I like fire and steel. They fell quiet for a moment, the map between them. We're building something, Seren said at last. Not just defenses. A realm. From stone, seed, and blood. Orin nodded. The land will feed the people. The walls will protect them. And the law will make them stay. The candle burned low, casting soft golden light across the field desk inside Seren's room. The night outside was filled with distant hammering, the murmur of voices, and the creak of wagons being drawn into the supply yard. But here, inside, it was still. He moved the reports aside and reached for the sealed parchments, his fingers stained faintly with ink and ash. He had come to dread the letters, each one a reminder that the realm never slept. The first was from John, and it was brief, written in the same hand he remembered from the first summons years ago. Send obsidian to the wall. All we have. As much as we can get. Urgent. Nothing more. No explanation. But it chilled him all the same. John did not use words like urgent lightly. Seren leaned back in his chair, staring at the flap of the tent. Obsidian. They had unearthed caches of it by chance in the stony hills west of Greywater, and begun carving it into arrowheads and spear points almost as a curiosity. Now, it seemed, the old names held true, Dragon Glass, and something more. He would divert half the carts meant for White Harbor as jewelers before sunrise. The second letter was written on thicker parchment, crested with a merman holding a trident. Lord Wyman Marndalis seal, pressed deep and scented faintly with rose water and sea salt. Seren already knew what it would say. 200 armsmen, in exchange for rice, 400 barrels. A fair trade. More than fair. Marndalis was playing his part well, building up his coffers with trade while feeding his people. White Harbor's tenements were fuller than ever, but fewer children went hungry now. Rice paddies and flat-bottomed boats had changed that. Still, Seren had no illusions, loyalty flowed more surely with food than with banners. The third was from Maestulawin, sober and exact, as always. Rob has recovered from his small fever. Rukan's sleep is still troubled, he wakes talking of wolves and snow. Along the King's Road, more disappearances. One burned wagon. No survivors. Seren closed his eyes for a moment. The boy's dreams unnerved him. He had seen too much in the past 5 years to dismiss such things out of hand. And the King's Road, if trade faltered, the rest would follow. Banditry. Or worse. They would need more outriders, more watchposts. Maybe even ravens stationed along the road. He opened his own ledger and began to write, the quill moving steadily through the candlelight. A short summary for John, though it grew with every line. Obsidian shipments diverted. Marndalis deal accepted. New roads progressing, forges strained. Census near complete, 198,000 souls under their protection, north of the neck. New charcoal kilns needed. Food reserves were ahead of schedule, but only just. Your people believe in you, he wrote near the end, more personal than he intended. And they follow me because I wear your colors. Seren folded the parchment, sealed it with his mark, a hammer set beneath a weirwood tree, and set it aside. The wind shifted through the canvas walls, and the scent of the marsh drifted in, water, earth, and fire. So much had changed. So much still could. Chapter 11, Chapter 10, Ashes in the Snow. Chapter text. Chapter 10, Ashes in the Snow. The scream of the steward still echoes through the hall. Dylan, what used to be Dylan, is already on his feet, staggering with jerking, unnatural movement, limbs twitching like a marionette cut loose from its strings. His eyes glow like twin shards of ice. There's no soul behind them. No pain. No mercy. Only hunger. The room erupts into chaos. Benches overturn. Men scramble back, shouting over one another. The air grows colder with every breath, each exhale turns to mist. Frost flowers bloom on the flagstones. Ghost lets out a savage growl, his white fur bristling, hackles high. I don't hesitate. My sword is already in my hand, drawn in one clean motion. I plant myself between the white and the others. Clear the hall. I shout. Get them out. The thing lunges. I meet it head-on, slashing low at its knees. The steel bites deep into bone, severs muscle, but Dylan doesn't scream. Doesn't fall. The momentum alone should have dropped him, but he just keeps coming, dragging the leg behind him like it weighs nothing. The sword does nothing. Ghost hurls himself at the white again, jaws snapping. Teeth sink into the dead man's forearm and yank. Bone cracks, but the white doesn't falter. Its other hand claws at me, nails like shards of frozen glass. I stagger back, parry high, swing low. The arm hangs by a single tendon. Still, it strikes. Burn it. I roar. Fire, get fire. But the hearth's too far, and the coals scattered. The brands are half burnt or out. The cold's creeping too fast, one breath, two, and my fingers are already stiff. I see my own breath in clouds, and for a mad instant, it reminds me of dragon smoke. Would that I had fire. A flash of movement, Lord Commander Mormont storms through the room, armor half buckled, white hair wild around his shoulders. Stand fast, he bellows. Hold the line, drive it back. But even he pauses when he sees its eyes. For one heartbeat, he just stares. And I know the thought in his head is the same in mine, this should not be. Then his voice returns. Flames. Oil. Anything that burns. A steward, a lad named Toland, slips on the stones and drops the torch he carried. It skitters across the floor, sputters, nearly dies. The white's head turns toward him with eerie precision. It moves faster than any corpse should. One stride, then two, then it's on the boy. On its way there a black brother takes one of its arms with his sword and another punches a knife into its back. But the thing just doesn't stop. Toland screams as it bites his throat. I'm moving before I think, shoulder slamming into the white's flank, my sword hacking into its back. I hear ribs shatter. Still, it turns toward me. Then Ghost barrels into it again, and this time, the white's off balance. It crashes into the overturned bench, tangled in splinters. John. Mormont shouts, tossing something through the air. A heavy clay lantern, pine oil. I catch it. Just barely. Without thinking, I smash it across the white's chest. The oil splashes out in great, sticky arcs. A spark from the torch. Then flame. The thing shrieks in defiance. In rage. It thrashes, ignited, the blue fire turning gold and red. The cold begins to lift, slowly, as the stench of burning flesh fills the air. By the time it stops moving, there's little left but scorched bone and blackened cloth. Silence returns to the hall. Heavy. Dreadful. The smell lingers. Mormont breathes heavily beside me. That, he just couldn't find the words. I glanced at Toland in the ground, his throat open, he was already dead. The smell of burnt flesh still clings to the air, acrid and foul, but there's no time to gag. Before the fire even gutters, the door bursts open behind us, 4 more brothers storm into the hall, weapons drawn, responding to the screams. And then the unexpected happens. Poor Toland, no more than 10 and 7 years old, opens his eyes, a cold blue in them. I thought that they couldn't raise more south of the wall, fuck. Another one, someone shouts. Hold. Mormont bellows, but panic wins. 3 men rush it. One, a veteran called Torm, swings with a heavy axe, sharp and well forged. The blade crunches into the white's shoulder and drives deep into the collarbone. Any man would fall screaming. But Toland doesn't scream. He doesn't even slow. His other hand flashes out, inhumanly fast. It grabs Torm by the face and tears. Blood sprays like mist. Torm's scream is short, wet, and then he's on the ground, twitching, the right side of his face a ruin of torn flesh. I move again, faster than thought, driven by something deeper than instinct. My longsword slashes downward, taking off the white's arm at the elbow. It doesn't stop. The severed arm keeps moving, fingers clawing along the stone floor like a spider made of ice and rage. One of the younger recruits recoils, screaming, stomping on it with his boot. The hand claws through the leather. Fall back. I shout. It's going for the old bear. And it is. That dead, frost-bitten face turns toward Lord Commander Mormont, the thing that used to be Harith, shambling straight for him, ignoring everyone else. The glow in its eyes flares brighter, fueled by something older than hate. Mormont stands his ground, jaw clenched, short sword held steady. But he's not fast. Not anymore. He won't survive if it reaches him. There's no time. I seize a lamp from the wall, a thick, brass-bellied thing full of whale oil, heavy in my hand. My fingers are trembling, frost-stung and still raw from before, but they obey. I rip the stopper off with my teeth. Get clear. I scream. I don't wait to see if they do. I hurl the lamp straight into the creature's chest. The oil soaks it, dark, viscous, sticky. The impact drives the white back a step. I grab the torch one of the brothers holds, push past him, and slam the fire straight into the spreading oil. The world explodes in orange. The white ignites in a roar of flame. It doesn't flinch. It screams. The sound is worse than pain. It's rage, a howl that echoes in bone, that curdles the air. It flails violently, striking walls, knocking over tables, trailing fire. The room fills with choking smoke. Back. Back, damn you. Mormont yells, shielding his face from the heat. Men pull away, shielding their eyes. Someone is praying, loud and fast. Another is sobbing. The burning thing slams into a pillar and collapses, still screaming. It takes too long to die. When it finally stops moving, it's little more than blackened bone and wet ash, a shape smoldering on the stones. The air is still cold, but the chill has receded. Slowly. Reluctantly. Silence descends. Except for the crackle of fire and the moan of wind beyond the walls. I stand in the center of it all, bruised, panting, hands scorched where the fire licked me. My forearms are red, the skin raw, but the pain feels distant. Familiar. Controlled. Fire has never hurt me quite the way it should. As a child, I used to play too close to the hearth in Winterfell. My hand would hover too near the flames. Maester Lewin once said I lacked fear of heat. But even now, with oil burns turning my fingers red and raw, I know this, the fire hurt less than it should. I should be in the ground screaming, this won't even leave a scar. I clench my hand. The pain comes. Belated. Manageable. I remember the visions in the Weirwood Grove. The shadow of wings, the hiss of burning blood, a scream, and a dragon hatching in the snow. Mormont speaks beside me, his voice hoarse. Jon. That was, what in the seven hells was that? I look at the corpse, if it still counts as one. The dead, I murmur, don't stay dead anymore. The others stare at the charred remains in silence. One man kneels. Another mutters a prayer to the Father. Samwell stands near the edge of the group, eyes wide, hands shaking. Maester Aemon is in the other side of the room looking at me with sightless eyes that can see too much. The weight of what just happened settles over them like snowfall. This was only the beginning. The stench of burned flesh hung in the air long after the flames died. Smoke coiled up through the rafters of the hall like a serpent seeking escape, but there was no wind tonight, no cleansing chill. Just the acrid memory of what had happened. I stood over the blackened bones. My sword was still in my hand, but it felt heavier now. The grip slick with sweat, knuckles white. Ghost pressed against my thigh, silent and tense, his red eyes never leaving the scorch mark on the stone. The corpse, or what had been one, was gone now, reduced to ash and fragments. But it didn't feel gone. Not really. A piece of it still clung to us. To me. Across the room, Bowen Marsh stood over the severed arm. The damn thing was still twitching. Fingers curling and uncurling as if clawing through some nightmare. When Marsh dropped it into the brazier, it bucked once, reflex or rage, I didn't know, and then cracked apart in the fire with a sound like wet wood bursting. No one spoke. No one could. I heard the whispers anyway. It wouldn't die. What in the seven hells was that? Blue eyes. I swear, they glowed, glowed. Stark burned it. Fire did it. Only fire. I said nothing. I didn't look at them. I stared down at my hands instead, slight burns, blistered where I'd gripped the lamp too long. Maester Aemon had wrapped them, but they still ached, dull and hot. Yet even through the pain, I remembered how slow it had been to come. Like fire, reluctant to burn me. I saw Sam leaning against the wall by the stairs, his face pale and soaked with sweat. His hands shook. He was clutching a leather-bound book like a shield. Like he didn't know what else to hold on to. I crossed to him. You all right? I asked. He flinched. I think so. But I could see the lie in his eyes. He wasn't all right. None of us were. That thing, he whispered. It wasn't natural. No, I said. It wasn't. Sam didn't reply. His mouth opened once, then closed. He just stared at the ashes. I felt Ghost lean against me, fur bristling. The flames might have lit up again, but the air hadn't warmed up. If anything, it was colder now. Gods, it's one thing seeing it on a screen, what would thousands of them do to an army? They summoned me late. After the hall was emptied and the bones scattered to ash. After the whispers gave way to silence again, and only the wind moved outside the wall. Lord Commander Mormont stood beside the hearth in his solar, firelight dancing across the dark wool of his cloak. He didn't look at me when I entered. Close the door, Stark, he said. Sit. I sat. The silence stretched out long and taut, like a drawn bowstring. Then he said, without turning, "You saved my life." I blinked. I didn't expect thanks. Least of all from him. I didn't have time to think, I said. Just acted. You acted right, he said, and finally turned. His eyes were rimmed red, from smoke, from weariness, from too many winters and not enough hope. This man had seen the watch go to the dogs for decades. You saw what none of us were ready to see. And you moved. I got lucky. No, he said. You knew. His gaze bored into me. You have fire in you, Stark. I've known boys break at the first arrow. You faced a walking corpse and burned it down. That's more than instinct. I won't ask, you have earned that much from me, but tell me what this is. Corn. I looked down at my bandaged hand. I've heard of things like that before. In old books. Tales of the Long Night. The others. Mormont let out a grunt. Stories. Ghost tales. Not anymore, I said. That thing wasn't a man. It wasn't even a beast. It didn't feel pain. Didn't bleed. Didn't stop. Mormont stared into the fire for a moment. So we burn our dead now? I nodded. Everyone brought from north of the wall. If they fall, you burn them. Immediately. The others weren't supposed to be able to raise the dead on this side. But we clearly saw that. Was it because he was killed by a white? Some kind of zombie method. And everyone that falls on this side, too. They can clearly bypass the wall. The Lord Commander gave a slow nod. I'll send word to Eastwatch and the Shadow Tower. No more burials. Only ashes. I will call back Benjen, I need him here more than out there. Uncle Benjen had left a few days after I had arrived. We didn't talk much. I think when he saw me, he saw his sister, and that killed him a little bit inside. I wasn't finished. That won't be enough, I said. We need proof. And this shows the necessity of the reforms. If the enemy is coming, the wall must be protected. I will do what I can south. Yes, I will start immediately. He raised an eyebrow. What sort of proof? I met his gaze. You have to capture one. If it would even work, in the books the severed hand of the white just decomposed and stopped moving when it was brought to King's Landing. The others were smart enough to know that humanity didn't believe in them anymore and to keep it that way. His expression darkened. Have you gone mad? No one will believe us, Lord Commander. Not the South. Not even the rest of the watch. They'll say we've drunk too much whiskey. Seen shadows in the wind. So we bring a monster to their doorstep. We bring truth, I said. If the wall really stands to guard the realms of men, then men need to know what we guard against. We will do what we can. Hopefully, they will be able to capture a live one, and find a way to keep it alive. Mormont didn't speak for a long time. He grabbed his sword and it looked like he was thinking of giving it to me, but in the end he didn't say anything. Good, as much as I want Valyrian steel in my hands, it is needed here more. Then he turned away, poured 2 cups of whiskey, and handed me one. He raised his to the fire and muttered, "To truth, then. And to fire." We drank. It was bitter and cold. Like blood in snow. The rookery was quiet in the hours before dawn. Snow whispered against the stone, and the wind clawed at the windows like an old, hungry thing. The ravens had gone still, perhaps out of respect. Or perhaps they simply knew. I found him hunched beside the brazier, hands outstretched toward a flame that gave more light than heat. The fire painted his skin in soft gold, but it did nothing to drive the cold from his bones. You always come when the wind is worst, Eamon rasped without turning. Or when your thoughts are loud. I didn't answer at first. I just sat beside him on the worn bench, letting the silence sit between us like an old friend neither of us trusted fully. The fire crackled. Somewhere far below, a horn called a single, distant note. "I'm leaving," I said at last. "I know," he murmured. "Your step has grown sharp. Restless. You walk like a man whose path is pulling him forward faster than his heart can follow." I looked at him. The pale cloud of his eyes, the tremble in his fingers. The deep, brittle weariness of a man who had outlived not only his kin but the purpose he once swore to. "You don't have to die here," I said quietly. "You're Aemon Targaryen. I have land, ships, men, gold. A place for you, at Moat Cailin, at Winterfell, wherever you want. Let me take you away from this place." A shadow of a smile touched his lips. "My place is here. Among crows and ghosts and old stones, demon. You deserve more than this frozen tomb." "So do you," he said, turning his face toward me, "but that hasn't stopped you, has it? You have felt it too, child, the magic of this place, it feeds us." I wanted to argue, to plead. But I could see it, feel it, in the way his shoulders sagged and his breath fluttered against the cold. He was already half a memory. The wall was the last thing tethering him to this world. If he left it, the fire in him would go out. "I won't let them forget you," I said. "They already have," Aemon replied, gently. "That's the way of things. But if you remember me, that is enough." He reached out then, blind fingers fumbling until they found my wrist. "You have the blood of the dragon and the heart of the wolf. You were always meant to walk the knife's edge between ice and fire. Be careful, child. One will always want to devour the other." I stared at the fire. "My grandfather killed my other grandfather." Aemon said nothing. "My father, Rhaegar, his choices sparked a war that broke the realm. Thousands died for it. My grandfather was a madman who deserved death. I don't think much of my own ancestors. What kind of a man does that make me?" I turned to him. "You're the only one I can ask. You're a Targaryen. Do you feel it too? That tangle inside. That sense that your ancestors are always watching, urging you toward fire, toward glory, toward madness." Aemon folded his hands slowly, thoughtfully. "I know that tangle well," he said. "My brothers bathed in fire. My cousins sang of dragons and danced through blood. I chose to lay down the crown before it could choose me. But the fire never leaves us, demon." He said the name softly. "What matters is how we contain it," he said slowly, looking at my soul. "You are not the sum of your father's crimes. It doesn't matter what you think of them. You must choose, every day, to be better than they were. That is the weight of our blood. Not power. Not prophecy. Choice. They will call you a bastard, they will call you rape spawn. It does not matter, what matters is that you know who you are." I held his hand a little longer than I should have. And then embraced him. This might be the last time I see him. I may not agree with all that he thought or said, but Aemon Targaryen was undeniably a wise man, and it was a shame that he had to rot here. Then I rose. "When the ravens bring word, it'll be from me. I'll wait for your wings, nephew," he said, and then turned back to the fire. His fingers opened slightly, as if reaching for something only he could see. I left him there, as the snow fell harder, and the wall groaned under the weight of eternal winter. A sennight had passed since fire took the dead man, and Castle Black no longer felt like a half-buried ruin clinging to survival. It breathed again. The scent of fresh-cut pine and tarred beams still lingered in the air, stronger than the stink of sweat or the soot of the kitchens. The crooked, half-collapsed buildings that once littered the courtyard were gone, torn down and burned or rebuilt with new timber, cut in the foothills below the wall and dragged up by sleds and horse teams from the gift. The yard itself had been leveled and packed hard with gravel, stone, and concrete, bordered now by a waist-high stone wall laid by old stonesmen from Carhold who had come north with the last supply trains. The great hall had changed most of all. It had a proper roof now, sloped steep and sharp to shed snow and ice, tiled with black slate. 2 chimneys puffed faint trails of smoke into the air, one from the hearth inside the hall and one from the new kitchens that had been built adjoining the mess. The old cracked timbers had been replaced by stout beams of heartwood, dark and red, polished and sealed against the cold. Above the entrance, someone, likely Pyp or Toad, had carved a rough image of a dire wolf's head into the lintel, its eyes fierce, its snout turned toward the gate. The lift was finally finished. The old cage, held together with rust and frozen rope, had been discarded. In its place stood a reinforced platform of ironwood planks bolted to a heavy oak frame. It moved with a system of pulleys, gear winches, and iron weights, sturdy enough to carry 40 men at once, and faster than the old winch by half. The counterweight system allowed just one man or a mule to move the mechanism. Sam had overseen its final construction phase, watching it rise now, smooth, deliberate, like a ship's sail hoisting skyward, made me feel something close to pride. The armory had been doubled in size. No longer a damp lean-to full of rusted blades and bent mail, it had been cleaned out, re-roofed, and fitted with racks of spears, swords, shields, bows, and quivers of fresh-fletched arrows, all steel. It had blacksmiths now who worked in shifts, mending links and shaping steel. A row of new mail hauberks gleamed like dull water in the firelight when the forge store opened. Inside the new storerooms, cool, dry, and roofed with sod, were kept barrels of salt pork, dried fish, beans, oats, hard bread, pickled onions, and even small casks of spiced wine. The place was warmer now, and the Black Brother wouldn't freeze at night. The watch couldn't stop singing my praises. The castle felt a bit empty now that the laborers were leaving slowly. It could hold many times more men than it had, but with time and the reforms the Lord Commander had started implementing, it would start growing. By the time the Wilding Horde came, the castle might hold 3 times as many men as it did now. And the war to come south would see many men being sent here. I would love to see the Wildings meeting the new steel doors of the wall, the scorpions and towers on top of the wall, the steel-tipped arrows and crossbow bolts, and 2,500 men manning the castle. At least if Mance Rayder decides to attack and not heed my word of diplomacy. Reports from the Shadow Tower were promising, if slow. Sir Denys Mallister had sent word that they'd repaired the south-facing walls and roofed over the old rookery. They'd uncovered a ruined forge buried under ice near the outer yard, usable, with time. More importantly, settlers from nearby villages had begun drifting closer to the gift again. A dozen families had accepted Mallister's offer of land and protection, building homes and small herds just beyond the old watchposts. Eastwatch was in worse shape, weather-racked, sea-scoured, but Cotter Pike had written that the docks had been reinforced with stone and tarred pine. Fishing boats now made regular trips down the coast toward Last Hearth and Skagos, trading salt fish and crab for lumber and sheep. The outer curtain wall had partially collapsed during the last storm, but Pike had drafted the smugglers in his garrison into helping with reconstruction. They are used to working in the dark, he'd written, and they know how to hold a line, if you give them a whip. Some of the men I'd brought north with the caravan had chosen not to return. They'd listened closely when Lord Commander Mormont made his offer, land in the gift, a cottage and a share of the fields for those willing to help rebuild the watch's holdings. Not all were sellswords or vagabonds, a few were farmers' sons with nothing left to return to, men weary of war and ready for soil and stone over sword and shield. Now they were raising fences along the tree line and helping restore the holdfasts east of Queen's Crown. Encouraged by their choice, Mormont had begun drafting letters, some bound for White Harbour, others for Barrowton and even Torrens Square, offering opportunity to any man with strong arms and honest hunger. He meant to repopulate the gift not just with brothers, but with free men. It was a vision both bold and fragile, and for the first time in a century, the land around Castle Black had begun to breathe again. The drills were done for the morning. Most of the brothers were dragging their aching limbs to the kitchens or limping off to sharpen blades dulled by the frozen ground. I sat on a stacked barrel near the edge of the yard, watching them go. Sam was still standing there. Alone. Sweat soaked through the back of his tunic, dark against the grey wool. His helm was too large for him, slightly tilted to one side. He held a wooden practice sword like it might bite him at any moment, blade dipped, stance crooked. The training yard was quiet in the afternoon light. Most of the men had gone to the hole for stew and black bread, but Sam was still there, red-faced and panting, fumbling with a wooden sword far too heavy for him. He'd barely managed to lift it, let alone swing it, and now he stood hunched over in the cold, sweat steaming off his brow. I crossed the yard slowly, Ghost padding at my side. "Your stance has improved," I said, just loud enough for him to hear. "You didn't trip over your own feet this time." Sam gave me a weak smile and slumped onto a bench with a groan. "That's only because Gren stood behind me and shoved me forward." I sat beside him, unstrapping my gloves. "You've had worse days." "I've had nothing but worse days," he muttered. "I still can't swing the damned thing without wanting to vomit." "I'm not a fighter, John." "No," I said. You're not. And thank the gods for that. He blinked at me. What? I turned to face him fully, elbows on my knees. Sam. You've done more in the last few weeks than half the watch has in the last 5 years. Those builders would still be arguing over rafters if you hadn't sorted the supply ledgers. The East Watch grain shipments were mislabeled until you rewrote the inventory. The lift's counterweights. Your idea. You saved us weeks. Sam fidgeted, looking down at his boots. It's what I know. Books. Numbers. Writing things down. And it matters, I said. It's mattered more than blades or brute strength. You accelerated the entire thing by weeks. Maybe months. He looked up at me slowly, eyes uncertain. You're wasted here, I said. On the wall. In the watch. He swallowed hard. That's not a small thing to say. I know it isn't. And I've thought long about it. The words came more easily now. I'd rehearsed them in my mind a dozen times over the last 2 days. I want you to come south with me, Sam, to Moat Cailin. I'll need men I trust, men with sharp minds who know how to plan and build. I've got land, walls to finish, and people to feed. I have many plans I want to implement, and I need men like you to do it. You want me to, what? Leave the watch? Serve you? Yes, I said plainly. As my steward. My advisor. My friend. He stared at me, stunned. But the vows. Even if I haven't said them yet, I'm bound by them in spirit. And Lord Mormont. I've already spoken to Mormont, I said. He understands. You've done your part for the watch, and more. The vows are sacred, but you have yet to say them. You were never meant to die in black. You were meant to do something. Sam hesitated. And my father? I gave him a hard look. Your father sent you here to break you. He'll never see what I see. But I do. I see the man who kept this place from freezing to death. Who solved 5 dozen problems with ink and logic by my side. I don't care what Randall fucking Tarly thinks. He wasted his best man by sending him here. He could have had the greatest future Lord Tarly by his side, and he squandered it. I care what you decide to become. He looked away, face twisting. I don't know if I'm brave enough. You're more than brave, Sam. Bravery isn't always in the blade. Sometimes it's in staying when you want to run. Sometimes it's in choosing the path no one else dares. You've already done that. The wind whistled through the yard. A raven caught overhead. Sam sat silent for a long moment, then finally nodded. I'll go, he whispered. If you'll have me. And now I have my Seren number 2. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding and clapped a hand on his shoulder. Then we leave at first light. Pack light, I said. We ride soon. Yes, I don't have many things anyway. He ran off to collect his things, tripping all the way. That man is hopeless. For the first time in days, I felt a weight lift. Not all battles would be won with swords. Some would be won with books. Some with friends. And some with both. Chapter 12, Interlude 2 Wolves of the North. Chapter text. Interlude 2 Wolves of the North. POV, Eddard Stark. We had been riding for a moon's turn, and still the neck lay behind us like the dragging tail of some old, slow beast. The king's party was large, too large for speed. Litter bearers and wine wagons, whores and squires, dogs and cooks, the whole disorderly court winding its way through the realm like a snake too fat on indulgence to move swiftly. I watched them with quiet irritation as we crossed the Green Fork. Robert did not notice. Or rather, he did not care. I was glad for the pace, slow though it was. It gave me time to think, and the North had never left my thoughts. Much had changed. Gods, so much. In my mind, I could still see the first time John had come to me, not the boy he had once been, silent and stiff-lipped, but a young man burning with purpose. There had been something frightening in the clarity of his gaze, something that did not belong in a boy of 8. He came with Mayor Stillowin at his side, bearing rolls of parchment filled with sketches I could scarcely make sense of. At first, I dismissed it, concrete mixes, crop rotations, foreign crops that could grow in the north, some device for making steel by the ton, but John had not relented. He made me see it. The truth behind the ink and charcoal. The promise of what might come. You always taught me to prepare for winter, Father, he had said. This is how we do it now. With plans. With innovation. Winterfell had changed because of him. Because of them, Lewin's curiosity and Jon's relentless mind, even Robb, always there to help Jon with his wildest ideas. The snowmelt bank near Winterfell had been reshaped to house the forges they called the Blackworks, deep-chambered hearths, a glass house kiln, and some roaring behemoth of steel and valves Jon said could smelt even riverstone to purity. I still wasn't sure what to make of it. But the castle was stronger for it, and so was the north. Then there were the lands in the neck. Rice and cotton in the bogs. It sounded mad when I first heard it. Those swamps had never grown anything but reeds and wariness. But Jon sent soil samples, and Maester Caliot from Old Town confirmed it. He built dikes, dug channels, shifted the waters like some young Brandon the Builder in black. And the marsh folk, old God save me, listened. Not just Howland, but the Crannog men themselves. I saw them once, bent over little green paddies of sprouting rice, backs slick with sweat under the sun. It felt like sorcery. Even on the road, even so far from hearth and hall, the weight of change traveled with me like a second shadow. I thought of White Harbor, of the smell of brine and fish oil, and the clatter of rope on dock posts. Last time I'd been there, the tide had brought more than cargo. It brought questions. There had been new docks, wider, stronger, built of hard pine and black stone quarried from Jon's lands in the neck. Great cranes rose above the water like skeletal giants, lifting hulls and anchors with chains thick as a man's arm. And behind them, in the yards, ships half-built stood silent and waiting, sleek designs I barely recognized. Fewer oars, deeper bellies, hulls shaped not for river slips but for deep water. One of them was thin but long and had angled sails. It's a clipper, won't be a finished design for years, but once the Mandaeli experts figure it out, it will change trade forever. Jon had said once, like I should have known what that meant. I didn't. But the shipwrights seemed to, and that was enough. Then there were the rivers in the west. The hills between the rills and the fever had always been quiet country, misty and green. Not anymore. Now men built towers along the banks, earthworks with cross-shaped slits and boiling cauldrons set into stone. Stone forts backed by steel chains and good men who watched the western coast. And everywhere, like weeds, but good weeds, grew the bones of new roads. Stone bridges with steel bones. Stone causeways across marsh and moor. And granaries, by the gods, so many granaries. Small ones, domed and dry, packed with barley and oats and dried roots, sealed in clay like the old Valyrian jars I once saw in Sunspear. There were villages near them too, sometimes no more than 5 homes and a smithy, sometimes 100 strong, all with new well houses and windmills turning lazily in the northern sky. They looked hopeful. That was the word for it. Hopeful, sturdy, and strange. Strange because they were not born of tradition, not sung into being by old stories or noble oaths. These were Jon's doing, or Jon's idea whispered into another man's hands. Quiet work, steady work, not the sort to win songs, but the sort that would outlast kings. The people praise him, the lords praise him. And they praise me too, even if all I did was help oversee the projects and put my signature under some parchment. Sometimes I wondered what my father would have made of it. I could barely recognize my own land now. And then came the legitimization. How could it not with the prestige he had accumulated almost on accident? Robb's argument had been solid. That had been the hardest part. It was Robert. Watching Robert's face twist when he named the boy Jon Stark. That moment still lived behind my eyes like a nightmare. I could not look away from Robert's hand resting on the pommel of his sword, and for a breath, I thought I might die there in the hall, or worse, watch Jon die. Rhaegar's son. Lyanna's boy. Mine by oath, if not by blood. It had been the most dishonorable moment of my life, lying to my king's face to legitimize his most hated enemy's son. And I would do it again. 1,000 times. The king did nothing that day. He didn't realize the truth even when it was in front of him, even when only looking at his too sharp and pretty face, at his purple eyes would be enough. No, they thought of Ashurdan when they saw him, of the rumor I had spread. Jon had stood tall that day, eyes level, not a tremor in his jaw. I couldn't be prouder of him. The King's Road wound through the green heart of the realm like an old scar, cracked and faded, but still unhealed. For days, we had traveled in uneasy quiet, banners fluttering above us, Baratheon, Stark, Lannister, 3 houses bound together in name, if not in peace. Summer was thick on the air, and the pace was slow. Robert drank deep and laughed loud, but not even his merriment could wash away the undercurrent of tension. The Queen rode with a spine of glass and steel. Joffrey sneered at everything. Sansa and Arya drifted further apart with every league. And Bran. Bran had grown quieter since Winterfell. More watchful. Older, though he was only 8. Then Arya vanished. One moment she was at Septa Mordane's side, the next, she was gone. The panic hit like a blow to the chest. I had just returned to my tent when the shouting started, no words, just the chaos of guards barking orders. We were looking for her through the forest when word came that the Lannister party had found her. I was out before my sword belt was fastened. The royal tents loomed ahead, and even before I reached them, I saw the crowd forming, the red cloaks drawing a perimeter, their faces taut with confusion and caution. Arya stood at the center of it, wild and fierce, her cheeks flushed and hair tangled. There was blood on her sleeve, not hers. Her fists were clenched, and she was breathing like she'd run a league. Next to her, Sansa was crumpled in Septa Mordane's arms, pale as milk, sobbing into her sleeves. But it was Bran who stopped me short. My boy stood between Arya and the red cloaks, feet planted in the dirt like roots. No sword in hand, no shield at the ready, but he might as well have been clad in steel. His jaw was set. There was a glint in his eyes I had never seen before. I had seen that look on a man's face before battle. Bran, I called. Stand down. He didn't move. He looked at me, but not as a frightened child might look to his father. There was shame in his face, but not for himself. His eyes slid toward Joffrey. That was when I saw him, Sir Meryn Trant guiding the boy prince forward like a crutch. Joffrey's fine doublet was torn open, stained red, and muddied. His right hand was wrapped in linen, thick and hasty, and his lower lip trembled as he walked. His eyes found Arya at once and burned. She set her beast on me, he spat before anyone could speak. That animal bit me. Arya surged forward. You drew steel on Mika. He didn't even have a stick. Bran caught her wrist before she could cross the line to Joffrey. Arya, don't. His voice didn't rise, but she froze anyway, her fury held in check only by his steady grip. She looked at him, startled. He didn't let go. What happened? I asked, turning to the guards, then to Sansa. Tell me. Sansa choked on her words. It all happened so fast. Joffrey only meant to scare him, but the wolf came. She didn't. Arya shouted. Nymeria was protecting me. He was hurting Mika, cutting his face. He was laughing. I turned to Bran. You saw it. Bran nodded once. He drew his sword, he said. The butcher's boy ran. Joffrey chased him. Arya knocked the sword out of his hand. Then Nymeria bit him. Joffrey's face was red now, not from pain but rage. Lies. She's lying. They all are. I'm the prince. That boy dared touch me. Mika touched a stick, Arya said. You called it a sword fight. He didn't know what you meant. Before I could speak again, a cold wind seemed to pass through the clearing, though the air was still. Cersei Lannister spoke as if conjured by fury. She stepped forward, flanked by Lannister guards. Her gown was silk, green and gold, clinging like armor. Her expression was fixed in ice. Where is the wolf? She asked, loud enough for all to hear. Arya stared her down. Gone. I made her run. She's free now. Joffrey sneered. Coward. That's enough. Robert's voice boomed at last, red-faced, wine-heavy. Gods, what's this mess now? They set that wolf on my son, Cersei said. Justice demands blood. Robert sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Cersei. She let that thing maul him. Cersei barked. She admitted it. The wolf's gone, I said. Then the others will do. Sansa's gasp was loud as a bell. No, please, father, not lady. She's mine. She's never even growled at anyone, I swear it. Cersei stepped forward. The girl lied. Her pet attacked the prince. A wolf bit royalty. You know what happens next. Bran raised his voice. Lady and Summer did nothing. Nymeria's gone. It isn't right. Robert looked between us, then at Joffrey, clutching his hand like a war wound. Then, at Cersei, her eyes were like coals. He didn't want this. That much was plain. But the line between politics and wants blurred too easily. Damn it all, Robert muttered. Do it. Get it over with. I stepped forward. Is this your command, your grace? He stared at me, already turning away. It is. The clearing broke apart, like a wave smashing against a rock. Guards led Joffrey back to his tent. Cersei glided after him, triumphant. Sansa sobbed into her Septa's arms, begging. Arya stood unmoving, her mouth tight, fists clenched. Bran turned to me slowly. It was decided that I would do it. The wolves were of the north. I won't let them use a stranger's axe, I said. This is our burden. I tried, Bran said. I know, I replied, voice like gravel. Is this what justice is, father? No, I said. This is politics. The night was still, the camp subdued beneath a sky heavy with stars. The revels had died early. Even Robert had gone quiet after Cersei's gloating and Joffrey's sulking wore out his patience. But I could not sleep. I walked without torchlight, guided by memory and moonlight, until I reached the small pen where the direwolves were held. Two shapes stirred as I approached. Lady rose slowly, padding toward the gate with ears low and tail tucked. She sensed something was wrong. I knelt and placed a hand against the rough wood. She pressed her head to it. I'm sorry, I whispered. She whined once, softly. In the corner, Summer lay curled tight, his golden eyes glowing faintly. He growled low when I moved. His distrust had deepened since the day Bran stood before the Queen. Even at 8, my son had stepped into a role I hadn't expected for years, a protector of the blood, of his kin, of truth. Summer had felt that same calling. And Lady. Lady had done nothing but remain loyal. Yet she would die come morning. I closed my eyes, resting my brow against the wood. My breath steamed in the air. In Winterfell, my father had always said that duty is the marrow of a Stark. Duty. Cold as the wind that sweeps the wall, strong as stone carved by winter itself. He taught us with words and with silence, with his eyes when they fixed on us too long at supper, with the weight of the great sword ice resting across his knees. The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword, he used to say. And I had lived by those words. When I took a man's head, I looked him in the eyes and let him see mine. I let the weight of the blade bear down on my conscience, because that was the only honest way. No masked executioners, no whispered orders in secret chambers. If you could not take the life yourself, then you had no right to give the command. But what if the sentence itself was unjust? What if the crime was not a crime at all, but the fragile lie of a spoiled prince and the naked fury of a wounded queen? What if honor, true honor, meant defiance, not obedience? My boots were soaked through with the muck of this camp, thick as tar in the dark. Southern politics left more than mud on the skin, it left rot in the soul. Their honor was parchment and paint, measured in favors, weighed against who you could betray quietly. And I had brought my children into that mire, thinking I could shield them with northern steel and stubborn silence. I thought of Bran again. Just 8, still soft in the face, but when he had stood between Arya and those gold-cloaked men, I saw something older rise up in him. Something not of me, nor Catelyn, but of the blood, of the North itself. He hadn't drawn a sword, but he stood like one. A boy who had not yet seen battle had stood against a prince and a queen, and done so for his sister. Arya, wild and reckless, had faced down Joffrey like a wolf baring her teeth. I'd seen her fists tighten, her jaw set, her eyes dark with a fury that was frightening in someone so small. She would not yield. And Sangza, gods help me, she was breaking under it. Softened by court life, enamored with stories spun by southerners who had never knelt before a heart tree. Her tears were real, but so was the confusion, the shame of wanting to believe in a fairy tale that would never love her back. She mourned Lady already, even before the sentence was spoken. And the wolves. They're wolves. No, not just wolves. Totems. Guardians. Bound by blood and fate to the children who found them. Spirits of the Old North, reborn from another age. I had watched them grow from pups, awkward, stumbling, eyes too large for their heads, into sleek, silent shadows that moved with purpose and patience the size of fully grown normal wolves. Summer, ever vigilant. Lady, poised and graceful. Nymeria, fierce and cunning. They were more than pets. They were the children, in a way I had no words to explain. Even Mayor Stillowin had sensed it, I think, though he would never speak of magic. The direwolves belonged to them. To the Starks. Perhaps to the gods. The old gods do not speak in the south, I thought. Their groves are gone, their trees cut and carved, their eyes gouged out or left to rot in forgotten godswoods like moss-covered tombs. But the wolves do. They speak with howls and glances and silent loyalty. They feel when something is wrong. And now the South wanted their silence. Lady had never harmed a soul. Summer had done nothing but protect his pack. Yet both were condemned, not for what they did, but for what they were. For whom they belonged to. Their very existence was an insult to the court. A reminder that not all things bowed. That not all power wore silk. I am sounding like John more and more lately. I clenched my jaw, feeling the old pain in my leg where a spear once nicked me at the trident. The ache never left when it rained. The rain was coming again. I had followed the rules. I had bent the knee. I had kept my silence through slights and whispers and plots half glimpsed in torchlight. I am already a traitor, I made Robert look into Roriger's son's eyes, legitimize and raise him to lordship in the next breath. But I would not kill my children's wolves. I would not offer that final surrender to the altar of royal favor. Let them call it treason. Let them question my honor. I know what it is. And I know what it is not. I stood slowly, my knees stiff from the cold ground, but the decision had hardened inside me like steel left in the forge too long. No one else would swing the blade. Because no one else would know there was no death at all. Night held its breath as I summoned the only men I could trust. Jory Castle. Horlis Mollin. Desmond. Men of the north, with old eyes and long memories. They met me at the edge of the camp, by the godswood stumps and the path to the stream. Bring cloaks, I had told them. And blades, but no banners. We walked under the cover of darkness to the pen. Jory raised an eyebrow. The wolves. I nodded. They don't die tonight. They exchanged glances. Not one of them smiled. But I saw the understanding settle in like a winter frost. What's the plan? Horlis asked, already untying the rope. There's a pair of half-wild hounds the butcher kept tied to the wagons, I said. Grey and pale as snow. Near enough in size. We dressed them in blood, say the wolves went mad in the night. We did what had to be done. It'll pass, if no one looks closely, Desmond said. No one will, I replied. The Queen wants a corpse, not the truth. She won't get either. The gate creaked open. Summer darted out like a shadow, brushing past me and into the trees. I did not stop him. That one had tasted too much of Bran's soul to be caged again. Lady lingered. She came to me one last time. I knelt, pressed my face into her fur, and whispered, guard them. All of them. She licked my cheek once. Then she turned and vanished after Summer into the black wood. We worked quickly after that. The hounds struggled, but Northmen had leashes stronger than silk and nerves stronger than guilt. When we were done, the false corpses lay wrapped in cloaks, damp with blood and cut to pieces. As dawn approached, I spoke to them one last time. No one breathes a word of this. To lie to the crown is treason. But I would rather be judged by the gods than the court of lions and peacocks. Jory nodded. The wolves live. That's justice. I gave them each a nod and turned away. It was done. The North had not bowed that night. Sansa was quiet that morning. Too quiet. She wore a pale blue gown that did nothing to brighten her pallor. The hem was speckled with dust, and her hands rested still in her lap, folded like she'd forgotten they could move. She sat on a small stool beside her tent, under the thin morning light that filtered weakly through the grey sky. The air still smelled of wood smoke and wet canvas. Around us, the camp stirred slowly to life, boots thudding against the mud, the low murmur of voices, the snort of a restless horse, but none of it touched her. Septa Mordane stood nearby, her spine rigid and expression unreadable, like a statue waiting to be dismissed. Her hands were clasped so tightly in front of her that they trembled faintly, though she tried to keep her composure. She was a creature of ceremony and rules, trained in hymns and postures, not in the stillness of real grief. She had no comfort to give, and she knew it. I approached my daughter slowly, as one might approach a wounded animal. Sansa did not lift her eyes. Her fingers twitched once, then stilled again. I heard she said, before I could speak. Her voice was dry, like leaves after the frost. About Lady. I knelt before her. There were no guards here, no banners, no court. Just a father before his child. I did what I had to, I said. Sansa looked down at me. Her eyes were red-rimmed from the hours that had followed them. The kind of crying that left you hollow. She didn't deserve it, she whispered. But she's gone now. So it doesn't matter. The words stung more than any accusation. They weren't angry, they were empty. She wasn't looking to blame me. She had simply accepted the loss, the way one accepts the cold. I could see the edges of her dreams crumbling behind her gaze. I wanted to tell her the truth. I wanted to say she's alive. She's safe. You'll hear her one day in the trees, and she'll come to you when you're ready. I wanted to kneel beside her and tell her that the world hadn't taken everything from her. But Sansa, she believed in stories. In the songs about knights and noble queens and pretty endings where the princess smiles through her tears. That belief was fragile now, cracked and patched with pain, but if I gave her the truth too soon, I feared it might break her entirely. She needed something to hold on to. Something simple. Something final. She's with the gods, I said instead, my voice low. And she knew you loved her. Sansa closed her eyes, and for a moment, I saw her mouth tighten as though she were holding something back. A scream. A sob. A plea. But it passed, and she nodded once, faintly, like she wasn't sure what else to do. I rose slowly, placing a hand on her shoulder as I stood. I left her there, beneath the pale sky, with the silent Septa and the shattered edges of a girl's belief. Later, I found Arya and Bran near the edge of camp, under the stripped remains of a pine that had been scorched by lightning seasons ago. Arya clung to him, her arms wrapped around his small frame, her face buried in his chest. Her shoulders shook with the quiet sobs of someone who did not want to be seen crying, not even by the brother who held her. Bran stroked her hair gently, like a boy too young to know how to comfort, but trying anyway. He held her with the solemn patience that came to those who had already looked grief in the eye. When he saw me, his gaze met mine, calm, steady, older than it should have been. "It will be okay," he said quietly. Arya fell asleep like that then, her face streaked with tears and streaks of mud, her eyes red. "It wasn't summer, was it?" he asked. I said nothing. I didn't have to. He stared at me for a long moment, and then his voice broke. "Thank you," he whispered. "Thank you." I held them both then, Bran pressed to one side, Arya on the other, my cloak wrapping around their small bodies like a shield against the world. I didn't speak. There were no words large enough to explain what I had done, or why I had done it. There was only the quiet strength of a father's arms and the echo of what might yet be salvaged. "No one can know Bran, no one," I said, but Bran already understood that. That night, after the camp had gone still and the fires had burned low, I stood alone at the edge of the wood. The stars above were scattered and pale, like they too were unsure of their place in this sky. The trees swayed gently in the wind, whispering in the old tongue, the one no man had ever truly mastered, not even the first men. I listened. At first, there was only the wind. Then, far off, barely more than a ripple of sound, came a single howl. Long and low. It rolled over the hills like mist. Then another joined it. And another. Lady. Summer. Nymeria. Good, I thought. Run far. Run fast. Run free. The gods had not spoken that night. But the wolves had. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 13, Chapter 11, Foundations of the Future. Chapter Text. Chapter 11, Foundations of the Future. The ride south was quieter than I expected. Aside from Sam, only 12 men rode with me, veterans, mostly. We lingered in Winterfell for only 2 days. Just long enough to breathe the cold air, to walk the Godswood, and to feel the old stones beneath my boots again. Enough to talk to Robb and to delegate my duties in the Blackworks to Garrick, who was now its chief steward. Robb met me in the yard with a tired smile and a soldier's hug. He looked older, even if little bit more than a moon had passed, sharper around the eyes, harder around the mouth. The weight of command had settled on his shoulders like a snowdrift, subtle and constant. But there was pride there too, and something that looked a little like hope. He showed me the broken tower first, scaffolding already wound around its base like ivy, masons mixing concrete and stone, the first of many of his projects being done. She won't crumble again, Robb told me. Not if I have anything to say about it. Then he spoke of land divisions, plots measured and parcelled in the Wolfswood for freeholders and veterans, the beginnings of a modest northern commons. I listened, surprised and strangely moved. The work we had dreamed of in whispers was taking root, inch by inch. Later, he took me to the training yard, where boys of 16 moved through drills not unlike the ones I'd developed at Castle Black. You called it spear wall rotation, he said. We're trying to adapt it for our militia. I watched them practice under the eye of Sir Roderick's nephew, sweat and discipline in equal measure. The rhythm was rough, but the seed was planted. That night, over bread and thick venison stew, we spoke of supply routes, of tax shares, of the slow shifts in river trade since the granaries in the Neck had come to life. The old families grumble, Robb admitted. But they eat more than they did 5 years ago. I saw it then, how the North was changing, not with me at its head. The ball had already left the top of the mountain and was growing without my input. The future wasn't waiting for me. It had already begun. And I was proud of him. The wind off the marshes bit sharper the farther south we rode. The Neck had a chill all its own, wet and creeping, seeping into cloak and bone like a ghost's breath. Summer was only just fading, but already the road felt like a herald of what was to come. Winter is coming, I thought. But first. King's Landing. Moat Cailin rose from the fog like the bones of an old, buried god. Black stone towers loomed out of the pastures, some broken and jagged, but no longer abandoned, 8 of them whole and full of life. There were men here now, many men. Fires burned along the causeway. Timber had been hauled in from the Wolfswood and Bear Island, lashed together for scaffolding and ramparts. The crumbling causeway gate had been reinforced with cut stone and steel, the green-black mud packed down under concrete and fresh gravel. The walls were coming together and soon would be finished, the first step of the rebuilding process done. The first thing I noticed was the sound, hammers and saws, the clatter of carts and shouted orders. It reminded me, faintly, of the Castle Black, when I'd begun to rebuild it, just many, many times bigger. Here too, life was clawing its way back into old bones. A watchtower had been raised from what had once been a pile of rubble, rough timber, ringed by torch sconces, with a pair of hornmen stationed at the top. I nodded to them as we passed beneath. They gave a shout to the camp, and within moments, men began moving to intercept us. One of my men rode ahead to announce us. I took the moment to study the place more carefully. Moat Cailin had once been the key to the north, a fortress raised in the Age of Heroes to keep out southern kings. It had withstood 1,000 years and a dozen invasions, until time and swamp swallowed it whole. But now it looked like something was waking. The central tower had scaffolds wrapped around it like ivy, and the skeleton of a new gatehouse rose beside it. I saw tents, smithy fires, even a small September being framed out in stone. Many men from the south came here searching opportunity and land, and a September was needed to keep them happy. Supply wagons lined the north end, and soldiers drilled in muddy yards, not many, but enough to matter. My banner still flew, white direwolf on black. When I dismounted, I stood tall. The men saluted. I offered nods in return. This was no grand castle, no glittering seat. But it was ours. A border, a symbol, and a promise. When finished, Moat Cailin would be more than a fortress, it would be a statement. A black stone leviathan rising from the neck, its rebuilt towers crowned with steel and granite, ringed by curtain walls thick enough to shrug off siege engines. Gatehouses would bristle with murder holes, portcullises, and boiling oil vents. A causeway rigged with collapsible bridges and floodgates would ensure that no southern army could pass without my leave. But beyond its defenses, it would house a great hall with vaulted ceilings, archives carved into stone, chambers for northern lords, and a vast central courtyard where trade caravans and assemblies could gather under the banners of the wolf. More than a shield, it would be a second heart for the north, a throne of stone and swamp that watched both south and north with open eyes. It would be the heart of the most prosperous lands of the north and its administrative center. Lord Stark, one of the foremen, said, approaching with a respectful incline of the head. You've arrived just in time. Storm coming in tonight. I nodded. Storms above, and storms below. The offices were alive with a quiet urgency when I arrived, the steady murmur of men mingling, pages turning, and the occasional sharp clang of hammer on metal. The command center lay at the heart of the growing settlement outside of the moat, a patchwork of organized sturdy new timber and stone buildings rising amid the weathered tents that had sheltered the first arrivals. Smoke from cooking fires curled into the pale sky, and banners snapped briskly in the chill wind. Lord Stark came, a voice as familiar as the north wind itself. Seren stepped forward with a grin that didn't quite hide the weight behind it. Arin followed closely, eyes sharp and steady as ever. Both greeted me with warmth and respect, their pride unmistakable as they looked me over, seeing not just the man who'd returned, but the man whose vision had taken root here. You look well, Seren said, clasping my forearm firmly. And just in time. The storm's pushing in fast. Arin's nod was curt but approving. It's good to have you back, John. We moved together through the command center. The tents, once makeshift shelters for weary men and supplies, now stood alongside timber-framed offices and storage rooms, all carefully arranged around a central courtyard where messengers came and went, their faces set with determination. Arin led the way to a large table strewn with maps and ledgers, the evidence of their tireless work. We've made much progress with the fields around Moat Cailin, he began. Our farmers have reclaimed more of the marshland's edges. The peat's been drained in sections, and we're seeing crops rise where before there was only bog. I studied the maps, noting the green patches creeping closer to the fortress walls. Trade routes. Slowly opening, Arin said. We've cleared and repaired several key bridges along the Fever River. Caravans are moving again between the neck and the northern settlements. It's not bustling, but it's steady. Seren added from the side, local lords are starting to rebuild their holdings. We've been working with them to set up rudimentary courts and tax collections. It's far from perfect, but the governance is stabilizing. I felt the familiar stir of hope, that slow, grinding work that was the true foundation of power. And the border. Seren's smile tightened. Skirmishes are rare but not unheard of. The Ironborn still come up to the mouth of the Fever River. We caught a raiding party last moon, but it was small, more nuisance than threat. Some brigands too, Court dealt with them swiftly. Good, I said, eyes narrowing. We'll keep the watch sharp. No slips. Just then, Sam approached, a thick ledger tucked under one arm. He moved with more confidence than I remembered, still soft-spoken, still awkward, but no longer unsure of his place. Lord Stark, he greeted with a slight bow. I've compiled the latest tallies, supply manifests, settlement logs, and the updated correspondence index. I smiled. Samwell Tarly, meet Seren and Arin. You'll be working closely, I imagine. Seren offered a hand. We've heard of your work in Castle Black. The new ledgers are a godsend. We've had less confusion with grain shipments since we set them up in your way. We started tracking weights and recipients. Sam flushed with pride and murmured his thanks. We walked as we spoke, crossing a timber walkway that overlooked the lower fields. A stream of carts moved slowly through the mud, carrying lumber, bricks, and sacks of grain. The scale of the enterprise was larger than I'd dared to hope. "We're getting more settlers by the week," Seren said. "The incentives, land grants, tax breaks, tools, are working. People from the south, the western coast, even the southern marches are coming. Not just peasants either," Erin added. "We've seen merchants, former soldiers, even a few septons and hedge knights." "500,000 in a decade," Seren said, his eyes scanning the horizon. "If the roads hold and the harvests keep, I think that's what we're looking at." I looked out over the muddy sprawl, over the tents and rising walls and broken towers. 500,000 souls will live in my lands. Of course that would still leave them underpopulated by 21st century standard. My lands were bigger than Austria. I turned back to Seren and Erin, letting the silence settle for a breath before I spoke. "You've both done more than I hoped. I can see it in the walls, the fields, the order of it all. This is good work, thank you." They exchanged a glance, modest but clearly pleased. I moved to the command table and reached for the bundle of reports Sam had brought. The paper was thick, ink crisp, and each document neatly tagged with colored cords: supply inventories, construction progress, new settlement registries, and troop rotations. I began reading, falling into the rhythm of ink and figures, the careful language of infrastructure and expansion. Each page told a part of the story: the growing reach of our roads, the rise in livestock births, the decline in disease among new settlers. Schools starting to teach. The numbers were dry, but the implications were alive and immense. Progress. Real, tangible progress. The storm came and went, and the new drainage of the moat allowed it to not be flooded for the first time in millennia. The farmlands handled it well. The canals and water gates held, and the crops survived. It would be a good harvest that would bring much gold to everyone's pockets, me most of all. Sam had changed. It wasn't something I noticed all at once. But as I watched him move between scribes and supply officers with quiet authority, I realized how far he'd come. He was still the same Samuel Tully, his shoulders rounded a bit too much, his steps uncertain on muddy roads, but the fear had gone from his eyes. Or rather, it had learned how to hide behind purpose. He was no longer hiding in books. He was building with them. When I stepped into the timber-paneled hall that served as our temporary records office, I found Sam at a long bench crowded with parchments, ledgers, and ink pots. A small brazier kept the chill away, and a row of junior scribes waited on his nod to begin their copying. Sam glanced up as I entered and waved them off for a moment. "John," he said, rising with a tired but genuine smile. "Or, Lord Stark, I suppose." "John is fine, Sam." I clapped him lightly on the shoulder. "This place suits you." He blushed, but only slightly, his fingers brushing instinctively over the edge of a parchment. "It's a lot. But good. The scribes actually listen now." And when I pointed out that the leaseholder near Pine Hollow had accidentally claimed 10 more acres than his title allowed, they amended it without complaint. I raised an eyebrow. "You're correcting land grants now?" "Only when they need correcting," he said, with mock sternness. "Besides, we'd have a dozen feuds by winter if we didn't sort the boundaries properly." I chuckled. "You're not hiding in books anymore." Sam hesitated, then looked at me in a way that made the air still for a moment. I think I was just waiting to find a story worth being inside of. There was silence, broken only by the scratching of quills across parchment and the soft murmurs outside the open shutters. He meant it, not just as a clever line, but as something real. This place, this project, was the story he'd always wanted to be part of. He gestured to the reports laid out in neat stacks. "Here, updates from the western marshes. The Mollin family has settled in proper, finally put a roof over the great hole they've been building. The Caswells are working with Erin's teams on canal dredging to keep the floods from washing out the new grain plots." He passed me a second scroll. "Grain stores are at 60% capacity, but we'll need another shipment of salt pork and oats from the White Knife Valley before the next moon. And," he smiled faintly, "the first 2 casks of your new whiskey, fermented winter whiskey, that is, were sold in White Harbor." The first person to ever call it whiskey to my face, I might cry. "Oh." He nodded. "At a good price too." The bottle labels we had copied by the scribes turned out well. Your idea about embossing the direwolf sigil was a smart one. A merchant's already sent a letter asking for a regular supply by the turn of the season. I hadn't expected it to catch on so quickly. The whiskey had started as a novelty, part experiment, part cultural gambit. A drink from the north, bottled with pride, something new for the north to offer that was neither steel nor fur. That it had sold was less important than what it signaled, that the north was exporting more than hardship. We're tracking the income from that separately, Sam continued. It's not much yet, but once the distilleries are fully built and running, it could fund the military program on its own. I looked at him again, really looked. This wasn't the boy from Castle Black who had once cried during archery drills. This was a man who managed scrolls like siege engineers managed tray buckets. Quiet, tireless, underestimated, and vital. Well done, Sam, I said softly. He ducked his head. Thank you. I reached for one of the scrolls and settled into the seat beside him. Let's read through them together. I want to know everything before the next meeting with Arin and Seren. And for a while, we sat like that, shoulder to shoulder, scribes working in silence, the heart of the north slowly beating stronger with each word written and plan laid. I walked beside Seren along the western causeway, our boots thudding softly against newly laid timber and packed gravel. The path had once been a muddy trail barely fit for wagons. Now it was on its way to becoming a proper road. Above us rose the bones of Moat Cailin. The keep had been the first priority. Once nothing more than a moss-choked ruin, it now stood proud, its grey stone walls refitted and reinforced. Tall by southern standards, it was sturdy, defensible, and dry within, a luxury in the neck. Engineers had layered the outer walls with timber scaffolds, but their work had already pushed higher, stone battlements had returned to the north-facing side, and arrow slits dotted the keep's flank like watchful eyes. The masons say it'll hold through a siege, Seren said, nodding toward the walls. We've got a proper rain system beneath now. Enough to last 6 months, maybe more, depending on the garrison size. And if the causeways are broken? I asked. Then no army gets within 10 leagues. That's the point, isn't it? I nodded. It was. This place wasn't meant to just house men, it was meant to stop armies. We passed between 2 newly erected palisades, logs driven deep into the wet earth and bound with iron bands. The causeways were being fortified with drawgates and spike traps. I watched as a group of black-clad engineers worked with the laborers on the last details of the walls. We've got 8 towers operational, Seren said. If there's an army on the causeway, they won't last long with the artillery and crossbows. We came to a clearing where the new barracks had been built, long timber halls with stone hearths and dry roofs. Men trained in the yard, halberds, spears, bows. Soldiers. Storehouses were going up just beyond, each built on raised platforms to keep them dry above the bog floods. Carts rolled in from the western settlements, some bringing timber, others food. Grain, barley, smoked fish, and the first sacks of salt were being tucked away for winter. Tax intakes growing, Seren noted, gesturing toward a small structure flying the direwolf banner, a temporary administrative hall. Mostly barter from the new arrivals still. Tools, grain, cloth. But it's coming in regular. Some families are paying ahead of time just to hold their plots. They are not just paying taxes, I said, scanning the rising buildings, the repaired towers, the causeways bustling with wagons and oxen. They are building something. A place. A future. Seren gave a tired smile. He knew me well enough to see I wanted to be dramatic. A stronghold, you mean? No, a community, Seren, we must build a sense of purpose. We came to the edge of the southern causeway where a group of stonecutters were marking the foundations of what would one day be a great gatehouse. Behind them, a cluster of tents and shanties had already become a village in truth, cobbled together but growing. Children chased dogs through the mud while their parents worked the fields or hauled bricks. I want construction focused on the outer wall, I said at last. The moat must be finished, cut deep and lined with stakes. The causeways must be protected. If an army comes from the south or north, I want them to bleed every step. The 20 towers can wait. We finish the wall first. Seren nodded. And the keep. It's done. It serves its purpose. This place isn't about grandeur. It's about endurance. Grandeur can come when this place is a proper fortress. We stood for a moment in silence, looking over the sprawl of work, of effort, of intent made stone and timber. Moat Cailin was no longer a ruin. It was rising again, layer by layer, field by field, soul by soul. When I had first arrived, I saw only broken towers and empty marshes. Now, I saw something else. A bastion for the north. The training grounds had once been little more than marshland, soft ground scattered with reeds and bog water a few miles north of the moat. Now it was a wide, tamped earth field, bordered by a low stone wall and watched over by raised platforms for drill masters. The smell of sweat, steel, and oiled leather hung in the air. I stood atop a newly built review platform beside Secourt, watching two companies move in concert across the field. Arin is taking notes of the inventory. Halberds gleamed in the early light, long shafts thrusting in smooth rhythm as shieldmen locked formations, covering their flanks. Behind them came the crossbowmen, modular bows already loaded, moving in practiced tandem with the front line. Court's voice was calm, almost dispassionate. Flanking maneuver, Scenario 4. Simulated retreat and counterpincer. Second companies baiting a collapse, first companies hammering the overextension. The movement was precise, more than I had expected. A year ago, none of these men had ever marched in step. Now they advanced in tidy formations, spreading out, signaling with raised fists and bird whistles. I turned to Court. "You've done well." He gave a nod, gruff and understated. "They've come far. But they've a ways yet to go." Secourt had once been a hedge knight, lean and quiet, with the scars of hard-earned survival. I'd elevated him not for his lineage, but for his discipline and his utter refusal to tolerate foolishness. The men respected him. More importantly, they feared disappointing him. "How many under arms now?" I asked. 2,500 in active training, he replied. Another 400 assigned to logistics, kitchen, or support duties. Every one of them rotates through physical drills and weapons work, no exceptions. Even the cooks run. He handed me a bound folder of parchment, one of the many documents he kept obsessively detailed. The emblem of the standing force, a red direwolf set behind a crossed halberd and bolt, was stamped in wax. One day it will be a dragon on that sigil. Standard issue is holding steady, he continued. Armor's steel plate, nothing fancy, but forged in blackworks and proofed in the field. We prioritize function over flourish. The helm seal clean. No gold, no plumes. I nodded, flipping through the pages. Each man carries a halberd with a northern oak haft and a socketed steel head. Blade, hook, and spike. Reach and formation control. They also carry a modular crossbow, steel prod limbs, wooden stocks. Reload is fast and the stopping power's there. It can penetrate plate if close enough. Shields? I asked. Only for a handful of spear units, Court said. We're not training freeform melee here. We're building a wall of pikes, armor and bolts. Shield lines would slow down redeployment. And fieldwork. Every soldier carries a spade. One of your ideas, I believe. We've been drilling them in rapid entrenchment, barricades, ditches, palisades. Give me an hour, I'll give you a fortress. That much was true. In the marshes, position mattered more than flashy swordplay. Whoever held the ground held the fight. The rest of the 7 kingdoms though. Court motioned, and a whistle cut the air. The companies froze, then rotated, forming a defensive circle around a central command point. Drill manuals were a good start, Court went on. We've adapted and expanded them. Each rank has its own expectations, training routines, behavioral standards, disciplinary measures. They wear their rank openly, stitched into their collars. Nothing ambiguous. And the command structure. Solidifying. He tapped his temple. I've been training commanders separately. Theory, tactics, command voice. I've got 6 promising candidates. In time, they'll lead their own formations. With loyalty. We descended the platform. A runner darted past, saluting as he handed Court a message before sprinting toward the logistics tent. I asked, How's support coming along? Well enough. The logistics core is operational, quartermasters, cooks, medics, stable hands, smiths. We keep rosters of supply movement, wagon rotations, storage levels. Nothing gets lost. We've got medics now, too. 3 dozen field surgeons and twice that in apprentices. Training's crude, but better than what we had at the Trident. I thought of men screaming on snow-covered battlefields, dying not from wounds but from rot and fever. No more. And the engineers. Coming along slower, Court admitted. Siege work takes time. But we've a corps forming, stonemasons, cartwrights, carpenters. They are building test walls now, learning angles, tensions, and loads. We'll be able to field catapults and trenches in a few moons. If we push, even ballista. I looked out over the men again, now reorganizing, breaking into smaller drill units. Some shifted to range practice, raising their crossbows in calm unison before unleashing volleys on command. The bolts thudded into rows of straw men armored in old leathers and scavenged steel. A few misfires, one bolt skittered wide, drawing a barked rebuke from the instructor, but most found their mark. The sun glinted off the line of assembled crossbowmen as they reloaded in near-perfect unison. I watched the repetition of motion, the click of cams turning, the thrum of string returning to rest, as 30 bolts were loosed in a heartbeat and 30 more were not far behind. These aren't the clumsy beasts, the South Nose Court said, watching with a curious frown. Looks the same to me. Wood and steel. Arin finally spoke from the side. Aye, on the outside. But the devil's in the details. I stepped forward and tapped one of the archer's bows. These were built with lead horn and spring steel, tensioned by design. I said, pointing to the 2 off-centered round discs at the limb ends, the limbs store more energy without breaking the man holding it. All that force, but with half the effort. You can cock it with a built-in windlass crank in under 30 seconds. Arin grunted. 2 bolts a minute. That's not as fast as a shortbow. But shortbows won't punch through plate. I nodded to a test dummy down the line, wrapped in iron scales and riveted mail. One of the bolts had hit square in the chest and gone clean through the back. 400 pounds of draw weight. Enough to ruin any Lannister in gilded armor. I smirked. How's morale? Good, said Court. We run them hard, but feed them well. The pay is good, and men are starting to flock here. They know this isn't castle guard duty. They are building something. Fighting for something. How long until they're ready? I asked. Court folded his arms, thoughtful. For these ones, 4 months. 5, if we want everything airtight. I won't send them into war until they move like water and kill like a storm. But when that day comes, the next batches should be faster after we have a corps of trained men. He let the sentence hang, unfinished but understood. When that day comes, I thought, they won't be a rabble. They'll be a wall. A shield. A hammer. My very own royal army. A sennight passed in steady work, supply trains rolled in from the east, fresh timber floated downriver, men arrived and were organized, and each morning the walls of Moat Cailin rose another foot higher. The rhythm was almost comforting, drills in the morning, inspections by noon, council reports in the evening. But with growth came cost. I sat in the solar that doubled as a war room, maps and ledgers spread across the oak table. Sir Court stood at attention beside the hearth, a frown tugging at his mouth. The stores are holding, the commander began, but expansion means strain. More men require more steel, more bread, more everything. We'll need to double our armory by snowmelt if we're to house the next Levi rotation. And the standing force expects pay, even if they're loyal. He wasn't wrong. Feeding 3,000 men and equipping them with full plate and weapons would bankrupt most castles. But I didn't flinch. The northern fire sales are ramping up, Seren said evenly. Last shipment reached White Harbor in 3 days. It sold out in 2. Sam, seated nearby with ink-stained fingers and a meticulous record book open before him, nodded eagerly. The first barrels fetched double what we projected. The profit margin growth from the last shipment after transport and taxation was, Seren flipped to the page, adjusting his spectacles, 20%. Clean. And that's before scaling. They are working well together. Secourt raised an eyebrow. You're banking on drink to fund an army? I gave a half smile. I'm banking on Northerners knowing how to make damn good whiskey. And on Southern and SOZ merchants with deep purses and a taste for quality. We are already making tens of thousands a moon. Hundreds of thousands. The SOZ have deep pockets and love Northern fire, Seren corrected. Whiskey, I whispered. The arbor is next, Sam added. We've discreetly approached their brokers through White Harbor. They are curious. If we secure trade lanes along the western coast, we'll have access to Old Town and even the Summer Isles in time. I leaned back looking at Court, fingers steepled. I don't intend to build an army and let it rot in a keep. This won't be like the Vale, where knights polish their armor and never ride. We're building a nation fortified, fed, and funded. I rose and stepped to the window, looking out at the marshland transformed into a hub of roads, farms, states. Beyond whiskey, I said, we've earmarked sites for a western river port smaller than White Harbor but vital for inland trade. We've begun stockpiling grain and salting meats for long-term stores. Sam's been working on agricultural subsidies, tools, seed, and tax breaks for farmers willing to settle here. And the foundries? Court asked. Blackworks has its hands full now, I admitted. But we're scouting locations for 2 satellite forges here, one inland, one coastal. Both will feed the armory and construction. And the profits? Court pressed. John turned back to him. 10% of every whiskey shipment goes directly into a military treasury, earmarked, guarded, and unspent unless for arms or pay. If the treasury fills beyond what we need, it will feed our future campaigns. The commander gave a grunt of approval. Then we'll hold. I nodded. This was half the battle won, with money flowing to hundreds of projects all over my lands, and the bureaucracy to oversee them shaping up. I could get a lot of things done. When the war started, we would be ready. With a professional army and a secure land behind us. That night, I climbed one of the newest of the finished towers, the easternmost, where the wind came sharp off the swamps. The stones beneath my boots were newly laid, still damp with cement. But they were strong. I looked south. The neck spread below me like a living map, rivers braided through reeds and farmland, new canals glittering in the moonlight like threads of silver. Fires flickered from wooden towers in the distance, orange points of discipline and vigilance. Even now, ox-drawn carts moved along the causeways, hauling stone, timber, grain. Progress. Order. But my eyes weren't on the swamps. They were on the southern horizon, where the land curved down away from my sight. To King's Landing. To danger. I didn't know what day it would come, or from which dagger, but he knew. Ned would not last. Not with Varys whispering and Cersei watching. Not in the Court of Lions. He had months. Maybe less. I whispered it aloud, a vow carried only by the wind. I'll go the moment this place can hold itself. My hands gripped the stonework of the parapet, the cold seeping into my knuckles. Moat Cailin was becoming what it was always meant to be, the productive center of the North. But I would need to leave it soon. The North had been my hearth, my shield, and my cradle. But I had outgrown it, or it had outgrown me. The plans I had set in motion here were taking root, factories, farms, alliances built with grain and lumber rather than oaths and swords. Moat Cailin was my hammer. Wintertown my anvil. The North was waking, but it would not be enough. I thought of what lay ahead, the King's Court, filled with liars in gold. The Iron Throne, with its blade-bound promise of power and ruin. And beyond them all, far beyond even the Games of Thrones, lay the night. The true night. I will delay the war. I will find allies to support a coup. And then I will take the throne. It sounded absurd, even in my own mind. But there it was, the best plan I had. Cold, sharp, unrelenting. A truth wrapped in blood and steel. I could not stop the war entirely. But perhaps I could use it. Guide it. Exploit the chaos as others once had. If the realm was going to tear itself apart, then I needed to make certain it tore in my direction. I had no power base of my own. The North, yes, Winterfell, Moat Cailin, the green hills of the Barrowlands and the spears of the Rills, I could count on those now. The lords respected me, some even loved me, and the small folk believed. That was more than most could claim. But it still wasn't enough. The north was vast, but not endless. We had men, steel, and food, but we didn't have the fleets, the coin, the merchant guilds, or the thousands of knights the south could muster. If I marched south now, even with every house from the dread fort to the stony shore sworn behind me, they'd still call me pretender. A wolf cub in dragon's skin. Nothing more. And maybe they'd be right. I'd done nothing yet to make the South kneel. I'd never held court in King's Landing. Never defeated a Tyrell host. Never raised a single southern lord to glory or gold. What was my power? Moat Caillin's grain silos. My vision of roads and clean water. I might as well try to win their loyalty with parchment and good intentions. I stared into the little lights in the distance, the forges and the houses. I'd delayed as long as I could, constructing my crops, stockpiling coin, making quiet allies, but the realm was ready to be on fire, and my fingers were already blackened with soot. I'd have to step into the flames, whether I liked it or not. Still, there was a path. Thin as hair, sharp as ice, but it was there. I couldn't take the Seven Kingdoms by storm, not yet. But I could strangle them with trade. With grain and salt pork and barrels of strong drink. With iron tools and northern discipline. With whispered promises of security when everything else fell apart. Let the lords see the chaos coming, let them look to me as the only man standing on stone while the rest of the realm sinks in sand. But to make that real, I'd need more than Northmen. I needed the ports of the narrow sea. The coin of Old Town. The fleets of the Uber. The riverlands. The reach, if I could pry it from Renly's charm and golden roses. I needed more. Because the truth was simple and brutal. You don't win the Game of Thrones with one kingdom. You win it when the rest come begging for a crown in your head. Allies. That was the key. The North could not stand alone, not against Tywin Lannister and the Reach. But coin flowed now through the marshes of Moat Cailin, and the ports of White Harbour. Our saltfish fed half the Vale, our spirits reached the narrow sea. That was power, not glory, not banners, but ships moving grain and steel and rare black marsh rice, bags of silver changing hands under quiet lanterns. With enough trade, even the proudest lords bowed. Coin was a crown of its own. The Reach would be tempting. The Tyrells were second only to the Lannisters in gold, and twice as vain. Renly had his eye on them, I was certain, but Mace Tyrell cared more for position than loyalty. Give him what he wanted and he would support my claim. Perhaps a marriage pact down the line. If I could split the Reach from the Baratheons, I could keep half the south from marching at all. The Stormlands were trickier. Too proud, too warlike. But the narrow sea was dotted with ambitious little lords, Celtigars, Valerius, Masses, even the Barrowmans of Sharp Point. Their coffers were shallow, their dreams loud. A few well-placed loans, a trade fleet under their flag, and they'd sing any tune I played. And of course their ingrained loyalty to House Targaryen. And Dawn. I wasn't ready for Dawn. Not until I had more power of my own, or something close. But if I played this right, if I could hold the center and slow the burning long enough, I could assemble a network of gold and loyalty strong enough to withstand the tide. And when the storm passed, I'd have more than banners and blades. I'd have the kingdom, bleeding and blind, ready to kneel. Ready for a coup. For now, I had a fortress. A plan. And men who believed. But soon, I'd need more. Chapter 14, Chapter 12, Roots and Rumors. Chapter Text. Chapter 12, Roots and Rumors. The morning mist clung low over the neck as I rode beyond the northern gates of Moat Cailin, my black cloak drawn tight against the damp wind. Dawn burned orange along the villages that had sprung next to the gates of the moat, and the sound of hooves squelching through wet concrete roads mixed with birdsong and the low murmur of carts groaning. It was the first proper ride I'd taken in weeks. Around me, the world was changing. Farmsteads that had once been abandoned now sent thin columns of smoke into the air. Thatched roofs glistened with dew, and small fields of barley and flax were greening. Along the stone road, wagons passed him, traders from White Harbour, bros from Barrowton, even tinkers from the far south, their carts piled high and hopeful. A grizzled woman driving an ox cart raised her hand in salute. "Lord Stark," she called. Her accent was thick, her face weathered, but her eyes were warm. Behind her, a boy clutched a wooden sword with its pommel carved in the rough shape of a direwolf. He inclined his head in return. Others waved too, small folk with baskets on their backs, builders riding mules, even wild-haired boys running barefoot through the wet grass. The villages are growing. I will have to accelerate the construction of sewers. There is nothing more dangerous than a population center growing without planning. King's Landing is the best example. They knew me now. The banner snapped in the wind behind me, stitched on black wool. It flew from towers, wagons, barns. I'd seen it scratched into doorposts, even daubed with mud on a child's wooden shield. The people had taken it for their own. The colors were a compromise, a symbol and a mask, red and black for the truth of my blood, white and grey for the Starks, the white wolf with red eyes glaring as we passed along houses and fields. As I passed a half-built tavern rising at the edge of a newly settled hamlet, I slowed my horse and looked out across the land, now laced with raised roads, irrigation ditches, and patrol towers. Smoke curled from new smithies. Fisheries along the rivers had begun supplying dried eel and smoked carp in bulk. The flow of silver was no longer a trickle. I'm building a kingdom, I thought, not for the first time. But kingdoms needed more than stone and swords. They needed systems. Laws. Trust. As the mist burned away and the sun climbed higher, I let my mind wander to what still needed to be done, the layers of reform that had to follow strength. The 7 kingdoms bled silver to the capital, but most of it disappeared into the pockets of middlemen and crown debt collectors. Even honest lords bent under the weight of feudal inefficiencies. Taxation must be centralized, local, predictable, and productive. I would begin with records, full land surveys and yields. Then fairer levies. Scaled exemptions for new settlers. Rewards for grain output. And policing, gods, that would be a war in itself. The realm had no unified judicial system, only corrupt sheriffs, brutal knights, and distant lords. But I would lay the foundation here, in the neck. Locals trained by northern men, rotated to prevent corruption, armed to protect. I could see it forming, a centralized model of governance, tight-knit, efficient, loyal. One day, it would be adopted by more than just the marsh folk. All across the realm. But for now, it was still just taking shape. I spurred his horse onward. There was more land to see. More seeds to plant. More of my people to talk to. And always, more work ahead. The keep at Moat Cailin wasn't grand, not like Winterfell, but it was ours. Built with haste and held with resolve. The old walls no longer dripped mildew, the new slate held fast. And the council chamber, for all its modesty, now held the North's strange new soul. They came at my call, more than 100 of them. Lords, merchants, freeholders, stewards, maesters, even a bastard knight who'd once served Roose Bolton but now turned his sword to peace. I watched them file in through the heavy oak doors, each step echoing too loudly, boots and shoes and spurs tapping like hammers against stone. The chosen leaders of my lands. There were sharp glances and tighter silences. The old blood sat stiffly, wrapped in pride and age like armor that had never been removed. House Slate, House Reed, remnants of old cadet lines. Men who felt closer to the time when the lords still knelt to Winterfell, not King's Landing, and feared no southern blade. Minor lords that were now under my aegis. Opposite them were the new men. Harwin of Tall Tray, a miller's son who now served as steward of the causeway. Marla Grain, once a brewer's daughter, now keeper of the ledgers. Fishermen from the Green Fork who'd become carpenters and roadmen. Merchants and freedmen, bold-eyed and wary, looking to me as if I held some secret light. Leaders of local councils and my growing bureaucracy. I sat at the head of the long table, no throne behind me, just a simple chair. No dais. No elevation. I needed my own presence to instill authority. Sam stood beside me, visibly sweating under the layers of wool. His quill hovered. Maester Veyron, thin as a crow and twice as sharp, adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. I didn't open with words. Let them sit with their discomfort. Let them see the plain stone walls and the simple fire and the light streaming through thick, northern windows. Let them look around and wonder if this was where the North was headed. And then, finally, I rose. We are gathered not to preserve the past, I said, but to build something that hasn't existed in the North for 1,000 years. That got their attention. This land has bled too long. We've had kings and usurpers, wardens and rebels, wolves and dragons. But no one, not once, has ever tried to build it up. I took a breath. The room was listening now, even Slate. I won't govern by sword and fire alone. We will govern by stone, by seed, by law, and by fairness. Fairness, muttered Lord Slate. From a bastard turned lord. I met his gaze and didn't blink. From a man who feeds your children, who arms the men that protect you, who has allowed you to stop surviving and start living, Lord Slate. The man had always been difficult, thankfully, his family was much more useful, they had joined the army and the growing bureaucracy. That silenced him. No one liked Lord Slate. Sam stepped forward and unrolled a scroll. His voice trembled at first, but the words were strong. These are the regional charters, drafted under Lord John's oversight. They restructure land tenure, and taxation will now be made by officials appointed by Lord Stark. Each family that settles a parcel of cleared land receives a year's tax exempt, with extensions based on yield. Power should move and shape the world in motion. That's why I built the ministries. The Office of Northern Administration was born at Moat Cailin, among stone dust and sawdust and sweat. From there, Seren shaped the bureaucracy around function. Infrastructure. Agriculture. Trade. Law. Each ministry is directed by officials trained for the task, not rewarded for name or knighthood. The roads that bind us, the aqueducts that run from the Fever River, the granaries stocked in lean years. Men of ink and clay seals build them. And I trust those men far more than the ones who wave banners and drink oaths like wine. Slowly, the minor lords in my lands would lose power and the bureaucracy would grow more and more, an institution that would outlast me. There were mutters. And the discussions of the future of these lands started next. Marla Grain rose and spoke of measures and tariffs. Fixed toll rates for ferry crossings. Standardized weights. Trade routes cleared of bandits by my patrols. Merchants are coming to the neck, she said. We can't afford to fleece them. Not now. Old Reed remained silent. Watching me, always watching. I raised my hand. The old ways gave us squabbling bannermen, dying children, and frozen fields. We need new roots. Deep ones. That bend and grow. More silence. And then, I turned to Sam. Sanitation protocols. Sam stepped forward, enthusiastic now. Each settlement must dig refuse pits outside the living perimeter, shed latrines at designated spacing, and well maintenance overseen by local carpenters. Disease spreads faster than war. Slate grunted. You want to legislate shit. I want to avoid digging mass graves. And I am not asking. I said. The murmurs stopped. Veyron spoke of cisterns and underground drainage. Engineering plans. Civil maps marked with red ink. I saw the old men glance at one another, confused by the detail. But the new ones understood. This wasn't theory. It was happening. It wouldn't be long before the old blood was replaced by the new. And the new wanted change, and were loyal to me. I was centralizing power with a bureaucracy in my lands, and these men weren't smart enough to understand that. These minor lords would lose their power, and when I had the Iron Throne, I would repeat the process slowly in the whole realm. It may take decades. The debate wore on, hours passing like the flow of a slow river. Voices rose. Arguments kindled. The freemen argued with the lords. The merchants sided with me. When they had said their fill and the fire burned low, I stood once more. My words had waited long enough. The decisions had been made far from this chamber, long ago. It was just a way to announce the changes in a controlled manner. I looked at them all, 100 strangers bound by mud and memory. I know what some of you think when you look at me, I said quietly, letting my eyes scan the long timber hall, from the highborn in their cloaks to the stewards in plain wool. A boy too young. A bastard too bold. A dreamer building castles in a swamp. A few eyes turned away. A few held my gaze. You're not wrong. I stepped forward, feeling the floor groan beneath my boots. The air smelled of firewood, ink, and a faint note of damp earth, like everything here, unfinished. I've failed before. I've made choices that cost lives. I've trusted men I shouldn't have and held back when I should have acted. I know what it is to fall short of the mark. I know what it is to lose. I let that hang for a beat. But I also know this: failure is not the end. I looked down at my hands, scarred from swordwork and frostbite and rebuilding stone with strangers. You get back up. You try again. You try again. And every time you rise stronger. Someone shifted near the hearth. No one interrupted. This place, this hall, these roads, these fields, they weren't here 5 years ago. They exist because men and women like you stood in the muck, lifted stone with bleeding hands, and chose to try. I looked to the older lords seated at the end of the table. Some of you come from lines that stretch back before the conquest. You know tradition. You know weight. Then I turned to the newer faces, freemen, craftsmen, the children of farmers. And some of you have no names carved in history, no banners in old halls, but you built this. You earned your place because you dared to try. I felt my chest tighten. The words weren't just for them. They'll mock us in Old Town, maybe in King's Landing too. Say the Neck is a place for frogs and fools. Let them. I pointed toward the shutters where the wind pressed in. The east builds with gold. The south with titles. But here in the north, we build with failure. And stone. And stubborn hope. I looked them all in the eye. If we fall, we get back up. That is the price of rebirth. That is the promise we make to the dead who laid these foundations before us. I drew breath. Slow. Steady. This is your home. Not mine alone. Yours. If you wait for it to be perfect, you'll die waiting. But if you rise, and try, and fail, and try again, you may just live to see it rise with you. Let's make this place the envy of the whole realm. The whole world. Let innovation take root. Let the future be now. We are the men and women of the moat and we will see it rise. There was silence for a long breath. Then Harwin stood, fist thumping his chest. Marla nodded sharply. Secourt drew his blade and tapped the stone floor once, the sound cracked like thunder. Others rose. Some slow, some fast. Then someone cheered. And another. And another. The cheer rose like a wave in the dark. Hope, loud and stubborn. I will drag these people into the future. The first time I heard it, it was a child's voice shouting after me from a cottage door. The White Wolf. I turned, half expecting to see Ghost at my heels. But it was me they meant. A boy, no older than 6, grinning in awe as his mother pulled him back inside. His cheeks were smudged with flour and ash. He wore a cloak 3 sizes too big, dyed pale grey and fraying at the edges. By week's end, the name had spread. The White Wolf of the Neck some called me. Others shortened it to Snow Wolf or the Pale Lord. The swamp folk painted sigils on their wagons, a white wolf's head with red eyes. It only grew worse when the bard arrived. He was a lean man from White Harbor with long fingers and a sharper tongue. Claimed his name was Tom o' the Tides, but I doubted he'd seen a real tide in his life. He set up in the main barracks hall with a lute and a cup and sang every evening for food and coin. The stories started simple enough, tales of me at the wall, the long ride from Winterfell, the cold. Then they turned. I was slaying giants with a single stroke. Melting steel with nothing but my stare. Pissing northern fire. Outwitting knights 3 times my age in the tourney ring. In one song, I apparently tamed a direwolf and a mammoth in the same day. I tried to correct him once. He only grinned. Truth is a seed, he said, but myth is what grows tall in the wind. That night, I sat with Seren on the east tower, watching watchfires flicker like orange stars in the dark. He was eating an apple imported from the Reach, legs dangling over the parapet. You hate it, he said simply. I didn't earn any of it, I muttered. I have done many things, yes. But I didn't tame the wildlings. I didn't fight a fucking giant. I just built. That bard turned me into a knight from a child's tale. He shrugged, tossing the apple core down into the dark. Men follow steel, he said. But they die for stories. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. Because I already understood. If the North was to rise again, maybe that myth was the mortar we had to use, until the stone set hard enough to stand on its own. Still, when the bard sang, I stayed outside the hall. Let the myth grow around me. Let them build their own legend, I had work to do. It started with a knock at dawn. Arin stood in my chamber, wind-chapped and armored, his brow furrowed beneath the weight of whatever news he carried. Lord John, he said, voice grim, there's trouble in Witherford. A border village east of the Rush. Our border with the Dustin lands. Men bearing House Mollen's colours arrived 2 nights past, demanding the freemen yield the lands you granted them. There's talk of threats. Steel drawn, though no blood yet. Mollen. An old house, once loyal bannerman to the Dustins, long faded in wealth but not in pride. I remembered the name from Lewin's lesson, stubborn, honourable, easily slighted. I dressed quickly and summoned Secourt. We rode out with a small escort of 12. A few hours later, we were there. Witherford sat on dry, high ground where reeds gave way to tilled fields and low cottages. The men had built well and at the new moat standard, new roofs of timber and sod, fresh planted barley and cabbage in neat rows. Livelihood carved from land and silence. And now, ruined by fear. A cluster of villagers stood near the well as we approached. Beyond them, 6 mounted riders waited in Mollen green and brown, flanking a man no older than 20. Blonde, broad-shouldered, with a hawk's nose and the kind of sneer only inherited privilege can afford. He didn't dismount. You ride heavy for a dispute of peasants, he called. Or are you here to dig ditches with them, Lord Snow? The emphasis on Snow wasn't subtle. I stopped 10 paces away and studied him. His gloves were old leather, but the creases were stiff. A ceremonial sword hung at his hip, unused. His posture was too proud, his chin too high. My name is John of House Stark, I said, calmly. And I came because you drew steel on farmers under my protection. He laughed. Your protection? These lands were held by my grandsire before the war. You hand them to mudfolk and think a bastard can hold them with words. His men chuckled. The villagers watched in tight-lipped silence. I dismounted. If it is violence you speak, I said, unbuckling my sword and handing the scabbard to Secourt, then I will speak in a way you understand. I stepped into the dust and nodded. Draw. The young lord blinked. You can't be serious. I am. The pause lasted too long. His pride couldn't refuse. He swung down, drawing a knight's blade, long, polished, untested. He came at me fast, eager to make a show of it. I saw his shoulders tense before the lunge. A textbook thrust, practiced, but stiff. I sidestepped, caught his blade with my own in one smooth parry. I circled him, tapped his ribs with the flat of my sword. Then again behind the knee. He turned, red-faced, swinging harder now. Another tap. His shoulder. Then his sword flew from his hand as I twisted it from his grip, quick as turning a key. He stumbled back, panting. I didn't press him. I simply stepped forward, placed the tip of my sword gently against the hollow of his throat, and held it there until his breath caught. Then I lowered it and turned my back on him. I came here to settle land, I said to the gathered crowd. But if you threaten my people again, if you let your name speak louder than your honor, then next time, I won't speak with restraint. I turned to the downed man. These lands were given to me by Lord Stark of Winterfell, and if you are not blind you can see the marking poles I set up a few miles west. Keep your stinky hands out of what is mine, or I will take this matter to Winterfell. There was silence, then, a murmur. Then cheers. The freemen raised their fists. One started to cheer and the rest followed. The boy was quiet when he rode off. He would not forget the lesson, nor would anyone else watching. Word would spread. I found Samwell standing before a cluster of scribes and young stewards in the east tower, chalk in hand, face flushed but voice steady. He had drawn a rough diagram on a slate wall, circles, arrows, and neat common tongue marking grain stores, levy quotas, and distribution cycles. The audience was rapt. And if you do not count the livestock correctly before winter, Sam was saying, you may as well dig the graves early. Cold and hunger will take more than swords ever could. A few scribes scribbled hurriedly. One lad raised a hand. What if there's a second harvest, sir? Say, from the river plots. Sam nodded thoughtfully. Then you record it as surplus. It must be taxed differently, only lightly, so men are not punished for success. Fair laws breed honest records. They murmured approval. Sam didn't stammer. He didn't shrink. I stepped back into the shadows and smiled. It was like watching a sapling straighten under the sun. Later that evening, I called him to my solar. The fire had burned low, and the wind howled faintly through the shutters, but I didn't want warmth for this moment, I wanted truth. Sam entered nervously, dust on his tunic, ink on his fingers. You sent for me, John. I nodded. Reached into a chest by the hearth and drew out the bundle I'd kept hidden for weeks. A cloak, black, with silver trim at the edges, stitched in the shape of a quill crossing a sword. When I laid it across his arms, he froze. You've earned this, Sam, I said. I name you Chief Steward of the Moat and Archivist of the Neck. You will head the bureaucracy. Your word on matters of record, taxation, and logistics is mine. He looked down at the cloak like it might vanish if he blinked. John. I don't, but Seren. You do. And Seren approves. He said he doesn't have a name behind him like you do, he will be our right hand. His voice cracked. I don't know what to say, John. I have felt so lost since. I stepped forward and gripped his shoulder. And now you help build a land high. You stand taller than many who've swung a sword. You have done more with your life than most ever will. Tears glistened in his eyes. My father said I'd never be anything. Then let history show, I said, smiling faintly, he was wrong. He took the pin and placed it in his chest. I could see his chest puff outwards and his back straighten as he did. That night, the council chamber echoed with a new chant. Not of battle or glory, but of parchment, policy, and the power of pen and purpose. And at its heart stood Samwell Tarly, no longer just my friend, but my steward. The grove lay half a mile north of the moat's walls, in a clearing once choked with brambles and rot. We had planted the weirwood sapling there in the first weeks of construction, not for show, but as a promise. It was still young. The bark pale, the leaves blood red, small and delicate like a child's hands. But it grew fast, roots digging deep into the black waterlogged soil. I knelt before it as dusk fell, the world quiet save for the croak of frogs and the hum of wind through reeds. The old gods did not speak in words. But sometimes, silence holds answers louder than voices. I am being watched. The thought came unbidden. Bloodraven. I could feel him, or the memory of him, like a shadow cast across the back of my thoughts. A thread pulling at the fabric of things. Leaves rustled, though no wind touched them. A single drop of water slid down the sapling's trunk, like a tear of sap. I placed my hand on the bark. It was cold. Alive. Help me, see into my mind, see what I plan to do, I whispered. The tree did not answer. That night, I dreamed. The weirwood had grown tall, so tall it split the clouds, its branches tangled in stars. But its bark was no longer white. It had turned black as ash, and from it dripped fire, burning, twisting, reshaping the land below. I saw the wall crack like glass. I saw a crown of bones upon a brow. I saw my own hands glowing with silver flames, and behind me, shadows moved with many eyes. When I woke, the scent of weirwood lingered in the air. The wind shifted as it always did before rain, dragging in the scent of moss, wet stone, and distant fires. From the ramparts of the central tower, I watched the horizon where sky met marsh, grey and swollen. Storms were coming, not just of rain and wind. It had been nearly 2 moons since I last left the moat. 2.5 since I first knelt beside the young weirwood. The neck had changed. Order had taken root. Fields were furrowed, roads cut and raised, tower beacons lit in regular intervals. But peace was always a temporary condition. Like summer. Like safety. By now, Ned would be in King's Landing. He would have uncovered the mess John Arryn left behind, the rot in Robert's Court, the debts, the secrets. The game would have begun, whether he wished it or not. And so would the danger. Varys and Baelish. Two names that slithered through the halls of power like twin vipers, always coiled around someone else's neck. Varys spoke of peace, of the realm, of some child he claimed to protect. Sadly, there was no chapter from his perspective in the books. George had once said he knew too much to have a chapter of his own, much like Baelish. But I knew better. I had read enough history to know that men like him, men who served no house but secrets, were never loyal to anything but the game itself. He would play both sides of a fire and sell the ashes to the highest bidder. A Targaryen here, a Lannister there, whatever kept the blood flowing just enough to justify his whispers. He wouldn't care how many towns burned, how many children starved. Not if the right prince ended up on the throne. Aegon Targaryen, real or fake? And Baelish. Petyr Baelish was worse. He didn't even pretend to serve the realm. He served himself, utterly, joyfully. A man who had risen from nothing and wanted to see the world reflect that same nothingness. He would not rest until every great house tore itself apart, until every golden lion and silver trout lay gutted on the floor of his counting house. Until House Stark was completely extinct, and he had his Catelyn. He sowed chaos like a farmer sowed barley, and watched it grow fat with rot. And yet, I could use that. I wasn't blind to the opportunity in their destruction. If they tore the realm apart, if Tywin, Renly and Stannis all bled each other dry, then the old order might collapse under its own weight. The kingdoms would cry for a savior. Someone to end the bleeding. Someone to build again. If a kingdom was steel, then war heated it up. Made it malleable for me to work. I didn't need to win the game. I only needed to survive the storm. And emerge from it holding the last unburned banner. I would build a spine of power through trade and loyalty, golden grain, marsh rice and cold steel forged in northern fire. I would make allies. That was the real truth, the one they never told you in stories. Peace wasn't won by knights on white steeds or kings in shining mail. It came from grit, from iron and grain and quiet hands doing hard things in the dark. I had done what I could here. Sown what seeds might bloom in the north. They could grow on their own now under the watch of Sam and Seren. There was much work to be done yet, but the bare bones of it were set up. The bureaucracy was expanding, and a university was being set up, civil exams were taken, the construction projects were being overseen. The military was well supplied and ever expanding, its training sites full of men shouting. But war would not wait. It had taken a moon to get the stewards to understand it. Years, perhaps, to teach them to trust it. But now every estate, every mill, every trade out of Moat Cailin and Winterfell was tracked with two entries, one for what left, and one for what returned. One for credit and one for debit, any movement always affects at least two accounts. Double entry bookkeeping. A simple thing. Obvious, even. And yet it changed everything. Fraud withered in the light of it. Coin no longer vanished into pockets unseen. I knew, to the copper, what my land earned and what it wasted. No more guesswork. No more lies from merchant lords or idle castellans. Numbers didn't flinch. With order in the ledgers came freedom to invest. I had men working around the clock now, real scholars, not just scribes with ink-stained fingers and empty heads. I had so much knowledge that was outside of my areas of expertise, but I didn't need to do everything myself. Many smart people on this continent only needed direction to realize my vision. Some tested presses, modeled after the wine stamps used in lies. Some worked on a seed drill, meant to triple the yield of barley by planting evenly and deeply. Others toiled on indoor plumbing systems, not just for castles like what was being installed in the moat but for towns, cheap clay piping fed by rooftop cisterns, with channels warmed by the same stoves that baked our bread. Soap made from lye and tallow now hung from the rafters of Wintertown like garlic braids, and the stench of half the village had lifted like a bad spell. Water-powered, well, everything. The Blackworks had opened Pandora's box and men wanted to do everything with the power of the flow, mills, sawmills, forges. And still the Maestas asked, what next? What next, indeed? Sadly, I haven't managed to snatch Carbone. Behind me, boots scraped softly. Secourt, ever silent, stepped to my side and followed my gaze without a word. He knew. He always did. After a long moment, he gave a small nod and turned away, already barking low orders to his lieutenants below. Drills. Muster counts. Saddle inspections. Quiet readiness. A quill scratched behind me. Sam sat near the wall, his cloak of black and silver neatly pinned, his ledger open on his lap, but he wasn't writing. He was watching me. "You're leaving soon," he said. Not a question. I nodded once. The work here was finished faster than I thought. "Hold the fort, Sam." He closed the book softly, his fingers resting on the cover as if reluctant to let go. "We'll keep it steady, John." I looked down at the marshes. The roads gleamed, slick from recent rain, but firm, a sign of what we had built, and what might endure if we fought hard enough. "I trust you will," I said. "He has come a long way in such a short time." Randil Tali is a Moran. Thunder rumbled to the west. The trees in the swamp bent under invisible pressure, as if even they sensed the current turning. I turned from the wall, voice steady. "Ready the road," I said. We moved to White Harbor by the Ocean Bridge Road. Then we go to King's Landing. Chapter 15, Interlude 3, We the People. Chapter text. Interlude 3, We the People. Turf Cutter's Bargain. The bog steamed in the morning light. Mist clung low and sluggish over the rows of cut peat, each brick stacked neat in threes like grave markers. Gannet squatted beside his cart, his knees crackling like the frost that still hid in the furrows. His hands, gnarled and blackened from years of digging turf and boiling it dry, cradled a scale he didn't trust. The steward from the ministry was late, again. "Bloody clocks," Gannet muttered, scratching the corner of his eye with a peat-smeared knuckle. "Always tickin'." The steward finally arrived, a lean, long-legged man with a red fox's hair and soft leather boots already stained from marsh water. His doublet bore the mark of House Stark of the Moat stitched in white thread. He nodded politely. "Master Gannet." "I'm no Master," Gannet grunted. "You'll not dress me in silk with words, boy. You come to weigh the bricks or sniff 'em." The steward smiled with lips only, already unfolding his balance scale and weights. "Weigh, of course. Smell costs extra." The first barrowload came in shy. "Damp." "Not by much, but enough." Gannet sculled. "Bog runs deep this time of year. Hard to dry it fast. Sides, your drain trenches ain't holding like they used to." "They've held well enough for others," the steward replied evenly, not looking up. "Weight is weight. And the Lord's orders are to pay by the dry brick, not by what might have been." From behind a half-stacked wall of turf, Mera appeared, sleeves rolled and hair tied back in a knot of leather cord. She was young, no more than 17, with the sharp chin of Gannet's dead sister and the same stubborn fold to her arms. She'd been listening. "Uncle," she said gently. "He's not wrong. The peat's holding too much rain." Gannet rounded on her. "You've been standing in numbers too long, girl. Can't eat silver scripts." "No," she said, walking forward, "but I've learned to count. And I know this cart's 2 stone light." Gannet stared at her, more tired than angry. "I taught you turf cutting, not sums." "And so, Lord Stark School taught me what you didn't," she said, opening her palm to reveal a silver half-stack, its face worn smooth. "This is what they paid me for a week's tally. 4 numbers. And reading." The steward raised an eyebrow. "She's one of the registry girls. Started last moon." Mera nodded with pride. "The charter says every family can send one. I chose myself." "Smart girl," the steward murmured. Gannet spat in the dirt. "Smart girl's too clever for her own bones. A year ago, we'd have given this turf to Lord Flint's men for nothing but crust ends and salt scraps. Now it's coin or nothing, and all of a sudden there's rules for dirt." The steward folded his hands, patient. "And your stack wouldn't be worth anything if the Lord hadn't dug those levees and cleared the marsh roads. You're not taxed. You're paid. You're here because you chose to be, not because anyone pressed you." "And yet I still have to kneel to you," Gannet muttered. "Not kneel," Mera said. "Just weigh fair." They walked the canal levee after that, Merra between them, speaking of ditch water depth and where the herons had moved upstream. The old marsh was different now, tidier, tamed. Furrows ran in lines, and the Lord's drainage stones, stamped with the direwolf sigils, kept the water running straight even after heavy rains. New reeds grew thinner. Even the biting midges were fewer. The land's drying, Gannet said, uneasy. Marshland ain't meant to dry. It's meant to feed us, Merra answered. This canal drains to the crop beds now. There's turnips, barley and rice growing in soil we never dared touch before. Rice, Gannet grunted. Marsh don't remember rice. It remembers blood and roots. You are just a grumpy old man. Merra laughed. The steward said nothing as he weighed the peat, but he glanced toward the horizon, where smoke rose thin and steady from the kilns near Wolf Hub. Behind that, a ribbon of brick road gleamed in the sun, leading south. The clouds were heavy with summer. Something hung in the air that didn't feel quite like warmth. You're old enough to remember what came before, the steward said softly. Bandits, famine, no coin, no grain worth hauling. Towns starving while men took what they pleased. Now we have brick to sell, peat to burn, laws to follow. Gannet grunted. And no lord to curse when it goes wrong. No, the steward admitted. Only yourselves. They came to the next stack. Gannet climbed stiffly from the canal bank, spat on his palm, and hoisted a brick with practiced ease. He cracked it open. Dry inside. Brown as walnut. He sniffed it. Well, he muttered. At least it smells honest. 3 carts worth, the steward asked, bringing his ledger forth again. Gannet nodded once. I will dry it right next time. Tell your men to fix the north trench. The steward marked the sale and handed Merra the coins. She pressed them into her uncle's hand. Don't spend it on northern fire. I'll buy rice, he said, voice dry. Keep it nice and dry for winter. They parted at the canal fork. Gannet turned back once and looked out at the ridged brick road stretching like a scar across the green. Ox carts moved slow across it. A pair of banners fluttered beside a watchtower. Gannet turned away. The land ain't happy, he said to no one. But maybe we will be. And he trudged off, sack of coin clinking soft in his coat, back toward the turf beds that smelled of old gods, mud, and slow-earned silver. Stone beneath, sky above. The first thing Howland noticed wasn't the gate or the paved road or the watchtower. It was the sound. Or rather, the lack of one. No sucking mud. No squelch of cartwheels fighting through wet ruts. No constant slop of slush underfoot. Just the even clop of hooves on fitted stone, the occasional creak of wagon axles, and the gentle rush of water down side gutters. The road beneath his feet was solid, laid with flat limestone quarried from the banks of the White Knife. No sand between the blocks, concrete, clean and tight, sealed with a dark resin that shone faintly in the sun. He'd seen worse streets in Gulltown, and this was a road that deviated from the King's Road past the reconstructed Moat Cailin. Stonehaven. That was the name they'd told him. A new town, built by the order of John Stark years ago. Howland hadn't believed half the stories, that they were laying cities in the neck, paving swamp and forest into grain fields, building roads wide enough for 3 carts side by side, tens of thousands moving by the moon. And yet here he was, standing before a newborn town of real stone. The gate had no portcullis. No murder holes. Just a heavy ironwood crossbeam and a stone arch flanked by statues, wolves, snarling and proud. No keep loomed behind the gate, but the wall was thick, manned, and dry. Dry in the neck. A local guard greeted him. Here for stonework. Aye. Name's Howland Tass. Gulltown Guild. Heard word at Driftmark there was work here. You'll want Councillor Salvia. Office just past the grain square. The main street ran straight, shockingly straight, for a quarter mile, then split in a careful fork that diverted gently down slope. Every dozen paces, storm drains flanked the curb, small arches of shaped brick descending into culvers. Sewers, he realized. Real ones. No stink, either. A little town in the middle of the neck near the King's Road had better sewers than King's Landing. The buildings rose no more than 3 stories, but every one of them stood square, solid, and set on foundations of cut stone and gravel. No timber sinking into wet muck. No makeshift sheds propped on boulders. The foundations had depth, and each home had gutters of tin or copper feeding into runoff chutes. He passed a row of shops: blacksmith, tailor, toolwright. The smith's forge was set back behind a stone channel that ran steaming water from a capped boiler. A small boy in a wool apron was pouring it out over tongs. "You've plumbed it all?" Holland asked, surprised. The smith looked up. "Course. Pipe feeds the smithy and the public bathhouse. Runs off the aqueduct line from Crook Lake." Lord Stark made the engineers draw the whole map before they laid a brick. Holland tilted his head. "Engineers?" "Aye. From Moat Cailin. Came with books and a chalkboard. Drew seals like you'd draw siege ladders." The town square was wide, paved with grey stone arranged in a spiral pattern that marked the cardinal directions. A tall stone column stood at its heart, topped with a carving of a stalk of wheat and a sunburst above a wolf's head. Around it, carts of vegetables and cloth gave way to a broad-walled grain hall with slotted vents and a stone-lined cellar. The whole town had a slight tilt, hardly noticeable unless one looked for it. Elevation, Holland realized. The central square sat highest, with every road sloping outward like spokes on a wheel. No water would pool here. No winter melt would drown the roots. "Who planned it?" Holland asked, still stunned. The man grinned, missing 2 teeth. "Lord Eddard, of course. All follow his son's designs, though. Stonehaven isn't like those shanty towns that are spouting everywhere. We were built before Lord John was legitimized. Said we don't build for now. We build for the 100 years. Further down, houses of arrival stood, spare homes built of fitted stone and thick pine for settlers from the Vale and the Neck. Each had a fenced plot, a stone well, and a shared tool shed with locks and ledgers. One home had laundry flapping out front and a pair of children playing with reed dolls. He caught sight of a new family arriving: 2 carts, a pair of oxen, and a woman holding a swaddled babe. A town official greeted them at a small stone hall. "Name?" "Yorana of the Green Valley. With husband and brother. Oxen, tools, and grain in the ledger. Lot 14. You'll be tax-free for 1 year, then reviewed by yield." "You're giving land?" "Not giving," the clerk replied. "Granting. Work it and it's yours." Gods, Holland thought. They are going to poach the small folk from the wall to Old Town. Behind him, across a low rise, the new granite September was going up, shaped stone, slotted arch windows, and a proper bell tower under construction. He didn't need to see Councillor Salvia just yet. Holland walked to the end of the North Road, seeing the sign denoting it Brando's Road from 400th to 500th, stood on a low stone retaining wall, and looked out over the buildings of Stonehaven, over the silos and culvers, the iron-capped sewer grates, the wide roads and tiled rooftops.